that they are kind of almost immune from what's going on in the world, especially with the oil prices and all that. Now, keep in mind that we had a bull market now going on, and it started with out of COVID and then the AI revolution and all that. So the S&P really and all the other indices are due for a correction. Doesn't mean that it's going to be caused because condition is so bad. It just means that when things go up so much, you're going to have a lot of people taking profits. For example, I mean, remember Nvidia, how it went up, and then anything that had anything that had AI in its name went up so much. Everybody is following the stuff. Look at Intel, for example, as a U.S. company that went from not being really in the game to being like the number one favorite. So when you're sitting on gains of 3x, 5x, whatever, a lot of people are gonna say, you know what, I make so much money, I'm gonna secure some profits, and by that the market will adjust. Like I said, the market seems to be pushed by companies with good earnings. Believe it or not, Nvidia right now, at the prices that it trades right now, is just an example of these big tech companies that actually control, the market, is actually cheaper at this price than what it was before at higher stock prices, because they kept their earnings are much higher, their profits are much higher. So when you do like price to earning ratio, it's actually a lower ratio than when it was, a year ago, 2 years ago. So stocks are not overly, expensive. It is a correction is expected to happen. I don't think it's going to be a 20-25% drop. Right. Although I listened to, the president was in my neck of the woods yesterday. I didn't go to the spiel. I was there.
Do me a favor. Take another minute, because I want to get to Sam, and then we'll take the break, because Sam is nuanced.
Oh yeah. Take another minute. Yeah. This will be my last point. The president was here yesterday at a place called the Villages, which is in Central Florida. He gave a speech. Right? It's a retirement community. Retirement, like a lot of the city with retired people with big homes. And he gave a speech, and he said, I expected the stock market to fall 25% because of the war, and it didn't. And it's like the war is not going to make the stock market fall by 25% because, Nvidia and like I said, Intel and whatever, it's not going to be affected that much by what's going on in the oil market. So, that's... a big drop is not really expected. Maybe it's going to, be flat like we did for the first 3 months of the year. A drop to 5 to 10% is possible. But then again, anything is, we don't know what's going to happen from now until the end of the year. The bottom line, investment always, you shouldn't worry about these short-term events, because if anybody sold when the tariff war was going on, when the war with Iran was just announced, they would have sold and stayed. They would have missed the uptick that happened afterwards. So always, be a little less emotionally involved with your investments. Believe in what you have, and don't look at your 401k every week. That's my advice.
Very good. Let's say hello to Sam, who's new on stage. Sam, good morning. You have Fresh Five starting.
Good morning, Steve. Great show.
You're very kind. Thank you.
Monsefus. Is that right?
Monsef.
Yeah. You did a really good analysis, and it would, as someone who's been trading for 30 years myself, I'm understanding what you're saying. Other folks may not get the fine nuances of what you're saying. But I'd like to ask you a question. What do you think about the bond yields, where it's going to go?
Monsef, if you want to answer, you may.
The bond yields they have been picking up. There is a notion that risk is higher. International bond holders, I guess, a lot of them are selling our bonds as a response to the tariffs and all that. When you sell U.S. bonds, the risk goes up, the bond yield goes up. I read an article yesterday that the president just purchased about $333 million worth of corporate bonds because of the expectation that with Kevin Walsh coming in, that it's going to be good for the bond market. The 10-year has proven to be resilient again, and it's probably going to go up as risk keeps going up.
Right. Do you see? Well, Jamie was talking about a possible spike. Where do you think the top is on the yield? Because I don't want, you don't want to get in.
No idea on what the top is. I mean, I heard.
What's the spike he's referring to? How much of a spike are we talking about here?
Well, the spike is going on, but how much? Nobody's going to answer that. Despite all the conditions are really right for bond yields to keep going up, and with that, you get your mortgage rate are going to stay up and all, and it's just an indication that we are in a risky environment. And with risk, you are, if someone is getting money to your bonds, they are going to ask for a higher yield in order for them to give you their money. So it's just an indication that we are in a high risk environment. And with high risk, high yield is kind of required. So how high it could go, we don't know what's going to happen 3 months from now with all the stuff going on.
And with that, we are at the top of the hour. For everybody on stage, and Howard is new, we encourage you to stay on stage because we're definitely going to want to hear from you in hour number 2. And if you're in the audience and you haven't spoken yet, we encourage you to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand, come on up, and talk about whatever you want. 1 hour in the tank, 2 hours left. My new favorite comedian, of course, is Nikki Glazer, and this is her take on what it really means to be on top. But don't go away. We'll be right back on Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad.
Remember any of the sex I had? It was all blackout. Yeah, if you can't remember it, did it happen? I don't think so. I think I'm the only. I don't know why I'm eager to have sex because I don't think I'm good at it. I recently had to have phone sex to talk down my Verizon bill and do what you gotta do. And I'm not good at it. Because you have to be creative in the moment. It comes out of nowhere, talk dirty, and I'm like, I have a vagina, just stating facts. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm just laying here. Bye. And that's all I did. That's all I do. I just lay back and get it. Girls, you can kind of just lay there, can't you? Have you? Being on bottom, it's the tops down there. It's awesome. It's enough that you're there most of the time. It's great. I treat it like a massage. I recommend it. And yes, they'll ask you to participate, and you should. If you bought you dinner at Chili's or something, you should wiggle. That 2 for $20, that'll get you. But that's embarrassing. I remember once this guy was giving me a really good raw drink, and at some point, I'm bringing that back. Sounds classy, right? Good raw drink. It sounds like he courted me or something. He did it. Sounds like I knew his name. And it wasn't Roger. It was Phil. But saying he gave me a good filling doesn't have quite the connotation that I like. So Roger sounds nice. Because that's the thing. Girls, we can't be like, we have to come up with euphemisms. My least favorite of which is fold around. Let's stop saying that. My friend the other day was like, Josh and I, we just fooled around. I'm like, ugh, what did he get your nose? Did you guys get that table fight? Did he pull a quarter out of your vagina at some point? Oh, he did. Okay. Well, then that's fooling around. You have it. Oh, God. Yeah, was getting a good rod from this fellow, and in the middle of it, I remember he was like, "Hey, will you get on top?" And I was like, he woke me up. I'm like, "Let's go, let's go."
Point of view, been a little about what's bothering you. Got a question that's on your mind. Be bold, brave, courageous. Come on up and get your fresh fire. What does that mean? Well, listen up. Have a take and just don't suck. Be respectful, make your point in a reasonable way. Come on up. Ask Uncle Steve today.
Yeah, start of hour number 2, and thank you, Violet, for putting that together. Love that. Welcome to another Saturday edition of Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad. If you're here for the first time, the South Show works. Everybody in the audience, especially the new speakers, that means you, is encouraged to be bold, brave, courageous. Come on up and talk about whatever you want. We never, ever put a restriction on content. Politics, current events, Clubhouse, you, me, the show. Just have a take and don't suck. What does that mean? Be able to put 2 sentences together and make sense. It doesn't matter if I agree or disagree with you, just to be able to make some sense. And with that, let's say hello.
Benjamin wants to respond to your last video.
I tell you what, Benjamin, you can go after Howard, because Howard is new, and then we'll go to Benjamin. You got it. Howard, you have a fresh 5 thanking you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. What would you like to talk about?
Hi, good morning, Steve.
Hi.
Everyone. Yeah, and I think I just put it in chat. Did anyone see what happened at that Buffalo Sabres hockey game when the singer was singing "Oh Canada"?
No.
And her microphone cut out, so she was having technical difficulties. And there were, 18,000 people in the arena.
If you could speak a little closer to your microphone, that'd be amazing. Thank you.
But the rest of the arena picked up on singing and finishing the "Oh Canada" Canadian national anthem. And I'm just curious, just in terms of our, call it even the political times we're living in, I just find it interesting that we had the grace to honor Canada the way we did at a sporting event, organically.
All right. Would anybody on stage like to comment? Just unmute and say your first name on this particular topic.
I'll say
when one.
So Howard, that occurred here in the States?
Yeah, it was in Buffalo.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I didn't hear the first part. Yeah, I was about to click on it, but I wanted to hear your side of it first. But yeah, I think that's pretty amazing that us peeps as a country can finish the anthem of another country in support of a great thing, and that's a really beautiful thing. Thanks for sharing. That's all.
Anybody else?
Yes, so I think what Howard is getting at is we want to be a we, and not just an individual.
We can't resist it. We are a we. We can't stop it.
Yeah, but you can choose the we you are, right? I mean, and I think what Howard's getting at is there's another kind of we could be. And Trump has monopolized the stage and turned us over to our worst demons, not our better angels. And I think there's a way we could be that's really different. And King Charles offered us a different kind of way. And I think, we're all lonely. We're all alone. We're not, we're not at our best. When we are collective, we can choose who we are. And I think that example Howard put down, and also the example King Charles put down, is a vision for a different kind of way. And
it's interesting that you say that. I did. We'll come right back to you, Howard, and Benjamin. I haven't forgotten about you, and then Dr. Francine is new. I put on the Jumbotron, the new Pew Research study about Americans' assessment that President Donald Trump has declined steadily over the last several months. His job approval rating now stands at 34%, the lowest mark of his second term. He has also lost ground across a variety of personal attributes. and issues. One of the steepest declines have been in the share of Americans who say Trump keeps his promises. Today, 38% say this describes Trump very or fairly well, down from 43% last August and 51% shortly after his reelection in November. The share who described Trump as mentally sharp, 44%, is also down last August from 48%. You know, if we go back to Obama, would anybody ever say that Obama was not sharp during his presidency? I mean, you may have disagreed with his politics, but dude was sharp as a nail. You know, I mean, he was spot on. But let's go back to Howard, then Benjamin, then Dr. Francine. Go ahead, Howard.
Oh, no, Steve, thank you very much. Scott really expressed the point I was trying to make, so I appreciate it.
You got it. And now, as promised, Benjamin, you get a fresh five, and then Dr. Francine. Go ahead, Benjamin.
Yeah, well, I wanted to get back to something Scott was saying, and that is the definition of we. And America and its better angels. And there's this notion that liberty stands out as an invitation for people to leave the country that they can't abide and come to a country that will give them fresh hope. And the problem, I think, has become people don't want to leave. They want to come, but they don't want to leave. And it's letting go of the thing that you can't abide that's difficult. And so when people come to California from India, for example, it was the case when I was younger, people would come to America to become Americans. And they would leave India because they didn't want to be Indians. But now people come from India and they bring with them all of the things that make India a place that people would rather leave than go to. Look at the migration. I don't know how many Americans are leaving America to live in India relative to the number of Indians leaving India to come to America, but it's probably like 1 million. So that gives you just a rough idea, like a measuring stick on what kind of place India is. Now, when people come from India and they come to California and they set up Indianness in California, we think of Indian food, love the food and everything else, right? But what's happening in California is Indian people in California are complaining to their boss, to the place of work. They're complaining that when they are at work, the people from India who are Brahmin and have, I don't know, some red tattoo on their forehead or something, are looking down at the people who are not Brahmin and treating them like shit. Because that's the way of India, is the caste system. The Brahmin are the elite class, and they have the right to shit on everybody else. And so they come to America not to leave that crap, but to bring their crap to the United States and reenact their shit in the United States. And it's not a problem, weirdly, it's not a problem for people in the United States. The Brahmin don't look down and don't treat people in the United States like shit. They treat the other people who have immigrated from India like shit. And it's the people who are leaving the country. Very often immigrants leave a country, and this will come as a shock, I know, if you're liberal in the audience, if you're left, if you voted for Kamala Harris, close your ears for a minute, because this is going to be really difficult for you to hear. It's really difficult for you to hear. Sometimes when people leave a country, they leave that country because they don't like it. And when they go to another country, they want to get away from it. And they want to be away from the people that they are leaving. And when they come to a country and they get a job, when people leave an Islamic country and come to the United States, the best thing for them would be to escape Islam, right? But the worst outcome is that they get shuttled into a place where there's a lot of people and the imams are there and the dominants and the people who will threaten them, literally kill them if they leave Islam, are there. And they haven't escaped the very thing that they left to escape. The Sharia law is still in place. If they leave Islam, they could be killed. If they don't wear the hijab, they could be, treated harshly, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. So I think that what we have to do as a country is we have to understand who we are, what the rules are here. I have known people that have immigrated from Russia. The last thing in the world they want to do is be around other Russians, because that's exactly the culture that they left. And they know how people behave in that culture. They know how the men treat their women like objects, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if you're a liberal and you voted for Kamala, you don't know this. You think that all cultures in the world are equal, and everywhere people treat each other with respect and dignity and equality. And Kamala told you that, so you believed it. It's really sad that you're in this condition, and I don't know what can be done to help you. But look, reality is a bitch, and you have to appreciate that you are infinitely better off in the United States than you would be in an Islamic country.
1 minute, Benjamin. 1 minute.
So Pro challenged me with this the other day, and he said, "Well, what about Malaysia? It's an Islamic country, and it's good." And it turns out that in Malaysia, if you draw pictures of the Prophet Muhammad, you can go to prison. If you blaspheme the Prophet Muhammad, you can go to prison. You don't have freedom of jack shit in Malaysia. Okay, so I just challenge anybody here to name an Islamic country they would send their daughter to go live in. A country that they think has good laws on the books, laws that will protect their children. And I will show you a country that will kill your child if they are gay, if they blaspheme the Prophet Muhammad, if they have opinions about religion or politics. You just don't know, because you're so goddamn ignorant about the real world, and there's so little people can do to get through to you and make you understand that America is indeed the best country, not because it's first in literacy, it's not. But Japan is far from the best country. Japan would be a goddamn shithole if it weren't for the United States. Do you know what Japan was doing?
15 seconds.
You know the kind of violence that Japan did on China? There's just a horrendous anti-civilization that was Japan before the United States got there. And fucking Canada can't defend itself against a ship full of rats. It's the United States that is creating anything that looks like civilization anywhere in the world. The reason Canada has a medical system is because it doesn't have to pay the cost of keeping the world safe for people who are atheists, who have ideas about religion, who criticize Muslim countries where the axiom is to America and kill the infidel because it's baked into their religion. It is only America defending civilization.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Charles, can you mute up, please? Can you mute up, please? Yes, thank you. Charles and Daniela and Doctor are new on stage, but first is Dr. Francine. Dr. Francine Hardaway, it's always a pleasure to see you. You get a fresh five starting now. What would you like to talk about?
I talk about what Howard said.
Please do.
And what Scott said in response to what Howard said. And I just want to say that we, the people, not the government. That's something we always have to remember. And Benjamin, we have to remember it about Islamic states too. That not necessarily are the people a reflection of the government. You get what you get in a government. You either elect it or you don't elect it, depending on what your political system is. But your government still doesn't necessarily reflect your wishes or your desires or the way you would like to see yourself as people. I've been, I don't know where you've traveled to, Benjamin, but I've been in, I'm going to say 45 countries. And I've seen, including India 4 times and China 4 times. And I've seen and Malaysia. And so there are a lot of these countries where I've actually been there. And, you know, the only thing that I can say is that in every country, no matter what the government, the people are pretty nice. I've always been able to strike up relationships with, you know, real people, no matter what the religion of the country actually is. So, an optimist. I guess that's it. And you can call me a liberal. I call myself a centrist, but definitely not. Never mind. I'm not going to start that discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Who's next, Doctor? Good morning. Welcome to the show. You have a Fresh Five starting now. What would you like to talk about, Doctor?
Thank you. Just really quick in response to Benjamin. The data shows otherwise. People escape tyranny, but when they come to this country, they gravitate toward their own. They build family businesses as opposed to becoming entrepreneurial in the sense that they're escaping their own culture. They do all kinds of things to find their own tribe, if you will, when they come to this country.
Absolutely, such as here in Los Angeles, we have Little Tokyo, and then we have the Armenian communities in Glendale. Absolutely, people gravitate towards their own truth.
So that's all I really wanted to say. I'm just waking up here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Well, please go on. You stay on stage, and when you wake up and have a fresh cup of coffee, maybe you'll want to talk in hour number 3. Let's go to, is it pronounced Daniela? Do I have that right, Daniela?
Daniela.
Daniela, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Yes, good morning, everybody. I usually listen, but today I just couldn't resist to come out.
I am glad that you took the plunge. Is this your first time on our stage?
Yes, I take a
It is, you know what? It's a pleasure to have you because the show is better with you on stage than without you. What would you like to talk about?
Well, just take offense about what Benjamin just said. I was married for 25 years to a Brahmin from India, and whatever he made, it's completely wrong. My experience is that most Indians, which are usually highly educated, navigates very well the U.S. They respect the laws and they adapt to the culture, but they keep their costume. Yes, they may dress in a particular way, they may eat a particular food, but this is one of the populations that have contributed the most to the U.S. They're doctors, they're economists, they're scientists, they're doing a lot of contribution to the U.S. And the way he portrayed them is just disgusting. One of the things that I learned when I came in almost 30 years ago to do a master's degree and decided with my husband in Spain, it was that you could be whoever you want.
Do you feel comfortable saying what city you're in?
I am around Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C., please continue.
Yes. Which is a very multicultural city. You have people from all over the world that work in international organizations. You have the embassies. I have felt very comfortable living in this city, but I'm more comfortable every day with the kind of discourse that people like Benjamin is saying in social media and in this act. I don't know what is his background, what is his religion, but every culture, every religion has a group of people that really backward. We can. I don't want to offend anybody, but even the Jewish religion have people who are almost living in the 200 years behind, and that's okay. The great country that's what I thought was that you could be whoever you want as long as you respect the laws, the constitutions, and you treat your neighbors nicely.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And before we go to Jarl, if you're in the audience and you would like to get your Fresh Five, we're a friendly bunch. Please raise your hand and come on up. Jarl, you're next. You have a fresh five. What would you like to talk about, Jarl?
I just wanted to respond to the prior speaker who suffers from American exceptionalism delusion. America.
And who might that be? We have eliminated the prior speaker rule. Who might that be?
Oh, it's Benjamin. So
very good. No. It's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hint of the NATO funding in any country. So who the fuck cares that you guys pay? You're the only ones who use it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is America, his claim that like Canada doesn't help or doesn't defend. Bro, we trained your Air Force for World War I and World War II. We were in both of those wars before you. We fought basically every single war that America's ever gone into, except Iraq or Afghanistan. What the fuck has America ever done for Canada? What fucking war has Canada started that we needed America? So this idea, right, that, Canada needs defense from America, you're the ones who are drifting off the rest of the world. You're the ones who are receiving funding from the entire world to start your bullshit wars. So Benjamin, all of your points are bullshit. You're misinformed.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Before we go to a formal invite, I'd like to have Jason.
Oh, wait, I need to respond to that.
Yes, you do at the appropriate time, which will be in a couple of minutes. Go on mute. You absolutely get to respond. Go on. And JCC, if you could unmute, please. JCC.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, in regards to the show, and Benjamin, agree with him, you may disagree with him, but he drives content like no other niece or nephew. Am I off the rails or what?
No, I agree. He does bring content. You're right.
And if I may say real quick, every time you talk, Steve, the goes through my head.
We are going to get who wants to talk. If you're in the audience, you want to come up, but you don't know what you want to talk about, we call this the best 2 minutes on Clubhouse.
Tonight, breaking news what President Trump is now saying about the war in Iran and about gas prices in the U.S. Also breaking tonight, the airline here in the U.S. reportedly set to shut down, and the alarming images tonight of a nun being attacked. First tonight, President Trump says he does not need congressional approval to continue the conflict with Iran, declaring hostilities with Iran have been, quote, terminated. But tonight, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, gas prices soaring, and the president late today saying the options, Iran agrees to a deal or will blast the hell out of them. Gas prices surging across the U.S. again tonight, the national average now at $4.44 a gallon. How much are American drivers paying to fill up their tank? And what if airline collapse? Tonight, the deadly bank robbery, 2 people killed, including a bank teller. Police chasing an 18-year-old suspect, schools on lockdown. Police turning to images on social media, including this image of an alien holding a fan of $100 bills posted after the robbery. Tonight, the disturbing video showing a nun attacked on the street, shoved from behind and knocked down. The suspect then kicking her while she's on the ground. Tonight, chilling new images of the suspect accused of the alleged assassination attempt of the president. The suspect heading into a doorway, an alert canine appearing to sense something seconds before the suspect sprinted through security. And the video tonight showing them casing the hotel hours before the attack. Tonight, inside Cuba, the massive May Day demonstrations as President Trump increases pressure with new sanctions against the Cuban government. Gas now costing up to $40 a gallon there. What are the Cuban people saying? Matt Rivers in Cuba tonight. Here in New York City, news tonight on that deadly home explosion as the NYPD was answering the call. Officers thrown from the front door. There is a major development to this. The deadly plane crash in Texas, the images coming in, 5 people dead. Tonight, the images of suspect attempting a daring escape from police, dangling from underneath this bridge. The big news tonight involving those famous eaglets, many answering the call to help name them. Tonight, the decision is in, the new names taking flight.
And if you're in the audience and you'd like to come up, we encourage you to do so. We'll get to Benjamin in a couple of minutes. For those of you that didn't hear yesterday, thousands of Americans across the country took part in a coordinated, quote, no work, no school, no shopping, close quote, protest on May Day, marking one of the largest labor demonstrations targeting wealth inequality, labor rights and immigration enforcement policies. Major actions included protests at corporate headquarters, rallies in major cities, and in some districts due to teacher participation. Organizers say this is just the beginning, with long-term plans aimed at building momentum towards a nationwide general strike. We'll go to the Mod Squad, and then, as promised, Benjamin. JCC, thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good?
I'm pretty good, but I just want to say, that's why that dude climbed that bridge in D.C. yesterday, because the May Day strikes. Pretty.
Thank you. Alfonso, who's normally with his family. Alfonso, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good? Alfonso, once, twice, three times. He's with the fam bam. Give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek from their Uncle Steve. Violet, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good?
Well, one of the other things I've been thinking about recently is the impact of social media, not so much on a societal level, but on people's personal lives. Like, I was thinking about it because when I share stuff on Facebook and or Instagram, I know it's not appearing very high in my friends' feeds. You know, it's going to be like 200 posts down because I'm not playing the engagement game with Facebook and Instagram. I'm not posting 3 times a day. I'm not liking or disliking 500 comments. So the algorithms are saying, oh, well, you know, you're not being a good girl and participating like we want you to. So we're going to put you low on people's feeds. And I mean, I don't know about others, but as somebody who's not trying to be a creator or make their living on social media platforms, I hate that. I just want to share pictures with my friends or like little songs or links or whatever. And I know that they're not seeing it a lot of the time, even the ones that use their Facebook regularly. And then, you know, there's a percentage of your friends who don't use the Facebook regularly or whatever. But those algorithms drive me crazy to use it on a personal level, and I kind of wonder if other people feel that way too. Because it's one thing if you're trying to make your living that way to have a certain amount of engagement. I mean, you have to put in the work in your job to make money. I understand that. But as somebody who just wants to share a little something with friends and they're never going to see it because, like I said, the Facebook or Instagram algorithms have decided that I'm, not playing along, it drives me crazy. And like I said, I was just wondering if other people feel that way on a personal level when it's not meant to be a promotion for their business or their podcast or whatever else, that they get like no responses to their posts because it's not playing along with the system.
Thank you, Violet. And last but not least for the Mod Squad is Reverend Scott. Reverend Scott, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good? Reverend Scott, once, twice, 3 times. Okay. We'll go to Benjamin. Oh, okay, very good. Thank you very much. Shayna is new on stage, but before we go to Shayna, Benjamin, you get a fresh 5.
Well, I want to donate all 5 minutes to a young woman named Noor Al-Maleki. Now, your audience, because they're Kamala voters, are kept in this ignorant box where they don't know about Noor Al-Maleki. And bless their hearts, people who think that it's just so great to go to other countries and just not know what's going on in those countries. So I just want to read for 60 seconds about Noor Al-Maleki, Lincoln Way, people who say that I only bring bullshit. I also bring receipts.
Thank you very much. As a reminder, we do have a 60-second read rule here, which is still in effect. So anybody can read for maximum 60 seconds. Thank you.
Growing up, Al-Maleki was expected to cook, clean, and help take care of younger siblings. Following this, Al-Maleki began to move in and out. The father disapproved of her non-Muslim style of dress. Her father sent her to Iraq to marry an older cousin, but she flew back to Arizona in 2008 and began dating someone of her own choosing. 20, 2009, Amaleki was assisting her boyfriend's mother with translation at an office of the Arizona Department of Economic Security in Peoria. Outside the office, her father, Falel, struck them with his vehicle, causing a brain bleed, partial paralysis, and other injuries in the case of Amaleki. Then slipped into a collision, injured her boyfriend's mother, including fracturing her pelvis. Falel did not stop and render aid, nor did he call for help. Following the damage, doctors performed surgery, and to make a long story short, she contracted an illness and died. Now, Amaleki is just one of about 5,000 women who are killed every year in honor killings. And these honor killings, link is in the description, happen in countries as varied as Bangladesh, Brazil, Canada, Ecuador, Egypt, India, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Italy, Jordan, Morocco, Pakistan, Sweden, Syria, Turkey, Uganda, United Kingdom, and the United States. Now, these are almost all associated with certain Middle Eastern ideologies and religions. And the point is, they don't stay there. When they come to the United States, they bring this ideology of honor killing with them. And women are largely the targets of Islamic honor killings. And when you're Kamala Harris and vote for women, people like Dr. Francine, who think that they're supporting women's rights when they support Islam, they're just so profoundly ignorant and misguided. When you support Islam, you are supporting violence towards women. And you need to understand what you're doing. And you need to stop doing that thing that you're doing, because it's a bad thing that you're doing when you support Islam. So stop, please, in the name. If you're not going to stop for me, would you please consider stopping for Noor al-Maliki, who was 20 years old, living in Phoenix, who was killed by her father in the United States in an honor killing. Please, for her sake, will you stop your stupidity and your evil violence towards women in the name of Islam? Thank you so much.
You're welcome. David is new on stage. If you're in the audience and you want to come up, please raise your hand, talk about anything you want. Let's go to Shayna. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. You have a fresh five. What would you like to talk about?
Hi, Steve. It's Shama.
Shama, I'm so sorry. My reading glasses are in the other room. What would you like to talk about?
So tomorrow I have a session that I'm attending on adolescent sexuality in India. So I was just doing some reading on it, and I was just curious to understand the American culture and American peoples. I know this is not just a room with people from USA, but just
yes, we have people all over the world in this room. Yes.
Yeah. So I was kind of curious about understanding the American outlook towards teenagers dating, and more importantly, teenage sexuality, because from the country that I'm from, it's still a taboo topic that has a lot of nuance. It's not as black and white as teenagers should not date, and it's not like let's push them all to have sex when they are in their teens. It's not as black and white as that.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. Are you saying that dating means sex? Can't you date without having sex? Or
Yeah,
when
no,
you
of
date,
course
that
you
automatically means you're encouraging sex?
No, not at all. Not at all like that. So that is why I wanted to understand what does teenage dating in America mean?
Stop. What does teenage dating in the America mean? Fair. That was the question you asked, correct?
Yeah, more or less.
All right. Okay. Go on mute and we'll ask the Mod Squad. JCC, what does teenage dating in America mean? JCC.
Oh, it varies from household to household, right? However,
it does not necessarily encourage sex. It just encourages a relationship building experience with these young teens, and and if you are open to sexual activity, I recommend your teen in protecting and sexual activity, and that would be the safe way to do it. And definitely do not educate your child to not force the other, and for the other not to be forced. And that's very important, and to be yourself and not to give in if something you're not wanting to do. And definitely protection.
The Fam Bam, Alfonso, are you there? Going once, going twice. Let's go to Violet. And Violet, I think you have a one or two teenage daughters, don't you?
Yeah, 16 and nearly 13, respectively.
There you go. What does teenage dating in America mean to you?
Well, I mean, my oldest daughter has a boyfriend, and what that means at the moment is, they like hold hands in the hall, walking down the hall in high school, and they go kind of on group dates. I mean, it's a group of friends. The other people aren't necessarily couples. They just out together. So, I mean, at the moment, the example I have of a teenage relationship seems to be kind of affectionate, friendly. As far as talking about dating, JCC was right. It varies a lot from household to household. I mean, you have some people who just don't want their kids to have any kind of romantic, quote unquote, thing until they're above 16 or whatever it is. But in my case, I started talking to my girls about dating and relationships, around the age of 12, talking about how sharing communication and a relationship is very important to I'm sorry, I'm trying to recall what I said to them, and I'm getting screwed up in my mind, but basically that it wasn't just about what feels good, that you don't just plunge into physical relations. You need to get to know them first, was my instruction. And then I did have I am not encouraging you to have sex, but if you choose to do so, I want you to talk to me about getting birth control. And I spoke to them of all the options available, because you can't stop them per se. And this is actually a repeat of what my mother did in my case. She told me, when I was 13, just let me know. When I lost my virginity to my high school sweetheart at 16, I went to my mother. I told her, we've decided to start doing this. I need you to take me to the doctor. And she did, without saying anything or any judgment. And that's what I would do if one of my daughters approached me, at least on the outside. On the inside, I'd probably be panicking and needing straight jacket mentally.
Reverend Scott, would you like to answer the question, what does teenage dating in America mean? Reverend Scott, go on.
Yes, I think what we're doing with teenagers is we're evolving them earlier. So I think Violet is largely on the nose, but I think kids are getting educated quickly on intimacy, on sex. And I think we'll have to deal with that. We're getting a younger population that's getting older quickly. And I don't know what we do with that. I mean, it would have social ramifications that I don't see. And I'm not a conservative, right? But I think we've got to put some brakes on something. I don't know where we put it, but that's what I would say.
And for me, both of my children are in their 30s, but I distinctly remember I have a son and a daughter. I specifically endorsed any time they asked a question about anything, I would never respond by saying, you're not old enough to have that discussion. I answered any question that they had to what I believed was their best level of understanding. And also when my son brought home a girl or my daughter brought a boy and they wanted to go in their bedroom, I said, hey, no problem. You stay in your bedroom as long as you want, as long as the door is open. You are not allowed to close the door. You can stay in your bedroom as long as you want. There you go, Shayna. I know I'm mispronouncing it. I'm sorry.
Shayna.
JCC.
Just real quick to what Scott said. I think that the progress of relationship as teens are having today was very similar to my time and not far off to my parents' time, right? The relationship was the same. There was teens having sex in the 50s, teens having sex in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and currently today. I don't think anything has progressed any further. Now, their access to data, that's a lot easier. However, teens are going to do what teens are going to do. We don't need social media to educate teens. They already know what the hell to do. It's not that.
Yeah, because I figured if they didn't get the correct information from me, they were going to get the incorrect information from the street. Shayma, you want another minute or two to follow up? Good topic. Shayma.
I think there are a lot of similarities in the way Indian culture and American culture look at dating in terms of it's important that kids explore relationships, but there's also this India is a lot more conservative than what the American culture is like. So it again depends on which section of society you're coming from. So some from certain sections of society might be certain teens might do date and again with the implicit instruction that the parents are not okay with them having sex, but yeah, hanging out together. But that is what I was kind of wanting to understand, that what is America's take on teens having sex. So I got a basic idea of what you guys are trying to say. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go to Jim East. Jim, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Sure. And my specialty is actually teens and transition. So I appreciate the opportunity. First, most of my peer group does what you did and says you can be in the bedroom, the door has to stay open. So to me, that of the progressive parents that I know, that's the most popular way of dealing with that. Now, my nephew, on the other hand, that's 16 years younger than me, he would go out with groups. He would go out with groups, and I think that was a trend. I don't know if there's less pressure, but I could also see that because if everybody else in the group has done it and you haven't, or you and your city and the other haven't, then there might be some pressure there. But I honestly think, and he's not on the platform, so I know I'm not going to embarrass him by saying, but I believe my nephew was most likely a virgin when he got married. But our movies, our media, a lot of it, shows a lot of activity and can add pressure to that. But America, as you know, I don't remember the lady's name, and I can't read the screen. So she asked a big question about America. You have to realize that we're a big picture of the world. We have the most conservative of any faith you can imagine here in the United States, and we have the most liberal, free love people in the world in the U.S. here, and then we have a bunch of us that are in the middle. So the U.S. is big, so to add from the social science background of mine, both bachelor's and master's level, I'll just tell you that I've seen both, but Steve's seems to be what I've experienced with parents and with kids the most popular. Yes, you can spend time in the bedroom, but that door better be open. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. If you're in the audience and you'd like to come up and talk about anything, you're encouraged to do so. Would anybody on stage like to, who has not commented already, comment on teenage dating. Just unmute and say your first name. While we were hearing this last part, GPT, what do you think about teenage dating? This is what Chat GPT told me. Teenage dating is one of those things that can be healthy, messy, formative, and confusing all at the same time. It's not inherently good or bad. It depends a lot on how it's approached and the level of maturity involved. On the positive side, dating as a teenager can help people learn important life skills early, how to communicate, set boundaries, handle rejection, and understand their own values. Those lessons tend to carry into adulthood in a meaningful way. It can also be a normal part of social development, especially as teens start figuring out identity and relationships. That said, there are real downsides if it's not handled well. Emotions at that age can be intense, and not everyone has the tools yet to deal with the heartbreak, jealousy, or pressure. It can also distract from school, friendships, or personal growth if it becomes all-consuming. There can be unhealthy dynamics like controlling behavior or peer pressure that teens might not recognize right away. The biggest factor is guidance and balance. Teens tend to do better when there's open communication with parents or trusted adults, clear boundaries, and a focus on respect, both for themselves and the other person. And that's ChatGPT's answer. So there you have that. We've got a break coming up in under 10 minutes. Would anybody on stage like to talk about anything? Just unmute and say your first name. Yes, Jim, go ahead.
I just want to comment on something that the gentleman said earlier about people who voted for Kamala Harris, and I'm not going to be talking about the political side of it, but
that would be Benjamin, yes.
About the belief systems and such. Okay, I identify as a follower of Christ. I don't even use the Christian moniker because I think it's been torn up pretty bad by a certain sect of Christianity. And so for me, when you say don't support Islam, I mean, it's kind of interesting because we have, people in our country, if you're following America and you look at the Declaration of Independence and all those things that talk about freedom of religion and all those things, there are peaceful people. Now, yes, there are some cultures that come here and recreate what they got away from, and that's humanity. People sometimes make mistakes. I'll agree with that. There's parts of Miami that are little Havana, and you're like, why? Or little Haiti. You're like, why? What did you do? Why were you thinking? And yes, a lot of family businesses. You have to kind of figure, especially if you look at Old West movies, when people came from other places, they were the stranger, they were the other, they weren't always welcome. So the only way they could make the buck is to do their own family business. So I'm just going to close that we've got to be aware of. But to totally knock a faith, I don't get it. And also, Kamala was raised as a Christian. From what I understand, she went to church regularly with family. But anyway, this whole don't support Islam as a whole. I've met some really wonderful people that have different belief systems, and that doesn't bother me. It's their belief system. They respect me. I respect them. I'm not trying to convert anybody. They're not trying to convert me. So
we have, I believe, is a new Sam on stage who's also new on Clubhouse. I see the party hat. Sam, welcome to the stage. It's a pleasure to have you here. What would you like to talk about? Sam, going once. Sam, there you go. Hi. We cannot hear you.
Sam doesn't understand. I'd like to respond to that comment.
You can in a moment. Let's see if we can hear Sam. Thank you. Benjamin, go on mute, please. Thank you. Sam, you unmuted. You may have to exit out and come back in, but we can try you. Sam going once, Sam going twice. Okay, Sam is having some technical difficulties. Benjamin, let's see. No, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and have you respond. Take 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I get that everybody wants to be inclusive and turn a blind eye to people's ideology, but the honest truth is people who say this don't mean it. They're lying to you. They're liars. They're deceived. They're staying in a catatonic state of self-delusion. And the way you can test this, the way you can diagnose their delusion, is you just simply ask them, do you do this with your Nazi friends? Do you just ignore the fact that they're Nazis? Would you be comfortable sitting next to a Nazi? You ask these same questions, right? And the answer is, oh no, my God, I would never sit next to a Nazi. I would never have a friend who's a Nazi. And that's how you can diagnose them. You just have to kind of it's very simple. It takes about 4.5 minutes, maybe 2, if you're as smart as I am. But for people who have undiagnosed ideology confusion disorder, this is just a helpful diagnosis. Hi, Jane. Helpful diagnosis. But look, Islam is an ideology which mostly can be thought of as a systematic violence towards women. And if you need the evidence, the numbers, the female genital mutilation statistics, I can help you with all of this. I can Google for you if your Googler is broken. But if you just think you can sit next to somebody who is promoting Islam like Kamala Harris does, like Mamdani, who swore himself in on a stack of Qurans, does, and not understand that what you're supporting is a system of violence towards women, then you are just you're just kind of like an intellectual turd. So
all right, you have made your point perfectly clear. Thank you. Let's try. Let's. I said 3 minutes. Let's. You'll have a fresh 5 in hour number 3. Let's try Sam again. Sam, are you there? Sam going once. Sam going twice. Sam sold. We'll give Sam one more chance in hour number 3. Let's go to Jane, who's new on stage. Jane, good morning. It's a pleasure to see you on stage. What would you like to talk about, Jane?
I'm good for now, Steve. Just listening.
Oh, you got it. Okay, cool. Well, let's see. We were talking about
I wanted to say real quick. I don't know why this is bugging me so much, but I did not vote for Kamala Harris. I voted for Jill Stein of the Green Party. It's driving me crazy that Ben keeps calling me Kamala Harris voter.
Wait a minute, I didn't hear him reference you once.
Not personally, but he kept saying, I know everybody on stage voted for Kamala or whatever. These are all Kamala voters.
I didn't hear him say that.
I suppose that was a generalization.
I didn't hear him say that.
Okay, well, I just wish to declare that I voted for Jill Stein since, your political identity.
And I voted for the Libertarian candidate.
Right. That's a Ben's point, though. I mean, I think these are pluralist votes, right? And what his point is that the pluralist sort of multicultural vote leads to a liberal ends. I think that's fair, right? I don't know if it's right, but I think I think that's the point he's making. That
I got to tell you, I think Benjamin's modus operandi, and I very well could be wrong, is a mixture of truth, satire, and stirring the pot. And like I said, he's a great content creator. I absolutely don't agree with everything that he says, but it gives me great pause to think about things. It also adds content to the show, and that's what I think.
But Steve, isn't he saying, what he's saying is that if you go this pluralistic, multicultural voting tendency, what you're going to get is cultural chaos.
Isn't he also saying that if you don't agree with him, you're an idiot, in so many words?
I don't know that he's saying that, but
okay.
But I think he might not be wrong at this point. I mean, which I'm not in agreement with him. I think I'd rather go down.
So 75 million voters are idiots because they voted for Harris.
Well, of course, we could all be idiots. But I think what he's saying is that if you want a liberal democracy, you have to police it intellectually. And what he's saying is that we've gone down some roads that are unhealthy for the liberal establishment. And yeah, I mean, I think he's not wrong.
Well, I'll give you this, and then we'll take the break. I don't think the extreme on any side is healthy. The extreme on either side, in my humble opinion, is a bunch of mishigash, and that's not how you win elections either. You win elections by coming as close to the center as possible. Most elections are won by 5%. 5% of the undecideds, and as if you're at the extreme of either side, it becomes more difficult to win an election. And with that, we are done. 2 hours in the tank, 1 hour left. I will be back at the end of the break to host all of hour number 3. So don't go away. And when we did a lot of talk about dating. And so let's hear some more from Taylor Tomlinson about the truth about dating.
Hey, this one's available if he just talks and talks and talks. You fall asleep eventually. This bit right here. Wow, okay. That was fun. We all stepped into divorce. Wasn't that a good time? That's the first time that's happened when I asked that question. Every night of the tour, never gotten one of those. I didn't say this boring piece of shit home. All right, this last one. What do you got?
Someone's random phone call in the other room. I listened to my mom's conversation with my grandma.
You eavesdrop on somebody's phone conversation from the other room. You listen to your mom talk to your grandma. Did you miss the whole part where I said I am alone? At least the last girl offered me someone. Have you tried falling asleep to the sound of people who love you in the other room? I would that I could. Okay, well, those hurt my feelings. I'm going to tell you the best one I've heard on this tour. That's one I heard on this tour. It was a few months ago. There was a woman in the front row. She raised her hand. She goes, I have a weird sleep tip. I said, what do you got? She goes, when I can't sleep, I lay on the floor in the kitchen for 10 minutes. And I was like, okay. And then what happens? She goes, then I get back in bed and go sleep. This poor girl, abusive parents herself. She's like, oh, you with the guy she's dating. I was like, really? She goes, yeah, would you ever have a threesome? I was like, oh my God, no. I didn't want to hang out with 2 other people. I've never been in the middle seat on a flight fighting for an armrest, like, wish we were all naked. That would be cool. I don't even think I could date an extrovert again. I dated an extrovert once. We moved in together. The first week we lived together, he's like, hey, what if we had some people over? I was like, look, if you don't want to be with me, just say so. You want to have people over what? My dead body? If you're an extrovert, you're in love with an introvert, you gotta understand, asking us to invite people over is like asking us to do anal. Watch our face change. Like, I'm sorry, is it your birthday? I live alone now. It's incredible. I fall asleep in the middle of the bed like a boy king, just like Good Joffrey. It's fantastic. I eat all the food I buy. Every grocery I buy goes in here, it goes bad. That's power, DC. If I clog the toilet at home, I don't have to deal with it right away. That's freedom, DC. When I lived with a man I was attracted to, I was always like, no, please, toilet, don't tell him I'm a human woman. I beg of you. Take my dark secrets to a watery grave. Remember our bargain. Now I'm like, you lose a toilet. That's what lids are for. You want to see the sky?
Want to share your point of view? I've been a little about what's bothering you. Got a question that's on your mind? Be bold, brave, courageous. Come on up and get your fresh fire. What does that mean? Well, listen up. Have a take and just don't suck. Be respectful, make your point in a reasonable way. Come on up.
That's Uncle Steve today. And welcome to hour number 3 of Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad. If you're here for the first time, this is how the show works. Unlike other clubhouse rooms, we encourage everybody, especially the new speakers, and that means you, to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand, come on up, and you can talk about whatever you want. We never, ever put a restriction on content. You can talk about current events, politics, God, religion, atheism, what's going on in your life, what's going on in... Maybe you like the show, maybe you don't like the show. Maybe you have a question to help you. Maybe you have a statement to help me. Just have a take and don't suck. What does that mean? Be able to put 2 sentences together, folks. It doesn't matter if we agree, disagree, if we like or don't like you, but just don't come up and say you think the earth is flat, because I will stop you on a dime and I will grill your ass. And so with that, let's go to JCC. JCC, good morning. Yo. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Do you have any plans for this weekend?
Yeah, man, it's a busy weekend. We got a recital. My daughter's performing at 1 o'clock, 2 p.m. today, Central Standard Time. And then prom night, folks, 2026 prom. I'm helping her right now. I did an errand. I went out to get some black ribbons. She's making her own corsage, so I'm highly involved in her activity. I'm going to take pictures of her and her boyfriend at either a Japanese tea garden or a local museum here that has a very nice landscape area. So, busy Saturday for today. And so, fun time.
So, JCC, if you don't mind me asking, did you say you have to be home by a certain time?
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible. She has like a 1 a.m. curfew where we're at. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Let's see if Alfonso, he's been with the Fam Bam pretty much all show. Alfonso, are you there? Going once, twice, 3 times. There you go. Alfonso, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like a fresh 5, or would you like to talk about what's going on this weekend or anything else?
No, I'm okay. I'm busy with my kids, so I won't be able to chime in much.
You got it. No problem at all. Let's go to Violet. Violet, is it prom night where you are?
Not for my girls, but it's date night for me.
There you go. What are you doing this weekend for date night?
Tonight, my husband and I are going to go to a place in our area called The Works. It's kind of a grown-up arcade with like skee-ball and 10-pin bowling and our old-style arcade games, but it's a bar. And they're having a cover band tonight. I forget their name, but they cover like 90s alternative. So, it's kind of like if my husband and I had dated in high school, this was the kind of concert we would have gone to.
Exactly.
So, we're meeting several other couples, high school friends of his, actually. So it's kind of a group occasion. And I'm trying to decide whether I want to go with a skirt and my knee-high boots because I want to look cute, or actually be comfortable and warm in pants and a cute t-shirt or a cute
sweater. Exactly. Now, how many other couples are you going with?
I believe There might be 3 others, but the third couple, their schedules seemed really, they weren't sure.
Right.
So,
and I presume you guys are meeting around dinner time or so?
yeah, we're going to eat. They serve food there too. So meet around 7 and eat, and the show's supposed to start around 9. And yeah, we're going to, they have really good food there
Yeah,
too.
no, I'm assuming because it's kind of like a bar grill entertainment thing, you guys are going to do separate checks for each couple. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Good decision.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to have a good time. I can actually still play skee ball to a degree. I mean, I can't really aim, but I can roll the ball up that little alley. And the last time I did it, I actually managed to hit like the high score thing like 4 times. So I got like 500 tickets for my daughters to exchange at the arcade counter on that one game. It was a fluke. That's never happened again, but it was fun.
Reverend Scott, I see you're on the phone. Are you on the phone, Reverend Scott? Looks like he is on the phone. Okay, if you're in the audience, you want to come up, please do. Let's go to Doctor. He's next. Doctor, good to talk to you again. Did you want to talk about anything for a Fresh Five, or do you want to talk about what you're doing this weekend, or have you had that cup of coffee?
I still need to get that coffee, Steve, but thank you.
No problem. And I'm gonna mispronounce it. Is it Shema? Shema? Did I get that right? Shama, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's on you now. You have a Fresh Five. You can talk about whatever you want.
I saw Michael and.
You mean with John Travolta? With John Travolta?
No, the one with Jafar Jackson. Michael.
Oh, that is with Jermaine Jackson's son, who plays Michael Jackson.
Jafar Jackson. That's what I said.
Okay. How was it?
I liked it. I
heard it made over 90 million in its first weekend, which was last weekend. Yes.
Yeah, but the only thing I felt was the story felt incomplete. I mean, I don't know, since I'm from a different country, so whatever I know is from popular culture. But I felt, I also wondered where Janet Jackson was, where the rest of the siblings were, and it showed Michael in the best of the light, and I know it's just a 1.5 hour movie, so you can't show his whole life story, but it was just all the best parts, and how he came out of his father's influence. So I was just wondering, shouldn't there be more nuance than that? But that aside, I thought Jafar was spectacular as Michael, and I loved his moves. I loved the music, and that part I really enjoyed.
Thank you very much. Let's go to RM. RM, you're new on stage. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You have a Fresh Five. What would you like to talk about?
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Do you care?
I want to ask you a question.
See that, everybody? Yeah, go ahead. Please ask me anything you want.
Okay. Have you been travel out the United States?
The answer is yes. I have traveled out of the United States many times.
Okay. Can you give us or tell us and share with us which country it was the best experience and the country it was good experience?
Okay, well, let's see. Which country bad experience in? Well, I wouldn't say it was bad, but when I went to France, I find that when the French find out that you're from the United States, now then again, this was decades ago. I haven't been to France in a while, that I just didn't like the way that the French treated me and my wife at the time. Now, as opposed to that, right around the same time, I went to Italy. I went to Europe for 2.5 weeks. In Italy, they treated us like family. Oh, okay. I mean, we were staying in France. We drove into Italy. We drove a mile down the road, and literally, guys, Mod Squad, literally, we saw 3 restaurants in one area. We literally went eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And we picked the restaurant, and it was one of the greatest experiences ever. So I would say my worst experience was in France. It was simply because I didn't like the way that we were treated. And also, I think somebody tried to rip us off. And I don't mean like somebody on the street. I mean like because we didn't speak the language. They were adding the bill incorrectly. I could be wrong. The best experience I had, without a doubt, and again, I haven't been there in decades, is when I went to Hedonism 3 in Jamaica. An all-inclusive resort, I believe it. No, I went to Hedonism 2. I'm sorry. Now that they didn't have Hedonism 3 at the time. I went to Hedonism 2 in Jamaica, and it was an all-inclusive resort, and I had a fantastic time.
So if you wanna advise me to go to visit in which country in Europe, you're gonna advise me Italy, or of course not French.
I think it depends what you're looking for.
Okay.
HACC, do me a huge favor, take over for a couple of minutes. I got something stuck in my throat. JCC,
yeah, my pleasure. So, Reem, what were you asking? You're asking where to go?
No, I'm just planning to go in the summertime to Europe. So I want to know everybody if they have an experience in Europe. Anybody that have been in Europe, in which country, and what's happened with you? If you have a good time, people are friendly. There was a racist. There was treating you as family, or I mean, I'd like to hear from everyone. If somebody been in Europe before.
Yeah, me personally, I have not been to Europe. I do hope that someday soon I can go. However, I open it to anybody on the stage who wants to add in to help Reem with her travel experience.
I can try.
Yeah. Paola, is that correct?
That's
Paola?
correct, yeah.
Welcome to the stage. How are you today?
Thank you.
You have some.
I also lived for 7 years in India, and I lived in the US as well, but I'm actually Italian, so obviously I'm a little bit biased.
But of course.
Of course, yes. Well, Italy is a nice place. I mean, even if I so say myself, I mean, I'm obviously, like I said, I'm biased, but it is a very pretty place. It has practically the best of both worlds, nature-wise and monuments. So you have 90% of the UNESCO sites in Italy. So you can visit historical cities like Rome, that's Milan. You can go to Sicily, or you can also explore places that are not the usual tourist attractions like Umbria, or maybe you can go to Trentino Alto Adige and experience the mountains there, which are spectacular. And the food is probably the thing that makes a difference compared to the rest of Europe. Having said that, the food is very good in Spain. It's also very good in France. But again, the Italian cuisine is a notch up, I would say. You can visit other places in Europe that are very interesting. You can go to United Kingdom. I don't know if you've ever been there. You can visit Spain. Spain is very nice as well. I like Scandinavia. I really like Scandinavia because it's so different from what I'm used to. Or even the ex-Soviet bloc. I mean, there are some interesting and very nice places like Romania and Bulgaria who are not so popular with tourists. So you might enjoy a quiet time there. So, I am Uncle Steve.
Question, and I mean this in the most sincerest form because I've never been. Does Venice stink?
No, it does not.
It does not smell.
Okay. Well, let me say,
yes.
It depends on the season, because obviously in the summertime, the sea tends to be a little bit more pungent than usual.
but it's bearable, I would say. I mean, I prefer to go in the spring or winter time because the weather is not
It's not as
inclement.
Yes.
No, I mean the weather in Italy usually in the summer is not that cold. It's not as cold as United Kingdom or Germany, so you can handle Venice. I mean the temperature is yes a little bit colder, but I would say maybe it's not as cold as New York. Put it this way.
Gotcha. I understand.
I have a question actually.
Let me just say gracias, señora Bonavita. That's how you say it?
That's Spanish, actually. But never mind, I understand.
Sorry. How you say
That's okay. That's all right.
How you said beautiful woman?
Oh, bellissima donna. Oh, thank you. Where are you from, Rim?
I'm from Lebanon.
Oh, Lebanon. Okay, so you're close to us. Okay.
See, I would say ella es muy bonita.
Es español.
Steve, you're very kind.
Yo hablo muy poquito español. Yes, I speak very broken Spanish.
Unfortunately, I'm much better with my English than Spanish.
Gotcha.
So I think we'd better stick to English.
We better stick to English, yes.
Indeed.
Thank you. Yes,
Ma io parlo un po' di italiano.
Oh, Alfonso knows. Alfonso knows. Oh, yeah. And then we'll get to Abby in a few minutes. Yeah, Violet, go ahead.
Is Amsterdam in the Netherlands a nice place to visit these days? My father lived there as a child for a little while because of my grandpa's job, and he told me a lot about the city, so I've always wanted to visit it. But is it a good place to visit in the modern world?
I was in Amsterdam in December. It was another country that I'm very close to my heart because I lived in Holland for 3 years and my youngest daughter was born in the Netherlands. It's very different from what I remember, to be honest, but still it's a place worth visiting, definitely. It's more chaotic, it's dirtier than what I remembered actually, but it's quite fascinating, I would say.
Thank you.
Alfonso, are you Italian? Or you have Italian roots?
No, sono boliviano.
Okay, allora va bene, sì, parli, okay.
All right, let's move on to Abby. Let's give Abby a fresh five. Abby, good morning. Thank you for coming on back to the show. What would you like to talk about?
I'll talk about Italy because she brought up one of my favorite places on the earth. I agree that I think, and I travel a lot of Europe, Italy hits on every cylinder. Italy has the best food, the best shopping. It's beautiful. The people are friendly and nice, and it just hits on everyone. Like you can go to these other countries and something's missing. You know, Paris will have great food and great shopping, but the people aren't nice. You know, Italy, everything works perfectly in Italy.
Thank you very much.
But and every part of it, I did spend a lot of time in Venice because we were involved in recreating Venice, where I am. And I think that December and January is too cold there. It's raw and it gets into your bones. It's a little too uncomfortable in the hard winter in Venice. That's just my feeling. It does smell, but you also, some areas smell more than others, but you get used to it. You know, the areas kind of near around St. Mark's, it can get a little pungent. But I think that
come to Rome. Rome is.
No, I do. So I was going to say, unlike many Americans, I like Rome and choose Rome, although a lot of Americans don't choose that first. But I think Rome has so many areas that people don't discover. Also, I recently spent some time in Puglia, which is another area that the Americans don't usually experience. And that's, if you look at the boot of Italy, you're down by the heel.
Very nice.
And nice. And the food
I got a problem in California because if you're from
I'm definitely from California.
Oh, no.
I live right next to California, and I spend a lot of time in California, but I would never live in California.
Because California is my second favorite place in the world.
I would say I do not ever want to pay the taxes in California. So I live right next door to California. I can drive there easily, and I do. Yep. To get to the border is not far from me. And I think it's beautiful, but my favorite spot in the United States is Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
And let me also say this. That for a high school or a college graduate, I would recommend, without question, number one, no doubt, what my ex-wife at the time and me gave our daughter. We bought her round-trip airline tickets and a Euro rail pass. Now, we did not pay for the hostel that she stayed, but her college graduation was basically 2 months in Europe. You get them the round-trip tickets, you get them the Euro rail pass, and they can do 20 countries in 2 months, or even less than that. That's what we did for my daughter, and she had a blast. I did get the call from her, once or twice. Dad, I'm lonely, and I don't know what to do. But other than that, she was there for 2 months and had a blast. Yeah.
So let's say, let's say I'm there, go for 1 week. How much money I have to take with the limit?
Take a credit card, yeah.
With the big limit. If you go even to the outdoor markets, like if you go to the south of France and go to Italy from the south of France, there's Ventimiglia and San Remo with those great markets. You can use plastic in almost every one of those shops. So, I mean, you have euros with you, I guess, like for taxis and things like that, but pretty much you just have unlimited credit cards.
Now speaking of that, Abby.
But shop in the EU. Be careful not to get caught up because of Brexit, or if you go to Northern Ireland. I mean, just have to be careful. Stay in the EU.
Abby, I can't remember the last time I used traveler's checks. Would you recommend traveler's checks or no?
Oh, I haven't used them.
You haven't used them in a long time either.
Like 30 years? Come on, Steve. When's the last time? Maybe even longer.
With the advent of Zelle, PayPal, ATM cards, credit cards, you don't need them. You don't have to carry a lot of cash because you can pick up $100 to $500 any day that you want. You don't need to carry $5,000 in cash.
I mean, I use cash to tip in the hotels, or tipping. And tipping, that's when you say how much cash. And by the way, sometimes I'll just have dollars, and I'll have a lot of $10 or $20 bills on me. And wherever I go in the world, it's still been fine to use that as tips. I go in the Middle East a lot, and I've used US dollars. But if you are looking to how much to take, that's kind of what you need it for. Also, when you purchase stuff, if you purchase it in their currency, you have a choice. You'll do a little better on the exchange.
Good point.
But Italy every day.
Absolutely. Overall, for me, Italy was the best. Italy was the best, no question about it. Thank you. What do you think, RM? Yes? No? Maybe?
No, I'm going for sure. I need it. I need vacation so bad. I think
you for all your information.
Absolutely.
And you guys go ahead and join the new spring season.
And we're at the bottom of the hour now. If you're in the audience, this is a good time to come up because we will be shutting this down at the top of the hour, exactly 30 minutes from now. So come on up and talk about whatever you want. Let's see. Let's just say that the stage is open. Anybody that wants to speak about anything, just unmute and say your first name.
I was going to just say one last thing.
We'll go Abby and then Benjamin. Sure.
I just want to say, last night I went to something I never saw before. And I highly recommend if it comes to your town. It's the Savannah Bananas. And these are a baseball team that has fun on the field. And it's a real baseball game.
Sounds like they're like the Harlem Globetrotters.
They are like the Harlem Globetrotters. They dance, they do antics, but they also play a baseball game. And you just leave, you can't stop smiling. It's just a couple hours of happy.
Savannah Bananas.
It's hard. The Savannah Bananas, and they have like 5 different teams. The only thing I will tell you, they're hard tickets to get. You have to go in a lottery for them when they come into your town. But that's my recommendation for the day.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, as promised, Benjamin, in all probability, your last fresh 5. You've had quite a
chat, Steve.
That's up to the mod squad. I don't manage the chat. The mod squad has full authority to deal with the chat.
I think there's a lot of people here who are not in support of stopping violence against women, and it's really a shame to see. In fact, weirdly, I'll just point this out weirdly. A lot of them are women. Ellie here is offended at the idea of stopping violence towards women. Jane is offended by stopping violence towards women. Tara is offended by.
Well, I encourage everybody to come on stage and vocalize their point, but I can't force people to come on stage.
Towards women, so it's this is why maybe. I don't know. Women, you gotta find your priorities. You gotta get your. Look, violence towards women is a serious thing, and men and women would be prepared to protect from violence.
Well, Benjamin, I haven't looked at the chat. I don't think anybody is defending violence against women. I just strongly suspect that your op-ed comments are somewhat controversial. No.
Well, they're not really very controversial. It's really highly established that within Islam, the violence towards women is off the freaking charts. Now, they might just not know this stuff. Women tend to be filtered, kind of, they're snowflakey, tend to avoid conflict and maybe not talk about things that are a little disturbing to theirs.
Sounds to me like they don't mind responding at all in the chat.
Maybe we'll see. But here's the thing: they've got to get out a little bit. But look, here's the problem.
You mean come on stage and talk when you say get out a little bit?
It's not safe for them to go to these countries where they can learn what happens to women. It's not safe for women in Iran, right? There's literally bands that go around on the street. Like little bunny foo-foo, knocking all the rabbits and scooping up the rabbits, hitting them on the head. They literally go around and they find women who are not wearing the hijab properly. They scoop them into the van, they rape, they beat, they kill them, and then they drop them out of the van. That is the reality for women in Islamic countries. There is the basij, the notion of the morality police. And if you don't conform to the morality of Islam, they have every right to just do horrible, awful, nasty, bad, violent things to women. And the fact that there are so many women here, carnival voters, I think all of them, who just don't understand that is because there is a very practiced ignorance in academia. They'll tell you all kinds of useless stuff in academia.
So when I said an hour ago, Benjamin, that essentially I'm paraphrasing that you said, so 75 million voters are stupid. You were kind of alluding to that. Is that correct?
Well, let's be let's be generous to the 75 million voters who voted for Kamala Harris. They were not given much voice, right? But at the same time, there is a real problem, and that is that we are afraid of our shadow. We are afraid ever since the killing of the cartoonists in I think it was in Sweden. The West has been ashamed, afraid to draw pictures of Muhammad. They're afraid to provide criticism of an ideology because they're afraid of Holland. Yeah. They're just afraid to call a spade a spade. So what you have is you have universe who will hook you up with hours and hours of unnecessary, useless, unemployable nonsense and a $200,000 debt. What they won't say is what's really happening in the world. What's really happening in the world is violent ideologies like Islam, like the caste system in India, are harming people. And I want to just let you know about my new DVD.
Sure, yeah. Take a minute, and then we will move on. Of course.
My new DVD available everywhere fine DVDs are sold. It's called Save Home Plate. And this is a DVD as part of a campaign to stop female genital mutilation. And so everybody should want to save home plate. And let's stop female genital mutilation. Mostly by putting out of business the people who support Islam and the other ideologies that are associated with female genital mutilation. We've got to get rid of it in New York, where Madami is the mayor. Hasn't bothered once to condemn it. Well, he was sworn in on the stack of cards. Now, I will say, Kamala Harris, to her credit,
30 seconds.
has condemned female genital mutilation. So if you're a Kamala bot, you should march out in the streets as soon as possible and condemn female genital mutilation. But just do want to let people know, Save Home Plate is available in stores, wherever. Oh, Soren has got a thumbs down. Is that just like permanent PTR?
Well, we'll find out right after.
He doesn't want to save home.
We'll find out right after Andrew. Benjamin,
that is such a shame.
Andrew, you're up first, and then Soren. Andrew, thank you for coming back on the show. What would you like to talk about?
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm just having a Saturday. I'm waiting for groceries.
Yes.
I just think Benjamin. I don't know how he does seem to paint the world in a certain way, but I'm not sure how he can lift the brush that he paints with. It's so long.
That's a good question.
But that's fine. I just wanted to respond to something that he had said earlier about Canada. And I was very gratified to hear what Howard was saying. And of course, that was in Buffalo. And that's the proximity there is probably one of the reasons between Toronto and Buffalo. It's not hard to get to either city. Probably a little bit more difficult for Canadians to get into the United States now. Oh, and I just wanted to mention that in terms of violence that's happening in the world, I think the United States is perpetrating a little bit of that themselves right now in and around the Middle East with some assistance from Israel. So that being said, I just wanted to mention that Canada, because of our geography between and during the Cold War, especially between the United States and Russia, it was in the United States' interest to provide assistance in securing the airspace, particularly with the help of Canadians through NORAD, to ensure that the missiles that would be coming from Russia or the bombers would be intercepted and had prior notice of. So that was one of the things that, as allies, we both did together. He is correct that we haven't spent nearly enough on military, and that has now changed. We're kind of forced into it And we're spending an extra $75 billion over the next few years. But I would note that by spending that money, interfered with our medical system, it still operates and still has support of most Canadians, so that we have quote unquote free. I hate to use that word because nothing is free, and we pay for it through our taxes. And most of us are quite willing to do that. And so we'll be paying for the extra military spending through our taxes as well. And so that's just one of the things, this new order that Donald Trump has ordered up in the world, that's one of the consequences, and that's fine. But, I was listening to an argument about, how Donald Trump, is presenting himself on the world stage. And he constantly complains he's removing 5,000 troops from Germany. And it's not because he has any ideological belief in the protection of Europe or not. I guess he does or he doesn't. I don't know. It just depends what day you speak to him. But it's really because he's having a little fight with the government of Germany. So this is how the man operates. So he's very vindictive, very, don't piss him off because, he's liable to fly off the handle about, just about anything. So a really difficult person to deal with. And he's upset because NATO won't come to the assistance of the United States in a war that he started. Well, that's not the purpose of NATO. NATO is a defense force. It's a defense agreement between all these countries that if they're attacked, then it's an attack on all. Well, I don't know if anybody's attacked the United States, like at 9/11, which is when Article 5 was invoked for the first and so far only time. So there was a previous speaker who said that the United States is the only one that's taken advantage of NATO in that regard, and he's absolutely correct. No other country has done so. I think his response to what's going on in Ukraine is dismal, of course, and that's probably because of his love of Putin and his ilk, which he desperately wants to become. I think the visit of King Charles, aside from the fact of the brilliant speech that was written and performed by King Charles at Congress the other day, I think just the whole idea of a king is intriguing to Donald Trump, not realizing that the King of England is a titular king and has only minimal powers within the Constitution, mostly as a consultant, really. The Prime Minister will consult with the King in terms of what the government is doing, but the King has no real power to enforce what his will is. Rather, he has to listen to Parliament and what they're going to do. So, very interesting. But anyway, I'll land there. Should be here momentarily. So, you all have a great.
Thank you.
I wouldn't mind refuting about 50 things that he just said.
Well, I'll tell you what, Abby, do me a huge favor. Take a couple of notes, write it down on a Post-it. We'll give you a couple of minutes for the closing thoughts, responses, and goodbyes. I want to go to Soren first, because Soren hasn't had a chance to speak. Soren, good morning. It's a pleasure to see you. Get a fresh five. What would you like to talk about?
Hi, look, just want to go back to...
and you're kind of in an echo, so if you could speak closer to your microphone, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Look, well, the other night, I lost the track of my thoughts. I mean, just a quick thought for everyone in the room. I mean, when you guys, I assume everyone's using the iPhones or Samsung or Android or iOS. I mean, smartphone these days. So just a quick thought for everyone. I mean, when you look at the phone in your hands, when you use the app, the GPS, internet, and everything these days, it processes data, as you guys American call it, data. I mean, it runs on algorithms and algebra. And the actual words, ladies and gentlemen, algorithms that we use quite a lot is actually coming from this guy called Mohammed al-Khwarizmi. He's a Persian Muslim, which I know him. I read his book quite a lot. He's got books. We obviously read it in the original language called Kitover, which actually the whole idea of algorithms has actually been invented by these people. So when we're talking about these days about the modern technology, talking about centuries of knowledge and wisdom that built across civilizations, and the mass powering that our smartphones work today is rooted in those kind of works. I mean, so maybe many people in these rats or this app don't actually realize that, but every time you unlock your phone, you're actually using data that trace back to those civilizations. So a bit of modesty would work.
Centuries ago.
Yes, centuries.
I have a hard time believing that, but please continue.
Okay, well, I mean, fair enough. I mean, but again, that's the common knowledge.
No, you're wrong. It's not common knowledge. That's not true, because as you said a minute ago, most of us don't know that. So it's not common knowledge.
So it's all coming from the aliens, as you guys love to call it.
Aliens.
Yeah, it's good.
The information that we get on our smartphones today is coming from aliens. Okay, go ahead.
Well, if it's not from the centuries of wars for this,
as long as you're not going to tell me the Earth is flat. But go ahead.
I mean, if it's not from the previous generation.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
I mean, do you think the aliens contribute?
Do you think the Earth is flat? Or you can just say you don't want to answer.
Oh, I mean, do you think that the Earth is flat?
If you answer my question, I will answer yours.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, very good. What did you want to ask me?
Okay, no, don't worry about it. I'm asking.
I'm not going to worry about it.
I've got a question for you, but that's not the question.
Sure, go ahead and ask.
Okay, so all of these works that today we're all proud of, I mean, thanks to the previous generations, Muslims, Jews, Christian, atheists. I mean, we can't just simply say the Muslims are, these and Jews are like that, or the Christian are like that, or atheists for that matter, or agnostic. I mean, it's just total bias and prejudice, which I don't understand why no one can call it out. I mean, you got to call it out, regardless of whoever it is. And atheists, non-atheists, Jews, Muslim, Christians. I don't understand why there's such tolerance when it comes to a certain group of people. But when it's come to the other group of people, everyone's come out of the mics. They actually create the actual word for it. It's not called racism. There's another word they actually created for themselves. So I don't actually understand where's the spice come from. But moving on, that was just a little bit of commentary about the other person. My actual question is to you. I mean, given that these days people don't actually use the CNN, I mean, the younger generations or the Fox News or all of these mainstream medias, rightly or wrongly, people actually, they have their own source of news these days. I mean, the previous speaker talking about a particular country in the Middle East was saying that the women's are like if they don't dress up, they would be. But I'm just looking right now as we speak to you. I see a lot of YouTubers, the streamliners, they call themselves. You can see them live walking the streets of Tehran, and I can see people how they dress up. So, and I know many people like in my shoes, they do that the same things. If they want to know what's happening in New York, they actually see the YouTubers, the streamliners, as they call themselves. So you can actually see what's happening. You can see the homelessness issue, like let's say New York. You don't have to rely on the mainstream media anymore. I mean, that's the people. Again, that's how they get their information these days. I mean, the younger generation, obviously, the boomer, that I assume many of you guys are, will probably don't. You still want to have your New York Times and Washington Post and CNN and Fox, depending on which political spectrum you guys coming from. So, but the younger generations, they don't do that anymore. And that's what, and that's actually my question to you, Steve, is that given all of this propaganda that still some people, mainly associated with the boomer generation, trying to create a narratives in the media, particularly U.S. media. Why do you think the Time of Israel have got this piece a couple of weeks ago that says the polls found 60% of the Americans have unfavorable view of Israel? Why?
Is your question, why do 60% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel? Is that your question?
That's wrong. Given that all these.
All right. No, fair enough. And I for that question before I answer, the very first class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. And I appreciate the question. Why don't Americans have an unfavorable unfavorable view of Israel. Well, I'm going to go to the Mod Squad because I'm not sure that that's true. And while the Mod Squad is answering, I will do some heavy lifting. Let's first go to JCC. JCC, do you know whether or not, and if so, whether or not 60% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel?
Ooh, I think it's a high number. I'm not too sure. I'm going to say, honestly, I don't know the actual number, but I'm sure there are some people who are not in favor of Israel. But I think I'm probably thinking there's more that do side with Israel. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Let's try Alfonso. Alfonso, do you know if 60% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel? And if so, what are your thoughts? Alfonso once, twice. He's with Fam Bam. Let's go to Violet. Violet, do 60%?
What's the question?
Do 60% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel?
Oh, I have no clue, and I'm Bolivian, so does it really matter?
And let's try Violet. Violet, do 60% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel?
I'm knowledgeable about that, the actual figure. I mean, it does seem a little high for, I mean, like JCC said, a little bit of a high percentage, but I'm going to need to rely on your heavy lifting.
And we'll go to Google. Yes, on April 2000. I'm sorry.
I can answer a little bit. There was a
okay. I tell you what, Gabby. Abby, how about if I do read from this and then you can respond? Yes, an April 2026 Pew Research Center survey found that about 60% of U.S. adults have a very or somewhat unfavorable view of Israel, representing a significant rise in negative sentiment from 53% a year prior, and a 20-point increase since 2022. Unfavorable views are particularly pronounced among younger adults and Democrats, with 80% of Democrats viewing Israel negatively. Okay, tell you what, Abby, you're up, and by the way, see pockets will get to you. Abby, why don't you take a couple of minutes? Feel free to comment on this and anything else you want before we say goodbye to you.
So quickly, that poll, I think it was about the sample group. What they're finding is that, as you read, much higher in Democrats than Republicans. If you look at some of the other polling that's done, you see a large portion, and not the Pew poll, but the Harris polls and the Harvard-Harris polls, so still show a overwhelming, probably 2/3 to 3/4 of Republicans have a positive view. It's also what the question is, whether it's of Netanyahu, of the government,
how it's phrased, yes.
How it's phrased, and I think you have to be very careful of that. Also, I think you have to look at the numbers in the U.S. Congress. And recent legislation and additional appropriations for defense systems have been still voted in favor. With respect to the Canadian dude that's speaking, I think it's ironic. It's funny to hear Canadians sing their praises, but they seem to forget. They love to talk about their healthcare system, but why do so many Canadians come to the U.S. for surgery and for doctors? We are, flooded with Canadians coming in, especially in certain states. I mean, I have it in my state. If you go down to Florida, all the Canadians that are there for medical care, it's because they wait for like a year to get these surgeries, and also the quality of the doctors. So, they can praise and think that they developed the greatest system since sliced bread, except many of them, are not utilizing their own system. They're coming to the States to get surgeries and medical care. So I wanted to say that to our Canadian friend, who also liked to comment that we started this war, and that is not true. Iran started this war and has been at war with us for 47 years and has attacked the United States on many occasions through their direct efforts or their proxies. They've killed American soldiers, American citizens, attacked American assets, American bases, and taken American citizens hostage.
So we have been at war with them, and this is not just something that came out of the blue. There are a lot of reasons for it and a lot of threats of additional attacks, as well as their decision to develop long-range ballistic missiles that will hit the shores of our cities. So I wanted to refute that ridiculous comment that he made. He just like took something and forgot the history prior. So that's what I wanted to say.
Abby, thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Housekeeping issue, Mod Squad, don't invite anybody else up. Hillary is new on stage. Hillary, the show, but I love you so much in more than a clubhouse way. I wanted to give you a minute or two to say hello, say goodbye, and maybe squeeze in something you thought.
Well, I just literally came up here to tell you how much I miss you and how good it was to hear your voice, and I just love you to death. I didn't have anything to ask or to promote, nothing like that. I just wanted to come up. I love you.
You are a total sweetheart, and here is a first-class escort down the red carpet. Down the red carpet. Woohoo! There you go. Okay, Benjamin. Let's say goodbye to Benjamin. You get a minute to say goodbye.
Let's say hello to Benjamin. Hello.
Okay. Hi.
Steve, I think one of your last ignoramuses that were on the show had kind of hinted / used me of being racist. And now look, anybody using the race card is an ignoramus, is a fool. Because race is not a thing. There's no definition. Nobody can categorize people correctly by race. There's no test to see what race you are. Race is an intractable category system. So anybody still using it, the word racism in 2026 is somehow just ignorant of that fact. Genetics has been invented. We now can do DNA sampling. We now know that there's no set of genes, characteristics, or anything that fit neatly into 3, 4, 5 different identifiable races. So I don't know how to get people to stop being stupid, but I can just point it out to them, and maybe they can improve. This image on my PTR is Ayaan Hirsi Ali. She's a beautiful woman from Somalia, and she has said everything about Islam that I had ever said and more. She writes about the problems in Islam, the genital mutilation, which she experienced as a child, the forced marriages, which she escaped in Somalia, and her life of criticizing Islam is well documented. Please take some time to read anything by Ayaan Hirsi Ali, including her book Infidel. Now, this book is real. You can get it
30 seconds.
You can get it at Amazon. You can get it anywhere else. And she will tell you everything that I have been saying. And she will do it from behind this beautiful dark skin that she owns. And so all of the people who are losing their shirts or calling me racist because apparently my skin color is not the right color. If you need to hear from somebody whose skin color is this beautiful shade of bronze, feel free. And if you need to hear from a woman, this is a 2-for-1 package. You get to hear from a woman who has this beautiful face, and that will fix you. If you can just take the time to spend 15 minutes with Ayaan Hirsi Ali, you will be fixed. You'll be straight. You'll never vote for Kamala Harris again. Everything about your life will be better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Let's go to, am I pronouncing it right? Paula?
Oh, no, Steve.
Paula, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, everybody. It's been a real pleasure to be in your room again, Uncle Steve. And I will come next time for sure. Thank you very much.
Time is tomorrow. Can't wait to see you. First class escort to the VIP. Jim East, would you like to say goodbye? Jim East, would you like to say goodbye? Jim East going once. Jim East going twice. Jim East, you get the stretcher ride. Oh, let's bring him up to say goodbye. Jim East, raise your hand. We'll bring you up because you caught it at the last moment. Jim East, this is the chance to raise your hand. Jim East going once. Jim East going twice. I don't see him raising his hand. Okay, let's go to Violet. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Goodbye. It's been a great show today, Steve. I'm going to party as hard as I can tonight.
Have a great time tonight. Have a great time tonight, yes.
And I will see you tomorrow morning along with everybody else.
Love that. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye all the way from South America? Would you like to say goodbye, Alfonso? Alfonso going once to say goodbye. Alfonso, there we go.
Goodbye. Have a great weekend.
Democrats to fund those agencies. Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, who was nominated and confirmed in the midst of the shutdown, says it will take months for his department to recover from the funding lapses.
What was taking place was tearing Homeland all together, from the Coast Guard all the way down to ICE and everybody in between. Just TSA, we lost almost 8% of the workforce, which is almost double what our attrition rate typically is.
Yeah, so how do you replace those people?
It takes about 4 months to onboard people. Just CISA, who's over, CISA, by the way, takes care of our cybersecurity. We're down 1,100 people.
Joining me now is NBC News Senior Homeland Security Ainsley. Julia, thank you so much for being here. So this shutdown of DHS, it is finally reopened. How long will it take for the Department of Homeland Security to get back to being fully operational? It could take a while. There'll be some visible signs and some signs that are behind the scenes. For one thing, it's a big relief to FEMA to get this back up before hurricane season officially gets underway June 1st. But they've lost a lot of that planning time that they would have liked to have for people who weren't getting paid. They were able to get out emergency workers, but a lot of the planning, a lot of the administrative things is really key for that. Then there's the things you can see, like at the airports. They've lost 1,100 TSA workers. It's not easy to rehire those overnight, especially when people are worried, what if this happens again? When you're tying something like air travel, which is so important for so many Americans, as something as controversial as funding for immigration enforcement. And that's why actually today there was a statement from Delta Airlines calling on provisions to make this. What's the timeline there? And could there be an impact when it comes to staffing? Well, to hire a new TSA worker requires some security vetting as well as some training. And they do believe there's a recruitment deficit, because who wants to sign up for this job at this point? What are the biggest lapses during the shutdown, and could there be a long-term impact, do you think? Well, certainly lapses when it comes to getting some legal paperwork approved and getting through the process for DHS. Some of that is fee-based, and so they were able to keep that going. But other things, again, like the planning for disaster response. There's also been statements from local municipalities saying, in major cities as well, saying that they didn't get the cooperation they needed from DHS in order to prevent things like terror attacks, the kind of cooperation they've come to depend on from DHS. Really what this points to is what happens when you have a behemoth department, which I enjoy covering all the many facets, but to put it all under one means that sometimes you lose the very practical, very much bipartisan agreement that there's usefulness of these components because you have the more controversial pieces. And that's why we've seen a bill that's passed that's actually carved out CBP and ICE. And in a way, it won't impact them that they're carved out of this, at least for now, because of that one big beautiful bill money that they got last summer. Well, a big test for the new DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. Right. Julie Ainsley, I know you're going to be following every twist and turn as DHS gets back online. Thank you so much for being here, Kristen. Really appreciate it. And in important programming note, we will see Julia on the Meet the Press panel this Sunday, so be sure to tune in to that. We're also following.
Any comments, y'all? Okay, nothing really comment on, but.
The breaking news overseas, where the UK has raised its terror threat level to severe. That is the second highest level, and it means the government believes a terror attack is likely. The change comes after a series of arson stabbing attacks across the country, including the stabbing of 2 Jewish men in London on Wednesday. Authorities call that an anti-Semitic attack. Intelligence officials say they're tracking threats from both Islamist jihadist and right-wing extremist group. UK officials are also concerned about a recent uptick in violence in Northern Ireland following a carjacking and car fire outside a police station in Belfast on Saturday night. The last time the threat level was this high in the UK was 4 years ago after a British member of Parliament was killed in a bombing at a hospital in Northern Ireland. Coming up after the break, a generational and ideological battle is brewing in Maine as Democrats and Republicans try to make sense of that major shakeup in the Democratic primary and what it means for the battle for control of Congress. We'll discuss it next with the panel. This is Meet the Press Now.
You can beat cancer and still lose everything. Or you can have a little known policy.
Welcome back. Governor Janet Mills' sudden decision to drop out of the Maine Democratic Senate primary is renewing a debate inside the party about its midterm strategy, its identity, and its leadership. New Mexican Senator Martin Heinrich going as far to call on leader Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee to drop their involvement in other competitive Senate primaries. Telling Politico, quote, "We've gotten over analytical as a party and sanitized in thinking about resumes. None of these candidates are perfect, but I think there's an expectation by voters today that if you seem perfect, you're probably hiding something." Joining me now to discuss this, our panel, Reese Gorman, politics reporter at Notice, Neera Tanden, president and CEO of Center for American Progress, and Matt Gorman, former NRCC communications director and an NBC News contributor. Thanks to all of you for being here. Really appreciate it. Reese, let me start with you and that statement there. I mean, is it too late for Chuck Schumer and the DSCC to pivot at this point to try to keep some distance from these key races?
Oh, it definitely is, because they've already put in a lot of money. Look at North Carolina. They're already forward Cooper. Look at Alaska with Mary Peltola. They're already there. And so they already are kind of backing a lot of these candidates. And what you're seeing is that this is frustration. My colleagues over at Notice wrote a really good kind of post-mortem of the campaign in Maine, where Schumer, and this left through the point, a lot of people pointed the finger at Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer's people are trying to point the blame at Mills. People aren't buying it right now because they're like, Schumer, you are going for these older candidates, these gubernatorial candidates that the party really seems to want to beat right now.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much here to unpack here. There's what it means for Chuck Schumer and what it means for the Senate race in Maine. So let's start with Chuck Schumer. What do you think the implications are for his leadership?
Well, I think the truth is we should look at the entire map. And he's had some incredible recruiting successes. They recruited Roy Cooper into the race. They got Sherrod Brown to go into Ohio. Roy Cooper in North Carolina, who, for the record, is running somewhere between 8 and 10 points ahead of the Republican. Mary Peltola, who is a star recruit. And also, this map is expanding. There are great people running now places like Kansas, great recruits into states like Kansas, where Democrats didn't expect to be competitive. So I think people should look at that his whole decision making. Of course, Maine is a place where the Democratic voters, were making a decision. And the real challenge for Janet Mills was that in polls today, and this is not election day, but in polls today, Hillary Clinton was doing better against Collins than she was. And Democratic voters, there's a lot of focus on ideology, but they are fundamentally focused on winning. That is the most important thing.
Did you say she's the strongest candidate to beat Susan Collins, who has been there for years?
Well, I think he has much stronger support in the Democratic Party, and that's why this has happened. Susan Collins has been incredibly wily. There are some risks with running with him, but he's demonstrated. I think there's some serious questions he's going to have to answer as a voters, but he's demonstrated a level of skill in being able to, be a sitting governor.
Matt, how do you see this race playing out, and do Republicans run the risk of being overly confident, as you're saying? Yes, there are some controversies that Greg Plattner has faced, and yet he's clearly energized part of the Democratic base.
I would say we're overconfident. I mean, Susan Collins is the only Republican to represent Harris, and you go back on the stage. There's no overconfidence there. I think the way we view it is, Mills had a lower ceiling but a higher floor. She was going to get, this a certain amount. She could win, she could lose, but it'd be tight. Greg Plattner could win big or lose big. I mean, it is a very much of a risk there. Look, we all have those
certain type of gal or girl. Chuck Schumer tends to recruit a certain type of person. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. You look at Russ Feingold, Evan Bayh, Ted Strickland. He likes these already statewide candidates who have a track record. Sometimes their track record gets into trouble, and that's what we're reckoning with. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
On that front, too, I mean, a lot of Chuck Schumer's endorsement are for his own political future. I mean, a lot of these candidates are saying we will not support Chuck Schumer. You look at Michigan, you got Mallory McMurrow saying she won't do it because outside East saying he won't support him. You got Grant Platter has also said, so a lot of these endorsements that he's making are, he's not endorsed Haley Stevens, but we all kind of know that this is, they're kind of playing behind here, are behind Haley Stevens. But like a lot of these endorsements he's making are basically for people that will vote for him to remain leader.
Just to be clear about that, he had to win a majority of the Congress, right? The difference between a few senators, we'll see what happens. I actually think he's really motivated by taking the majority up. And, I mean, he's over great. He has done great recruits. He has had great recruits this period. And of course, this name is definitely a place where Janet Mills did not run the campaign that I think he hoped she would.
It's a secret ballot, too. So a lot of people, when they walk out, it's like, I'm going to vote for Chuck Schumer, and it'll be like unanimous. Like, wait a minute. It's not like it's figured out. It's right here. It's like a friend. Everybody. Thanks.
Well, it's just so fascinating, all of the different aspects of the midterms that are embedded in this main primary. Let's talk big picture. Let's talk about the backdrop. Race the fact we got new polling out today, which shows that 61% of people wish that President Trump had not gotten into the war in Iran. How much of a liability? How concerned are Republicans about this, quite frankly?
There definitely is a lot of concern there. I actually interviewed Richard Hudson for a podcast on Monday, but yesterday, coming out Monday, and he basically told me that this is a concern that he does have, but he explains it as though that he's like, oh, well, we're just looking at where we are, where we were, and where we are now, and how this is going. But like when you're explaining to voters, that doesn't really help. They're going to still look at like, okay, well, gas might have been expensive, then it got cheap, then it got expensive again, but like it's still expensive right now. That's when they're going to go to the polls with that in mind.
How big of a gut punch is $4.39 a gallon? When you woke up to those numbers, I had to do a double take. I mean, when you woke up to those numbers, what did you guys think?
All the trajectory, no, it's absolutely they need to be concerned about, right? And I was listening to what you talked about a little earlier before, right? As we get into the summer casting, it's absolutely something they need to take note of. And again, I think that's why you're seeing all this fight on the margins, both the left and the right on the House battlefield. You're trying to shrink the number of competitive seats as much as possible. And I think that is kind of where you're seeing this, where they're redistricting tit for tat over and over again, too. But who knows? We can be talking more about the Senate come the fall than the House.
Yeah, I mean, look, the president continues to insist he's going to end the war. Gas prices are going to come down. How do you see that argument? How are Democrats going to frame this?
I think at a very high level here, the problem for the president is that people look at higher costs. Gas costs are obviously very salient, but they're seeing a lot of high costs, and they're seeing, they basically believe that the president's own decisions are driving those numbers up. The president chose to go into this war of choice. It's his decision alone, and what has happened in the intervening weeks is American people are experiencing a fair amount of pain at a time where the cost of living is their number one concern. So the president has made the number one concern of Americans worse and more salient to those voters. Right? So if the war ends tomorrow, they're still going to be angry that they paid more because of the president's decision. And it really depends on whether he gets a better deal or worse deal.
Race, it comes as the president's bumping up against this 60-day deadline. And what I find to be so fascinating is this divide within the Republican Party. You do have a number of Republicans saying, bring this to Congress, let us weigh in on this. At the same time, leadership saying there's no need for that. And of course, the administration arguing, look, there's a ceasefire. We basically hit the pause button. But how do you see this playing out on Capitol Hill? Do you see this as a moment where Republicans start to try to intervene?
There's a lot of Republicans that are upset, but the problem is there's also a lot of Republicans still in primaries to go and fight, and they're worried that any vocalization against Trump is going to hurt them in their primary. And they'll talk to me on background or whatever, and they'll express a lot of concern. But you saw what happened with Trump and Jeff Hurd out in Colorado when he voted against him. He endorsed a primary voter right again, and so they're afraid that any vote they take against Trump is going to automatically turn.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Great Friday conversation. Really appreciate it. Great to all of you, Reese, Nira, and Matt. Next, Finding Common Ground. We speak to a bipartisan pair of senators about their friendship and how they're...
Any comments, y'all? All right.
working together on issues that they think matter most. That interview just ahead. Meet the Press House. I will pay for all of your food if you can tell me how many subscriptions you are currently paying for.
Hey, are you there?
Welcome back. Turning now to the very latest installment of our Common Ground series, where we shine the light on lawmakers working together.
Yes, on the last segment. Okay. So, someone sent an email to Kristen Welker and anybody else. Chuck Schumer is going to be the Democratic leader regardless of what happens in the midterms. Let me say it again. Chuck Schumer is going to be the Democratic leader regardless of what happens in the midterms. He only needs a majority vote of the 45 to 53 people. So all the people running saying they're not going to vote for him, it does not matter. He is not picking people to save his job because the new people won't have enough votes to beat the old people. I don't understand why. This is the dumbest storyline. Let me say it again. If there are 5 new Democratic senators, let's say 4, and Democrats have 51 to 47, plus there'll be another one in Michigan, but still part of 51. What that means is that even if the 4 people vote against Chuck Schumer, that is not enough of the other 45. 45 is bigger than 4. Do people understand that's how that works? It does not need to be unanimous. There are enough people who are not even up for re-election that will vote for him again. Why is it that the media is saying this? This is stupid. Graham Plattner will have no power in the U.S. Senate vis-a-vis the senator from a poor shithole state. No one gives a fuck about Maine. Let me say it again. Juliana Stratton, Grant Plattner, Roy Cooper, Elizabeth McMorrow, Sherrod Brown, James Talarico could all vote against Chuck Schumer, and he will still be the Senate leader for the Democrats. Can someone send that AI chatbot voice note to Kristen Welker? And then tell her panel that he is not picking people to save his job. His job is saved. In fact, there will be no one who will run against him as the Senate leader. Everyone does not run. Patty will run. Bitch ass nigga will run. First lady will run. In the Senate, only one man will run. This is dumb. No one is going to challenge him. And so what Chuck Schumer has done is he will support people who, to get votes, will say that they will vote against him.
they want power. This is not like voting for the Speaker of the House. I feel like I have to do this because if you talk normally, people don't seem to understand. The Senate Majority Leader is not like running for the Speaker of the House. It is a different process.
Someone opinion, Victoria.
It is this simple. Stop falling for the right-wing, pro-Trump, MSNBC, MAGA-loving media. Because at this point, I'm just convinced. I'm actually convinced that mainstream media execs are either money, which is to get clips, listens, virality, etc. They not only need to be against the Democrats, which is fine, but they have to make sure MAGA and Republicans have some power. I truly believe that. Because at this point, Patty, you play it every day. Every day. Every day you walk with longer step. You walk with shorter step. The worst is over. Shout out to Cosette. Every day they have a Chuck Schumer segment. And put it in the chat. Has anybody ever heard of people talking about the cinema? I will cash at TC his money and an extra $1,000 right now if someone comes off mute in the chat next 5 seconds and names 4 Senate minority leaders of the last 50 years. 1, 1,000. 2, 1,000. 3, 1,000. 4, 1,000. 5, 1,000. 6, 1,000. Just say it. 7, 1,000.
Need the money.
8, 1,000. 9, 1,000. 10, 1,000. People can't even do that.
Was Michael Steele majority leader, minority? I forget.
Chuck and Mitch. Y'all know who Harry Reid is? Anyway.
He said in the chat, man.
Oh yeah, you're right, sorry. But these people just keep. I mean, gas prices is high, y'all. Y'all should have go quick. Y'all need help. It's y'all $6 gas companies.
I think AI robot band Meta World Peace battery died pain. Was that more to the clip?
You gotta talk to Stephen Hawkins and find out when he died. He said the last 4 majority and
I said any 4 in the last 50 years. Any 4.
Oh, you said any 4. Oh, wow.
I have no idea. And no one talks about the Senate minority leader except Chuck Schumer.
You said minority and majority, or just minority?
Literally just minority. Yes, majority leader, but not as minority leader. But he was a minority leader for a while. But I mean, I made the point. Like, he's going to be the leader. Like, let's move on.
I mean, I think he gets into setting with these recruits. People need to shut the fuck up and just get over it. Like, these next 2 years, just ride it out. He's probably retiring anyway. Like, who cares? Like, seriously, who cares? Like, what's the? I just don't understand it. Like, before I can understand like the argument earlier, like when Trump got sworn in, everyone was mad at you. But at this point, I mean, there's some pretty good recruits. You know, it's talking, of course, Mills, but she's not going to be the nominee. And Stevens, probably, right? But everybody else is pretty good. So, I mean, that pastor out of Hamilton.
Did you hear them in the day? They were like, oh, he keeps picking these old people. And 2 seconds before they mentioned Patola, who's like the biggest recruit, like the greatest Senate recruit of the last decade.
Yep.
He's not old.
So maybe he's like 52.
And are people saying Roy Cooper's old? Are people saying the Democrats shouldn't have picked Roy Cooper?
That's the
So are old people the problem, or is it only a problem when you want to spin a narrative? Shout out to Two-Way.
Well, I mean, look at Adam Hamilton. He's 62. Who gives a fuck? Or is he 50? No, he's 50. Hamilton is the pastor of the First Methodist Church in Kansas, like the biggest one, the first and largest. He's running against Roger Marshall as a Democrat. But he's old too. Who cares? Like, these people are the ones that can win. You need big figures like this. You need people who have experience, and obviously that would mean old, some or older. You know what I mean? To run against some of these really powerful establishment Republicans who are also old. So I don't really, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like they're. I could understand a conversation about it. We could discuss it because someone just died 2 weeks ago for Atlanta. So we could have a conversation about an 8-year-old. But these people are not even in their none of them in their stage except for he's retired, right? Yeah, he did. And he's retiring. Trump's going to replace him. So it's just like, I don't really, like, the recruits are strong. Like, Turk is strong. It's probably looking like now, might be Abdul El Sayed in Michigan, young. He's like in his late 40s. He's not obviously a Schumer recruit, but he prospect as of right now looks like he's going to be the nominee there. I don't understand the.
Why is he not acting like Amy?
What's that?
Minnesota.
So Peggy Flanagan?
No, Amy Klobuchar.
Oh, Klobuchar, yeah, she's 60.
Yeah, but why is nobody talking about her taking?
Well, she's gonna sweep the governorship. It's rated as safety. So what's projected is she ends up untying the House because the tie's right now in the House.
I'm just to replace Schumer if he does the tie.
Oh, that'll be probably either Brian Schatz, potentially Van Hollen, maybe Heinrich. There's a few different folks that have been kind of discussed, but she's leaving Congress. She's going to be a governor. So she would have been. I know everybody hates Klobuchar, but I thought she would have been pretty effective and decent leader, majority leader. But she's going to be the new governor of Minnesota. So, but we'll have a decent. I'm cool with Van Hollen being, majority leader. Or I don't necessarily know about Schatz. I think he probably has a shot. But they're saying he might not end up being leader. I don't know. I think that's a 2028 conversation. But I know people they demand change now, and they feel like if we have them leading us through these next few years, we're all going to fall off the face of the planet, which is not going to be true. 2028 is going to be the year Democrats have to kind of really, really reinvent themselves in terms of the brand, really, really, present what, put the best foot forward in making sure that this coalition person, there's going to be a lot on their shoulders. I don't think Schumer's even running for re-election, so I just think people got to chill,
Oh, God. Oh, I sprained my ankle.
Oh, shit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
A couple things. I'll be very. Let me. I got.
You're in the Matrix.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you?
You out again.
While Dan is
Remember to turn the Wi-Fi off.
Are you connected to Starlink, Dan?
I had to reset.
How dare you? See, I think it's what you this.
Hear me? Okay, a couple of things. Hold on. Brian Schatz is going to have a difficult time, more difficult than he otherwise should. lot will have it different than he otherwise should because he's a Jew. He's going to have a difficult time in 2028 because he's a Jew. I know people feel, I know that, I feel comfortable saying that. What are you saying? It's going to be hard. And it's going to be hard because one of the leading contenders is going to be another Jew. In fact, you might have two Jews running for president who could get pretty far. That is Josh Shapiro, and the person who I think is going to be the next president as of today is John Ossoff. John Ossoff. If I had to bet today, I believe it's going to be the next president.
That anti-corruption video was fucking amazing.
Next elected president of the United States. That doesn't mean that he's going to be the next president of the United States. He might be the next elected president of the United States. So I think Schatz will have a difficult time. Part of the issue, and again, people just throw out names. Can the people whip votes? Do they know how to craft legislation? Do they know what kickbacks to give? The Senate leader's job is not to go viral from talking to Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg. Mitch McConnell didn't give interviews at all, and everybody talks about him as a mini master of the Senate. Now, strangely, he was better as a minority leader than a majority leader, but he did good, for the Republican Party as well. It is, again, insane to me, the hyperfixation on the leader of a minority party. Secondly, why would you take the leadership away from the guy that won the majority? That makes no sense. None whatsoever. Thirdly, the progressives and others who don't like Schumer, there are people who they like. Maybe Bernie Sanders should challenge Chuck Schumer and see how far he gets. That would be
I think you're back in the Matrix. Victoria is doing the devil's work today.
I'm gonna go ahead and keep my hand in the breath. Need the breath now.
climate change, they care about prices, they care about justice, they care about voting rights. If this is the kind of thing that they're concentrating their energies on, okay, so Kiana said,
you're in the Matrix again.
We need to block Victoria because this is awful. What's going on? Starlink is doing something, man.
I'm driving. So she said anybody's better than Chuck Schumer at this point. Better at what?
What would they do different?
What would they do different? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, I'd be fine with, I don't really care who it is, but like, better at what? Raising money, recruiting, whipping votes, like better
I just
at what?
feel like Chuck has been ineffective his whole time. He's just been talking. He doesn't really get anything done. They just talk.
Well, that's not true.
What did he get done recently? He didn't stop anything from happening that Kamala said was going to happen. That's where I'm coming from. He didn't stop anything from happening. We lost the voting rights. Like he hasn't. He hasn't been.
How would he prevent the voting? Hold on.
He hasn't been effective, in my opinion, of gathering the Democratic Party and making sure that they all fall in line, get on one page, and get some shit actually done. Actually stop the Republicans from passing something or deliver some new legislation.
Okay,
I'm just tired of, and other than that, I'm just tired of hearing Chuck. I'm tired of it.
Wait a minute, I hear Dr. Kitover, but you're.
Am I in the Matrix?
Right.
What could the Senate minority leader do about it?
Well, they can't do anything about an executive order, but they can stell them up.
Cool. Huh? I couldn't hear you.
I don't think anything. No, you're not in the Matrix, and I think her last comment wasn't meant for us.
I think she's talking
in the background. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear because I'm driving. What did she say a Senate minority leader could do just so she could stop anything? And I'm asking, what could any Senate minority leader have?
Ben, she said he didn't apparently stop the VRA from being overturned. That's one of the things she had said.
Oh, what? Did y'all do the meeting where you just like trolling me, you say dumb shit? Is she serious? Wait,
I wasn't sure, Ben.
Was she joking? Wait, is she joking?
I think she's serious.
No.
Yeah, she says that they didn't use the Senate to pass anything else either. So I don't know how the Senate the minority leader would even put anything on the floor when that's the majority leader.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
Is she joking?
I'm like 85% serious. I want you to know that. I'm like 75% serious. But what on Chuck Schumer not being able to get the Democrats to fall in line and accomplish something and give us a win so we feel like they're actually being effective, that is what my issue with Chuck Schumer is.
Wait a minute, are you trolling?
I just said I'm 75% serious.
You think the Senate can stop a Supreme Court decision? That's what I'm asking. What could he do?
He could get the Democrats to fall in line, have them come up with something.
Yeah. They're in the minority.
What have they come up with?
They're in the minority.
What have they done to make voters feel like they're actually,
No, Matt. No. You said to stop something. What could they stop with 47 votes? They don't have the Senate, the White House, or the...
So they can't. So nobody is capable of reaching across the aisle. That's what they talk about doing. They haven't been able to do it.
They don't have the ability to put anything on the floor.
So they can't reach across the aisle or plug in some kind of...
They don't
for the Republican
put anything on the floor.
So you're saying that Trump can't do anything? They literally can't do anything. And so saying that he hasn't done anything is not...
Are you talking about legislatively?
I'm talking about legislatively. I'm talking about boosting morale for the voters. I'm talking about all of it.
Hold on, man. Let's stop it. The Senate minority leader literally can't put anything on the floor.
Okay.
Did you not know that?
I know that, but so can they reach across the aisle and get the things in the bill?
Hold on, ma'am.
Can they sit at the table and say something?
Ma'am.
Sir.
If they can't put anything on the floor, there's no aisle to reach across. You know what it means to put it on the floor? Sides dropping it low? I know that one.
So, sir, I can't go with you. So when they was doing all of this talk about the big beautiful bill, right? And Chuck Schumer did like so many press conferences talking about, so all he can do as a minority leader is inform us about what the Republicans are doing. There's no plan of action that he can take.
Correct.
Pass the reconciliation.
One second.
That's news to me.
One second.
I didn't learn that in my local, state, and national government class. I must not have been paid.
Wait a minute. What did Republicans do to stop Joe Biden when they were in the minority on his reconciliation?
Mitch was busy. Mitch was
He
delaying
didn't stop anything.
I felt like Mitch was
doing Stop. What did Mitch McConnell stop when Biden was president and he was in the minority?
even if he didn't actually stop anything, there was a lot of pushback, and he made the Republicans feel like he was doing something in there. Stopping them from this, stopping them from that.
They didn't stop anything. Oh my God! And see, I'm glad you came up. I respect you for coming up. This level of ignorance is exactly how the Republicans, through Fox News and their other media outlets, have been able to warp people's brains. This is insane. You think that somebody that has 47 votes can stop somebody that has 53 and the House and the presidency? Let's say that Chuck Schumer could do the thing you wanted. What happens if it doesn't pass the House?
Then it starts over again. I'm just up there.
Okay, so then what could Chuck Schumer have done based off what you just said? Legislatively.
With delay. If they're saying that Mitch McConnell was a bitch, I don't know how the Republicans can do it in the Dems.
Hold on.
To figure out.
I can't have a conversation.
Let's look at Obama's term.
They were in the majority, dear. My dear, they were in the majority.
The Jackson was only in the majority for like 2 seconds, and we still
You're not listening.
Hello, you internet.
No, I wasn't done.
Let me say what I was about to look good, and
don't go back to the glue.
For 3 hours, like you normally do on this app.
And you listen to the whole 3 hours. So who's worse? I'm passing.
In and out, like, oh, he's still talking. He's still
listen to the bitch. You listen to me for 3 hours. That's more pathetic.
You still talking? That's what I do. I
you still dumb.
Get on my nerves.
You still dumb.
Okay.
You just was able to block things. He was in the majority. When we put Supreme Court justice up, Mitch McConnell was the majority leader, not the minority leader. Do you know the difference between majority and minority?
Yes, they have more seats in the House for like majority of Barack Obama's presidency.
I'm not talking about the House. I'm not talking about
the Senate.
Right. And so who puts the bills on the floor? Who controls it? Who controls recess?
He can't do anything. Even if anything that I'm asking them to do
is
to just unite and come up with a plan for when they actually become the majority. That's what I'm talking about. There's no plan. There's no Project 2028. The Dems are not doing it. That's my
did. Why would you want Project 2028? That came out of a think tank, dear. You're all over the place. You don't think there are Project 2028, Project 2029 from think tanks? You want Chuck Schumer to come up with a think tank? I'm telling y'all, Democratic voters are so uninformed. And she is convinced she's correct. She has no idea what she's talking about.
Just like Taylor, I mean, Ada.
Hold on. One second. Hold on, Matt. Come on, Matt. So she just said the Dems took on stuff. They did. Which is why Chuck Schumer passed historic legislation in a 50-50 Senate. They literally had a 50-50 Senate. She said the Dems don't have a plan. Of course they have a plan. They're the minority. Hey, you're forgetting the majority. Now, if I tell you the plan, you'll say you didn't know about it. There's Project 2028, Project 2029 shit all over. She's uninformed and ignorant. And arrogant to boot. It's one thing to be uninformed. It's another thing to be ignorant. The worst is to be uninformed, ignorant, and arrogant. I may be arrogant, but at least I'm informed.
I was just going to say the Project 2029 plan includes packing the Supreme Court by getting rid of the filibuster and then potentially getting statehood to D.C., Puerto Rico. People are going to also adding in now Virgin Islands and Guam, basically effectively locking Republicans out of Senate control, which therefore would prevent them from being able to allow anyone to be confirmed to the Supreme Court when Thomas and Alito do die and when Roberts dies, because he's like 70 now. So people got to understand that Dems do have a plan, right? There's a lot of folks saying we have to make sure whoever is running in 28 runs on this plan. Basically says we will be doing this with, when I win the presidency. Like, that's what folks are demanding. Of course, we have the Gaza shit. We have the Israel stuff. We have the corporate PAC money stuff. Yes. But beyond that, a lot of folks are saying at this point, based off what happened to the VRA, we must run a candidate, right? Whoever it's going to be for president that supports this. So and also the VRA was passed into law. Are y'all not aware of that? That it's a law, Voting Rights Act, that it was deemed unconstitutional. Well, not fully, obviously, but it said you can't basically make districts based off of race. That's what the argument is on the conservative side. He can't do anything aside from basically packing the Supreme Court. Who can pack the Supreme Court? The Senate. Who has to control the Senate to pack the Supreme Court? Who has to control the presidency to pack the Supreme Court? You have to have a Democrat president and a Democrat Senate. You have to gut the filibuster. You have to have 51 or if you have 50-50 Senate. You have to have the EV break the tie. But you need an overwhelming amount of support from the Democrats, which the majority of them support getting rid of the filibuster. Get rid of the filibuster. You'd have to have that president be okay with it, and then they would have to basically open up what's being discussed is 13 because that matches the circuit court, right? The circuit judges. Like 13 would make sense. You would add those folks in. They'd be like liberal judges, and then from there, once those folks are confirmed, they'd probably go through and into the summer. You would then probably talk about statehood for certain states. They do referendums in those particular territories to probably vote on that. And while that's going down, you would figure out how Dems can go ahead and start passing some of this stuff like single payer, et cetera, et cetera. They probably do their reconciliation bill, but they really wouldn't need a reconciliation bill because they would have a majority. They'd have a comfortable majority to filibuster. So this is how government works, right? Like they would probably then pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, and then guess what? That would help. Essentially, a lot of the things that we just had happen help reverse some of this. But also, you would have these liberal, quote-unquote, minded judges hear the lawsuits that the liberals probably brought to sue these states for the racial gerrymander and the erasing of these majority-minority seats, right? Then the court would probably essentially strengthen the VRA because it's been weakened through the conservative majority the last decade. We have to there's steps required. Chuck Schumer, being minority leader under Donald Trump, cannot pass a bill into law. And for you to say, well, he can rally Republicans, you can reach us up. What Republican who also supported the SAVE Act would be interested in the VRA, right? In a new version of the VRA being passed into law when the current one is pushed under scrutiny and pretty much was essentially said it's unconstitutional. This is not hard to think through. Republicans, ones who had the Red Map Project, who started working on flipping state legislation. Sorry, it's just these people don't think logically about any of this stuff. That's fucking simple.
It actually, you actually undersold it. It's actually more complex than that. To pack the court would also have to go through the House because there's a law that sets the number of justices, It's very, very complicated. I mean, to be fair to Kiana, she just didn't know what she was talking about. And when she realized she knew what she was talking about, she got embarrassed and crashed out. But it's insane to think that a leader has more power than the majority in the Senate, the president, and the House of Representatives. I mean, it's just insane. And did you want to talk about the majority leader thing?
Well, if not, Edna is on stage. She said that. Oh, you said Edna? Okay.
Yeah.
Edna, are you there?
I'm sorry. I may be driving.
Hey, y'all. It's been a minute.
Did you want to talk about the majority leader, minority leader thing, or the Dems being lost? I mean, minority parties are usually lost when they're out of all three branches. So, go ahead. Did you want to talk about something?
Well, I think the Democratic Party has been lost for quite some time, and the leadership and the agendas, right? Like, at the end of the day, this whole division between left and right and Democrats and Republicans, we're all U.S. citizens. We should all want the country to succeed. We should all want some of the same things. Where it becomes issues is when you start digging into people's personal lives and morality is where there's a big divide, in my opinion, right? Because that's what it's basically come down to. And so, I mean, I don't know who in the room is Democrat, Republican. I'm a Republican. I live in Texas. I'm conservative. I'm all for gun rights and for enforcing the borders. And as far as legislation is concerned, I think it's horrific that you have these hard-working men and women that are going without paychecks because they can't make a decision and vote on something because they want to pack these bills and add a lot of pork to it. And so, unfortunately, hardworking men and women serving, people like ourselves or people here that want to travel and DHS and everything else, and they just think it's wrong and it's so stressful for them and their families. And I don't agree with that stuff. Like, how do we find middle ground and meet in the middle? How do we get there, right? Instead of attacking one another and instead of saying this person's right, this person's wrong, how do we come to the middle and make it work?
Yeah, I think those days are gone. At least for now. They essentially got rid of pork, in fact. And actually, when legislation was better, pork, like bacon grease does, helps it move along. I wanted to go to another topic because it came up in the chat, unless anybody wanted to respond to that. But they came up with the court packing thing. Hey, go ahead, G. You can do your thing if you want to respond to that.
No, fuck, I'm not responding to that. I would just, good points. Yeah, good points all around. No, we're about to lose our man, dog. We're going to lose him, man.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it the other day.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, but it's fine. I knew it was coming, but I hope he enjoyed his office while he could. Anybody else want to go? Okay. I don't understand why the Democrats think packing the court is a solution. I don't understand what the solution is in packing the court, and no one's been able to tell me what it would solve. So I don't get it.
Well, you would have to pack the court and then pass new legislation. So.
And then Republicans win and repeal it.
And then you would have and then you would have the Supreme, and then you have a liberal majority court that would more than likely allow what it is that you were trying to obviously say is constitutional to.
No, I'm talking about repealing the court.
Well.
But if the Democrats pass a law putting 13. Now, let me put my cards on the table. I think there should be 13 justices outside of court because we have 13 circuits.
Exactly.
So the 13 circuits is fine. But why I don't. Republicans could just win and repeal the law. I don't. It sounds good, but it doesn't actually make sense. I don't get it.
I mean, it's unfortunate. That's the loophole in our Constitution that we have the ability to add these. I don't think it's a permanent solution. I just think it's a solution for now. I don't actually think there is a permanent solution because I don't want to just also pack the court right now with more conservatives if they want because they can.
There is a solution. The solution would be for Democrats to win the presidency and appoint justices. I mean, it's very easy. So the Republicans didn't get 6 justices to 9 based off of some magic hacking with special dust. Expelliarmus, they went to Harry Potter and Hermione. They just won the elections. And so when Hillary Clinton told people that the next person was going to pick 2, if not 3, one was already on deck, she was correct. But people didn't want to vote for Hillary Clinton because something her husband may have done or something with Clinton charities. I have no idea. And this is where we are. So just win. Packing the court is for losers.
Well, we don't have to be losers.
You couldn't be. No, because it'll come back on you. That's what I'm saying. What if the Supreme Court renders the court packing decision unconstitutional?
I mean, didn't this happen with FDR?
Hey, just win is it's starting to become a harder and harder statement now.
One second. We're moving a little bit fast. Hold on.
Okay.
What happens if the Supreme Court, the current 6-3 Supreme Court, says what they're doing is unconstitutional?
They said it.
Then how do you?
I thought they said something. I can't remember. I thought that with FDR trying to pass something. They said it was unconstitutional, and then they basically packed the court, and then they said it wasn't unconstitutional.
No, the law never passed.
The law
never passed. There's a law from the 1870s, I want to say, which literally says 9 justices. So he never got the votes, even though he had 2 terms. But again, what happens if you guys get your filibuster gone? I'll come with the filibuster, whatever. And they pass the law, and then Roberts, Gorsuch, the Handmaiden, Alito, Boogie Kavanaugh, and Clarence Thomas say it's unconstitutional. Then what do we do?
But it was just a law that was passed. It wasn't.
But then what do we do?
We shut down. It's over.
I mean, these people are going to get killed, so no shit.
No, I mean, what you do at that point?
Okay, so you're back in the court at the
No, I'm not. Pause.
You have to.
I'm trying to respond to that. Well, at this point, if they try to do that, I'm saying the country will go. Most people will just be murdered. So.
Fuck we won't. No, the fuck we won't. No, the fuck we won't. We're so goddamn complacent in America. We're not gonna. That shit.
Try to resolve.
No, what's gonna happen?
Everyone wants to pretty much. I don't know. He's screaming over me. Basically, they ended up trying to pack the Supreme Court, and everyone is quote unquote for it. Everyone, meaning people who are tired of what just happened under Trump, and these people say it's unconstitutional to pack the court. Are you talking over me still?
Jesus Christ, man! Control yourself. I'm
not actually out of control, nigger. How about that? Now
that's out of control.
Shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
Well, see, now you can't say you're not out of control and then you're out of control.
I'm going to calmly call you that because you think I'm out of control. I'll show you out of control. Shut up.
Well, that's just proves the point that you're out of control.
Shut up when I'm talking.
All right, guys, let's just share the mic. Let's just share the mic.
Yeah, I'm just trying to speak to the middle of the submission, and this nigger is talking up.
Okay, but come on.
We get to pull out the words. Oh, you hate yourself. Oh, my God. Tell the world.
It's fine.
You hate yourself.
Me, so I'm going to disrespect you.
So you're looking for a good reason to use that fucking word.
You need to get your nasty ass back.
Let's stay focused. Let's stay focused.
I'm trying to stay focused. The guys over here call me.
Okay, all right.
I ain't said shit about this.
I got it. Just listen to me. Listen to me.
Listen. This is why we lose.
Stop. All right, so we're talking about the courts. Go ahead, carry on.
Anyway,
this is why we lose.
Oh, here we go. Continue.
This is why we lose.
Let's let G.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The lovely.
Go ahead. Come on. Get your exes out the way. At that point, man, you just gotta just lay it out, bro. If the Supreme Court comes in and rules it unconstitutional, save yourself from having an overstacked supermajority in the Congress and all this kind of other shit.
Supermajority in the Congress?
Yeah.
Okay, so 67. What are you talking about?
Shit, probably about 70 to 75. I mean,
what are you talking? What does that have to do with the Supreme?
So, if the Supreme Court says you can't do it, you got two options at that point. One, you got to just fucking wait them out. You just got to wait them out. Somebody dies and hope you got to get administration in on your side that can, fill the void for your direction. And maybe you got a different ruling in. You got a different court age coming in. Other than that, I mean, you got to have a goddamn packed-ass Congress who comes back and rewrites the laws in such a manner that you got to re-challenge the shit again. But you need a friendly Congress to do shit like that.
Another option would be term limits, but that's another avenue. But I don't agree that the Supreme Court even has the authority to say it's unconstitutional because the Constitution is clear that there is not a limit you can add. And constitutional scholars have discussed this ad nauseum. They cannot say it's unconstitutional. They can say if they want to say, but I mean, at that point, I'm explaining you will see civil unrest. They're not going to just keep doing stupid shit like this, going this draconian direction, and people are not going to just not respond. I mean, this president has been supposedly attempted to be assassinated multiple times. So I'm just saying, y'all can think it won't happen, but if we go that direction and we actually try to remedy some of this with a majority, at least in terms of Democrats, you're going to see people lose their shit. And yeah, I mean, that's just how humans work.
I have some questions. When you guys say packing the courts, are you referring to the idea of adding more than 4 extra justices?
It's just 4.
Okay,
just adding more seats.
Okay, so if you added 4 seats, that would be packing as well?
Yeah.
And you're against it because what?
It doesn't solve anything.
It solves nothing, or it doesn't solve as much as you would like it to solve?
It doesn't solve anything. It would just be purely partisan, and the backlash would be insane.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't describe that as a panacea for all the ills created by the current Supreme Court we have, but arguing that it doesn't change anything, I don't think.
I didn't say it didn't change anything. You just changed my word. I said it doesn't solve anything.
But it might solve something in the short term if, for instance, we have a Democratic president who has some vacancies to fill. If that president appoints people who are liberal, then there'll be more liberal federal justices on the court, and that would change its composition, which could result in some more favorable decisions, I think. So I don't.
Well, I
wouldn't be a solution. That would be a temporary stopgap.
Mm-hmm.
So temporary stopgaps aren't a solution.
No.
I
mean, if you think that a Democratic president coming in 2028 and the Democrats getting rid of the filibuster and adding 4 seats solve something, cool. One, I don't know what cases they would have. By the time the case that you think it's going to solve gets there, who knows? The Republicans probably would have taken back the Senate because you're only going to have a 50, 51, 52 seat majority.
Maybe.
So then what? How are you going to get them confirmed?
You would have to have a larger. Well, this is the thing. So just talking about the Supreme Court back, I understand why it feels like a losing strategy, but unfortunately, you would need to be committed to doing more than just that. In addition to getting rid of the filibuster, you probably would need to then have a conversation around statehood for other states that would allow you to keep the Senate. Because a lot of folks talk about it. If Dems do bring in a few other states, they will keep the Senate. I mean, they would not get that. I mean, effectively, you would have 2 in Puerto Rico, 2 in D.C., 2 in Guam, and 2 in Virgin Islands if you would make all 4 of them states. I mean, they would not lose the Senate, and they would not lose the ability to confirm other justices should we die. Of course, it would just be the president nominating them, and yes, it could be a different president in 4 years, but these cases would not take 4 years to end up at the court. It'd be probably a 1 to 2 year process if they're going to go to the court at all. So certain things could be quote unquote re-decided. It'd be new decisions based off of new cases, based off of lawsuits. So I agree with the solution. So I think that's a fair take. I just think that in the interim, it would be all that we could probably do. I mean, I'm not interested in living the rest of my life under these justices. I mean, the other thought is, yes, if we don't do this, we do not court, we're just waiting, which is possible as well, because this is a reality as well. You would just be waiting for Clarence Thomas, Alito, and Roberts to die, and then we would have a majority. I mean, that to me is more of the wait and see hope. I don't think that like, if you will, or the voters at large would be happy with that. You would be disenfranchised or allowing folks to be disenfranchised in the South, even though we would respond in the blue states, right, in terms of the congressional maps. Also, the state legislatures in those states would be pretty much fucked for a decade. I just do not see voters, especially ones in the South, being very happy with the Democratic Party, even if they are kind of effectively locked out and their voice mattering, aside from those who live in North Carolina and Georgia. Action on the court, some sort of court reform. I mean, I don't know that 18-year, that little pitch of, we could do 18-year term limits. I don't know if that's enough. That feels like a rubber band too. I'm not a rubber band, I'm sorry, a Band-Aid too. There's a lot of options, but all of them have that doesn't solve this problem today. The only thing that would solve the problem, quote unquote, would be today, would be in a couple of years, would be packing the court. And, you're not wrong.
But what problem would it solve? What if you don't have a case?
Everyone's going to sue, so that's not a problem.
But you need cases.
Yeah, you would have. I mean, there are some forming right now in North Carolina. There's some forming right now in Florida, in Tennessee. They're getting rid of the Memphis seat. They're suing in Alabama right now over them redrawing early with Ivy. She says, "Screw it, we're going to redraw now." Louisiana has to. I mean, you're going to have cases all over.
That's not what I'm saying.
But Ben, when you say what I'm saying is, are you referring to cases in a particular area, or?
I'm referring to everything. There's a midterm. There would be a midterm. So by the time the Senate would start, let's say, I'm going to be honest with y'all. Y'all hypothetical. This hypothetical Matt laid out is so insane. You just said Guam State.
Yeah, everyone's talking about this as part of Project 2029. I'm explaining you would have to do this would not be a singular approach to just packing the court and saying that's done. You would have to have a multi-pronged approach to this. You have to give statement to other states, so you would basically lock up the Senate behind you for Democrats. Like, that's the plan. Because the Senate is how the president would basically get these justices confirmed. So yes, the Project 2029 plan is what I'm mentioning would be the only quote-unquote solution in the short term. Because yes, you pack the court, but you would lock up the Senate behind you with adding these different states that are probably going to have Democratic senators. Therefore, you would not allow Republicans to get the Senate in probably a decade. This is what people have talked about. This like all over, all online.
And they talked about Chris Coons voting for this.
Say that again.
You don't need election scholar. You think Chris Coons is going to vote for Guam statehood?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he would or wouldn't. I'm just explaining to you this is what people are saying the strategy should be. This isn't saying that we have the support. This is what we're saying Democrats need to figure out how to get behind so that we can somehow try to repair what Trump.
Okay.
That's literally Project 20.
Well, that's that.
I'm just the messenger.
That it just. There's so many holes. I mean, how do you? The Senate calendar, like,
do you really think there's a perfect solution to the problem?
I don't.
You want elections. There is. You want elections.
No, it's not. No, that's
it
not.
It is, and you change American culture. Yes, you have to change. You have to do politics.
No,
you cannot hack a court.
No, you're not listening to me because
you're not listening.
You're not
there's
no perfect solution to Hydra problem. So you have to come up with solutions that you can actually implement.
All right.
And you don't have to throw them out
what law needs to be repealed? How do you repeal it? So how do you get 13? Break it down. Since you studied this. Go ahead, break it down.
I'm not going to respond to that.
That's what I thought. You don't even know how to get 13.
No, I'm not going to respond to it because of why you're talking to me. That's why.
Did you hear how you were talking to me? You weren't even in the conversation.
I was responding to you.
Of course you were. I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to Matt.
I asked questions when I first came on because I was trying to understand what you guys were talking about. The court packing isn't something that folks have thrown out as undoable. I mean,
it is undoable. You don't have the votes. You don't have the senators to do it, sir. It's undoable.
I understand. The Supreme Court reform is a very difficult thing. Joe Biden himself took some time to assemble a commission to study it and make recommendations. You know?
And it was poppycock.
Of course. And after all the recommendations were made, what did they do? They set them aside and said, not at this time.
It's not going to happen in the next year and a half.
Oh, I agree. That I do agree with. But it doesn't mean that people shouldn't continue thinking about it.
They shouldn't continue thinking about it.
Why?
They should continue because they should think about this guy's 78, this guy's 80, this guy was just in the hospital. This guy said he wasn't going to retire. This guy said he wasn't going to retire. They're going to replace. You get the Senate, you block any nominee that Trump may have, you win, and then people die. It's literally the only answer in our lifetime. They're not going to put 13, 15 judges with term limits and all that, change the Constitution. You have to change the Constitution for term limit.
I'm not a fan of term limits. I'm not a fan of term limits. Adding a few more justices to the Supreme Court is something that I think can be achieved under the right circumstances. I'm not saying that those circumstances will be will be easy to create. I'm not saying that, but I do believe that could be a viable option under the right circumstances, and people shouldn't put it off the table. So they should always keep that in mind.
Donald Trump 2 times, and you guys are talking about it. Let's get basics before we come on. I imagine my high school football team could beat the Kansas City Chiefs if we put some water on the floor in the hotel and had Mahomes slips and falls and Taylor Swift shows up and Kelsey
that's not analogous to what we're talking about.
That's literally what you're saying.
It's literally not.
It is. It's not. Because you know football.
Wait, real quick. So to Van's point, I'll say this. I agree with what you're pitching, Van, is obviously what's going to happen. I'm just saying based off at least poly market, I'm going to just go off odds. We're going to win the Senate, and obviously per also those stupid markets, and obviously based off common sense, we're probably winning the presidency. So yes, unless Alito and Clarence Thomas retired in the lame duck this year, that is probably what we're going to end up dealing with, because I don't know that we have support today. Now, this is obviously just me knowing what you pitched and insinuated regarding Chris Coons. Unless somehow there is enough, quote unquote, pressure from the public, from voters, right, to get some of these folks to move towards it. Now, this was also the problem with the filibuster, because a lot of them said the same thing. I'm not getting that filibuster. And under Biden, you had behind the curtain, several of them finally, based off public pressure, said, okay, fine, we'll do it. And the ones that didn't, of course, were Manchin and Sinema. That's why it didn't happen. But I feel like there's an opportunity for that to potentially happen. I think that, I'm just saying that's something y'all can argue with. You can argue with the reporting, and they said that they had the support of the other Democrats. That the only two that were not on board were Sinema and Manchin. That's why everyone was dragging them online. But my point is this: there is enough. Public pressure does work sometimes, right? I think that there is a lane for it. I don't know if they'll feel it's necessary if we have the Senate and, of course, win the presidency in 28. Because at that point, just thinking of the landscape, you're going to have a lot of these blue states already responding to the VRA's weakening in the South. You know what I mean? So they'll probably, I don't know, I'm not going to say for sure, but there's a chance they'll still also hold the House at 28. So they could effectively make some stuff happen there. And I think that, you'll see the leftists and progressives online saying, okay, now's the time, pass the bill in the House, change the law, change the Supreme Court law, make sure we can pack the court. That's going to be when people want the Project 2029 stuff to be discussed. And whoever ran on it, maybe the person in the presidency at that point, or the president didn't run on it. But they're going to be trying to push a lot of this stuff. And there'll be more conversations about it then. So I think that's going to be when we really see if it will or won't happen. I don't know that now just saying it won't happen because we don't think it's going to happen personally is something that makes sense. I think a lot of things were going to get passed that did. So who knows? I mean, I think that if Dems want to keep the majority they're probably going to get, they're going to have to figure out, yes, how to broaden their coalition and how to hold the coalition of the anti-Trump vote for them that got then said majority. And they got to fix their brand. I think a way to do that is to pack the court and is to do some of the Project 2029 stuff. Otherwise, it's going to be politics as usual. And a lot of people are going to be angry. And I think we could potentially end up right where we, unfortunately, have started. I think you are going to need, true change at a fundamental level for people to want to get after we likely have a Dem trifecta. And I think that that's a fair point.
I didn't hear anybody. They wouldn't even have the time to get the court packed before the midterms.
Well, who would say before the midterms? Who's saying?
You definitely do.
I'm not proposing anything about them. Well, everything I'm talking about is in 2029. I'm not talking about nothing. I don't know what's being biased. What I'm saying is being confused in the chat. I haven't read the chat. But I'm not talking about the midterms. I'm talking about 2029. Like all this stuff.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about that midterm, about 2030?
Repeal the law. Obviously, the House will do it. They repeal the law. They set a new 18 seats. You need 4 more seats. You wouldn't even have time to get the 4 people before the midterms of 2030.
You would. I looked at the calendar. You would actually have to spend time in the fall confirming the justices, and then basically from there you would have, of course, a new Congress. We'll put a new Congress for 2020. You'd be pretty much approach hard when this would happen, and then you would have to do quick referendums if you do statehood, if that's something they do. Because I'm just telling you what's in Project 2020 and what people are pitching. They want them to pretty much lock the door behind giving these other places statehood. So Democrats would, no matter the outcome of the midterm, keep the Senate. This would be obviously then a conversation. But if you at that point have given statehood to these different states, you would likely possibly keep the House because we would have a very narrow House majority because of the VRA being weakened. Everyone keeps showing those maps where Dems would maybe have a 10-seat advantage. And if it is a bad adjacent midterm, you might lose 20 seats. You might, But their whole pitch is if you give these other places statehood, then you have 4 in Puerto Rico, 2 in Guam, 1 in Virgin Islands, 4 in D. You might be able to offset some of that. Like this is all about trying to basically get certain things passed, but also trying to protect the Senate majority and obviously pass more legislation. So who knows? I mean, this is all, of course, a bunch of hypotheticals, but I'm just explaining to you why people are like, Project 2029, this has to be what we do because this is the only way we can, protect democracy, save ourselves from this court being over us the rest of, a lot of folks' lifetime, or potentially. And yes, people who are saying this are not counting. We could win the Senate. Alito could die. Thomas could die, right? Like, they might not retire in Atlanta. They might get, we might replace them with liberal judges. Sure. So I'm agreeing with you there. I'm just saying, I still see a point where these folks are like, we do need sweeping change. I do agree with statehood for some from these other states, and I do personally agree with backing the court. So I think some sort of version of this needs to be at least discussed in 2029. I don't know.
That's not what I mean by time. So this hypothetical is insane. So you start with statehood. How long would it take to get a statehood bill or a state passed in the two chambers? 3 months?
About 2 to 3 months.
Okay. You haven't passed any legislation yet. You have to get at least a big reconciliation bill done because you want to repeal the stuff from the big beautiful.
And that would be easy with if you have a trifecta. That would not be that difficult.
It would. I'm talking about the time.
Yeah, I'm just explaining that would not take as long to draft that bill because you would obviously you wouldn't be arguing over as much because you're not dealing with a super narrow Senate to where you have a mention or a senator saying, I'm not voting for this, I'm not voting for that. It'd be a little bit easier than what we had last time because we had two votes that were.
No, the last one was done in March. I'm literally talking about the time. So say it's done in 2 months. Mm-hmm. It's 2 months. People are not going to be doing all of this okay, that's 2 months. I mean, the way the Senate works, if you get rid of the filibuster, people can stand up and speak. You have multiple amendment rounds. I mean, this is not a viable solution where you get 4 states passed. I'm not convinced the senators from those 4 states would all be Democrats. Republicans frequently win the gubernatorial race in Puerto Rico.
So that's
who knows.
It would be four Dems in Puerto Rico. I mean, I hear you because the governor is a Republican, but federally PR.
I guess. I mean, if this is a Democrat's way of
something, I'm moving out of the country in 2023 because when Republicans win on the backlash to what you guys have done all over the country and flipping states like Maryland, which it's a Republican governor, I'm getting the fuck out of this bitch. You think it's good now? I mean, these hypotheticals beg more.
This isn't a hypothetical. This is Project 2029. I mean, yes, it's also a hypothetical plan. But it's something that they want folks to consider.
Who wrote Project 2029?
This is a bunch of people online. I can literally send you there's like multiple versions of Project 2029. All of them include back in the Supreme Court, Medicare for all, or some sort of single payer option. All of them include some sort of the Voting Rights Act, anti-voter suppression bill that's passed. All of them, they literally all include all of these different things, like a fucking long ass list that they're saying needs to be on the agenda. And I get it, you don't like it. I don't think they should be looking at some of these things because they absolutely need to happen, or it will just take one other 2016 election to end up right back here. And I don't know that that's.
It's not. I don't look at Project 2025 was not some loose amalgam of ideas.
It was the think tank, but that's not what they've not put a think tank yet. I know they're talking about putting it some sort of. There's like a few think tanks discussing creating their own version of it 2029 that's official. But I'm just saying what's been circulating online that voters want, like the people who are being, all of us who are being affected by this are saying these are the things we do want. And, you do have, unfortunately, you just an independents who are like, yeah, I'm about it. Let's because a lot of these people want to just get rid of the system. They're tired of it. And so I just feel like based off all this frustration, yeah, you're going to see some stuff in this. It's probably a little ridiculous. But I think that you do need to, whoever's the president, look at this and take a hard look. I mean, literally, this will be also why you probably lose the House if you do not take some sort of action, right? Like if you do play politics as usual and play the establishment game, you're going to lose.
Well, it would seem to me that one way to win the House is instead of trying to do this, pass a national ban on gerrymandering.
Well, then we have the draconian court But then we have, I'm saying, this draconian Supreme Court. I don't know if they will or won't rule this. That's even constitutional.
So how are they going to rule all the stuff you guys are saying is constitutional?
No, the whole conversation was regarding this Supreme Court packing. That I mean, obviously we get back to the what if this is unconstitutional? Back to court, well, they were back to court in the past. So
no, but wait, doesn't the Constitution give Congress authority to staff the Supreme Court?
It does. But people are saying, well, what if they say that that's not constitutional? I mean,
I know, but if you're having a conversation about that, it has to be sober. So
yeah, that's right, because this you're right, Hurricane. I'm glad you said that, because this Supreme Court definitely follows what the Constitution says, and they wouldn't just make up whole things, a major questions doctrine out of John Roberts' ass.
Well, I mean, that's where the conversation stops. This
is an insane thing.
Stop, just put
you just sane-washed.
Dial it down a couple. There's no need for that.
I am dialed down. Dialed down. You literally just said the Constitution X, Y, and Z, and you're referring to Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh.
I specifically asked the question. Granted, it was a rhetorical one. I said, doesn't the Constitution give Congress authority to do so? Yeah, it does. But I mean, if you want to play the game within the lines drawn, then you're going to have to accept at least that there are some rules that you expect to apply, and you just have to test to see if the rules are going to apply or not. So I think that, I agree with that.
When you say play within the rules of the game, that sounds good until we realize that the rules are constantly changing. So you just have to find out the new rule and then keep playing within the newly adjusted rules.
Gita, I know that the rules are always changing. I know that. But these people are talking about the Constitution still. So if they're talking about the Constitution still,
I think the same would apply.
Yeah, so I'm saying, so if you're having this conversation, you're talking about what could be done. The ideas that you come up with will be shaped by the restrictions that apply. And I'm simply saying that the Constitution does give Congress power to staff the court. It does. And so if people say, well, let's say Congress decides to add a few seats, the Supreme Court could then just decide once a case reaches it that Congress doesn't have the power to add any seats to it. Maybe not.
Yeah, even though it has since the fucking beginning of the United States.
They've expanded several times. So
No, it's not.
You're in the matrix.
The law. There's a law.
Yeah, I'm saying that they would just.
I'm talking about the laws. Congress has passed laws several times that have added or reduced that have increased the size of the court or reduced it.
I mean, you would just change the law. I mean, if they would change something, they would do it and literally do it.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Well, yeah, I think there's been one law. I think before it was just done by tradition. I don't know if there was
several laws. Several.
Okay. So what was the ones before 1870? What's the law that said it at 7?
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Okay, cool. I'm driving, I can't pull it up. So Matt, I understand. Again, a couple of things. I don't know if there's the votes to do these things. You said that it was only mentioned in cinema. I can't imagine a world where Chris Coons and Gary Peters and Bob Casey and other so-called centrist Democrats, Shaheen,
Cortez
Masto, where they were going to get rid of the filibuster.
I'm just telling you, and I'm not God, I don't know if it's true. I'm just explaining to you reporting that came out that was considered credible, informed the public. And I don't know if anyone else in the group remembers. Y'all don't remember, that's fine. I physically remember because I was invested in this happening. I wanted them to get rid of the filibuster. But I don't like the filibuster. I keep going to talk about that later. But they reported these individuals they were very much against it, just as you're mentioning, Ben, but they somehow were all behind the scenes. I don't know that it is true. This is journalism. Remember, we're in the fake news media world now. So it is true they blamed. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's what was reported. Now, I get it. If you don't believe it, that's fine. Be skeptical of that. But in the reality that the reporting is true, that is what we had gotten. The public pressure cooker was on. We had that bitch on high, not on medium or low. We ain't waiting 3 hours. That bitch was on high. And these two, apparently, those were the two holdups. I'm just telling you what was reported. And so my logic and my conversation with what I'm having, I don't have the article. This was 4 or 5 years, I don't know how many years ago this was. But this was all over. So y'all could probably all Google it. I'm getting it.
I remember statute, maybe 2. I do not remember any reporting that Chuck Schumer, I don't even think Chuck Schumer is in favor of getting rid of the filibuster.
I'm just letting y'all know, my grandmother right now has dementia, is in hospice care. I put it on her life right now. It was reported. And I read it, and I was excited about it, and I don't remember who reported it. Could have been NBC. I don't remember. But it was credible reporting, and they were all about, we've gotten support behind the scenes. These are the only $2 holdups, and everyone online was talking about it, and it was a big thing. And I put it on my grandmother, who was 9, and probably won't be here at the end of the summer, who helped raise me, that this is factual information, was reported. So I'm not making up articles or lies. It is unfortunate, but that is what the internet was going crazy about it. And then I remember people dragging Cinema, dragging whatever his name is, Manchin, all day, every day about this, because it was, I can't remember this part for sure, but I think it was during reconciliation season when we were all talking about the big, beautiful bill, not big, bill, the Build Back Better, and them ruining Biden's, shit he ran on. Like, this is what I'm explaining that I remember.
Yeah, so your mama put some articles there. Yeah, it was for the John Lewis bill. I remember that. I don't remember, okay, so if your claim is that they'll do it for these specific ones, that's fine. I think given what Republicans have shown they'll do with reconciliation, getting rid of the filibuster would be insane.
Then we're getting to the filibuster philosophical conversation, which is fine to have. I don't care to have it because I still want it gone, but I'm not moving off that. Y'all can all disagree with me. I don't care. But my point is that I'm just explaining what Project 2029 has in it. And it has a lot of stuff in it. Like, I was actually pulling down what people online are talking about. Let me see if I can find some of it. So led by Chad Mazel, Biden's former domestic. He has his own little version. There are other people who have their own. So, and it says, like, here's some stuff that's being floated around. You have to expand the Supreme Court is number 1. Overturning Citizens United, federalizing ranked choice voting, outlawing gerrymandering, which is something you mentioned, strengthening anti-corruption and anti-nepotism laws. But so much is in this, is in what we're all talking about Project 29, right? Like $25 minimum wage, which ain't gonna happen. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that's ridiculous. So I agree, brain rot, ridiculous, stupid, retarded, ignorant, inbred thinking, all of the things that, you can say all those things. But some of these things are unfortunately very popular among the base, quote unquote the base, and also non-base people who hate all of these parties and who want this country to destroy that, is going to have to consider some of these things and figure out how to try to make something work. Because yes, the House theoretically always is lost, and we always have a bloodbath every time the president is a D and it's an R, or the president's an R, and there's, we get it. But you're going to probably have a worse outcome if you do not do shit and stay establishment and do not try to change anything that is, pitched to be changed in this little Project 2029 list. I'm just speaking as the messenger, and I feel it in my soul. I see it on my fucking timeline. These people are fucking pissed, and they do not want this to continue. They don't want it to be business as usual with another Democrat, even if it's one I like Ossoff, who becomes president, and he don't do shit except another reconciliation bill because, we don't have a filibuster proof majority, and just more bullshit. Like, nobody wants to go through that shit here. No.
Well,
it's transformative change for Dr. Numbers.
Nobody wants to. I think part of the issue is people have a fundamental misunderstanding of America, and that's just what happens here. And the sooner people resign themselves to that, the sooner they realize that you're going to have to change it in a way that you think you can't just change it. That's just what happens. I'm sure people didn't want to go through the bullshit in 1898 either, and they had to go through it for decades. Like, that's just how. Now, that doesn't mean it's correct, but those weren't structural changes. These things make literally no sense. So the idea is you
for elections in 2030. I have to think. I don't know when they're done.
Well, I read
how could they even do it? They have primaries.
Well, I read something about that, about how that's. I have to find it. Like I'm doing something right now as I'm talking to you, so I can't really Google shit. But I read something about the process of that, so I was curious, like how would they have the time to pass these referendums or whatever to basically become safe? And there was a deep dive on how you could do it, how it would be done in a timely manner. But obviously, it would be something that would probably be a 2030 thing. But I agree with you there. But I'm saying I'm not pitching the whole thing has to become, the law of the land. I'm just explaining if someone does not make, and I'm making a very clear point, if someone does not make a concerted effort, what the Democrat president is, to look at what the people are saying they want in response to what we just went through, and if their plan is just to proceed with politics as usual, as Joe Biden did, right, the regular way you try to get things done, you're going to lose again.
You think Joe Biden went the right way?
I think he went the way that that everyone else is gone. You go the straight and narrow. You have a Supreme Court you try to work with. You have Congress. You go work with your party. You try to get a reconciliation bill done. You try to do things as much as you can. You do the regular way.
What if you don't have the vote?
I'm not talking about him not having the vote. I'm specifically saying that's how you're supposed to do things. Biden did a good job because that's how things are supposed to work.
I mean, in your plan.
Say that again.
What if a president says, "Okay, I want to pack the court," and doesn't have the votes to pack the court?
Bully pulpit. I'm just explaining to you. This is what the people are saying. They are not accepting no. They're saying figure out how to get some of this done. It doesn't have to be all of it, but some of it. They want single payer. They want Citizens United to be there. But they want some of these things done. So if y'all's reality is we're going to continue. Hold on, I'm just going to finish this, and I'm going to go down because I'm not going. I'm writing as I'm talking to y'all. But if y'all's reality is we're winning the presidency and it's business as usual, the way Biden did things, which I don't have a problem with, but if that's where we're going to probably end up, another reconciliation bill's going to be passed every couple of years, and we're going to, maybe if we have some, some deaths, we'll then, nominate a couple justices. If that's the path, I think that's okay. But I'm not saying I'm not speaking for me. I'm telling y'all what literally the public is bitching and moaning about. I don't think it's smart for Dems. I'm being a pseudo strategist right now. So I'm not a real strategist for Democrats, right? I'm Liz Smith. If you guys think that will probably keep us the House or mitigate probably some of the bloodbath that we'll see more than likely in the 2030 midterm, then good on you. I don't think it's a smart strategy. I think you should try to show some of these people who are the populists, who are the progressives, who are some of these leftists, and who are also independent and the people who just normally don't vote. I think you need to keep this coalition together, this anti-Trump coalition. And my pitch to you in the room is this president, we have to figure out how to make sure some semblance of 2029 is being attempted to be passed so we can try to keep this coalition together so we don't end up where we're at now. And I don't like that y'all think I'm being dumb by saying this. I think I'm being very fair by saying you should show the public you're trying to get some of this done, especially if you're a candidate that maybe ran on some of it, right? That maybe had a town hall or two where you had to answer these questions, because voters are going to be asking these questions. Are you someone that supports packing the court? Or are you someone that supports single payer? Are you someone that, they're going to ask these questions to these candidates. And so I think it is smarter to lean into it than run away from it. And
all right. So a couple of things. A lot of that won't matter. Let me give you an example. Jeffries is very pro. He was pro single payer. They now call him a centrist, Zionist, whatever. People change on these Democrats like some of y'all don't change your underwear. That's the first thing. Just because you say a thing, if you don't get it done, they were calling Valerie Fouché in North Carolina for a moderate. The lady has been pro $25, whatever. She was voting the exact same voting record as what's her name? Aline, whatever her name was, who ran against her, Nadia Aline, or whatever her name was. Literally the exact same voting record. They call her a moderate. Why? Because she took a trip to Tel Aviv or something like that. So just because you lean into a thing doesn't mean you get the benefit from it. We found out when we did our deep dive on Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer was the one that was still trying to push for the public option. They blame him. People now blame for it. The American voters don't want like that. But let me tell you something that I have a fundamental issue with your analysis. You think that this country is center left to left. This is a center right to right country. It really is. You keep saying the public wants X, Y, and Z. Maybe some Democratic voters and people on, that's not what regular people do. You go ask people about the Supreme Court, no, but that ain't your issue for American voters.
Three, I really think people underestimate, I'll end here because I'm going to go get some mozzarella sticks. I really think people underestimate how unpopular Republicans are when Donald Trump is not on the ballot. What is the Republican Party post-Trump? You think that people think that the Democrats are, it's all over the internet, and that doesn't tell me anything. They just voted for Donald Trump with 77 million votes, 79 million votes. Republicans have the trifecta. And that doesn't tell me anything. Anyway, people say that the Democrats are in the wilderness like Jacob's sons before they got to Egypt to find post-Potiphar Joseph. What does the post-MAGA world look like? Fredo, Lyra Trump. It's all a mess. It's all a mess. Yeah. Project 2029. People just using the phrase. I don't want to go into it. That's substantively different than the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation accrued power in D.C. You go to any cocktail parties, those people were there. Voight was the OMB guy then. He's the OMB guy now. They made a deal with the devil with Trump. Like, it was a long-standing thing. People's having ideas on the internet is not at all similar to Project 2020. Project 2020.
Can I ask a question? And you and Matt, you guys can answer it. What Republican federal lawmakers support increasing the size of the Supreme Court, if you know? Did you hear my question?
I think he said he was going into the store or something.
Oh yeah, he said he needed to get mozzarella sticks, yes. But yeah, I'm just curious about it. I know that from what I recall, there just wasn't enough support for it even among Democrats, but that was a different time. And I don't know that they have the votes now to even make it happen, but I'm just wondering if there are any Republican lawmakers that support it. Maybe there are a few, maybe there aren't any. I don't know. Oh, and Matt's not on stage anymore, is that? Okay.
Well, I think, perhaps maybe we should have a space where we go through those documents, maybe next week or so.
Who's going to read them?
We can have the conversation around.
We can't
go deeper.
We can't discuss them if we haven't read them, First Lady. It's hard to do that.
Hey, is Matt black?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
No.
What's going on, Judah? Stop.
Well, no, I'm just happy. Sorry,
He's not black.
I'm out canvassing right now. But
what is it? If he's not black, what is he?
Because he definitely called me a hardy R, and everybody just kind of let that shit fly. I'm like, okay,
that's
interesting. That's interesting. Everybody just gonna sit on silent for that shit. Oh, okay, all right. So we support that shit.
You can't tell he has.
No. Yeah. We can't say shit to him because he is who he is. Right?
But this is an interesting space, There's a lot of leeway here. So.
Yeah, okay. All right, my bad. I realized it was in chillism. Thought we were here for actual above.
And we're not. Wait a minute. So what do you think he is?
I don't know. That's why I asked. I'm not here to presume what somebody is and what somebody isn't. But he used that word so very freely.
But you didn't presume that he was black?
That's my brother.
No. No.
That's what I'm saying. So you presume something else outside.
No,
of
I
black.
made no presumption, which is why I asked.
Well, you had to have a presumption if, in fact, you didn't think that he was black.
No.
I'm actually.
I can have no presumption.
Hi, G. I'm back. I'm writing on. I need to actually finish what I'm doing. G. I'm a spit. I'm a beaner. A wetback. I'm a Jew. I'm a kike. And I'm a faggot. And I'm a retard because I'm autistic. I'm all of those things. And I'm a nigger. Did you know that? I am a nigger, just like you. So I can call you a bitch. How about that, Paul? Fuck you. You girl.
One of your brothers back up here. He was so Christ, TT.
Fuck yourself, nigga. How about that, bitch? Fuck you, nigga.
I'm not gonna do anything to you.
Then why don't you shut the fuck up and let me call you
I'm
that?
just
there is leeway in here
position.
because you get called a nigga every day of the week by your fucking niggas anywhere around you. So shut the fuck up, nigga. How about that?
No.
You need the A on the end, bitch, to feel safe.
No,
shut the fuck
I feel
up.
relatively safe. I thought this was an idea for people to express ideas.
You and Trent, y'all deep south motherfuckers. Shut the fuck up and learn how to speak proper English.
Oh.
I'll try to get in it. Speak proper English, bitch. How about that, bitch?
I'm a bitch.
Yeah, a bitch
saying not
nigga.
one cross word to you.
A retard.
I don't know why you don't like. Why didn't you like this one? What's your problem with this person?
Faggot. That's what you.
That you gonna get me in trouble because I brought you back up because you're my brother.
What's your problem with me personally, though? We've never met, bro.
So, G, tell me, how did the car get up here like this? What happened?
I'm sorry. Help me out.
On your profile picture, the car.
Oh my God, yo. That's the that happened after a cruise. We were leaving out from a cruise, right? Mm-hmm. And I think the lady, I think
she had one too many.
I think she was still a little drunk from the night before.
Okay.
To hold you,
Mm-hmm.
And after that goddamn fork in the road right there, fuck, she couldn't tell you which one to go. I shit you not. It was the funniest shit. So my wife, as I'm pulling out my phone, my wife's like, "Are you taking a picture of that?" Hell yes, I'm taking pictures of this shit right here.
That's wrong. Did y'all see her to make sure she got help, or?
Well, okay, so if you go on cruises or whatever, like they have like these little Facebook groups per your cruise, like specific to your cruise. So I went into my group, yes, and I posted that within my own group.
That's nasty.
I had to.
That's nasty.
I had to, dog. I had to.
Did she know it was her?
She had to, But at that point, I mean, if you're in it, you got to be in it at that point. You know what I'm saying? So, it was unfortunate. It was very. Maybe she should. No, the fucked up part about it is the picture that I did not include. That car had an Arkansas license plate, and we were definitely cruising out of New Orleans. That car, people who drive without a state tags, they don't normally rent. They normally just drive their own car in. So I can only assume that car was supposed to be driving back to Arkansas. But I did get some really good updates from my post that I put in the group. And essentially, one person said, like, "Yeah, dude, I saw him." And it was just like, she gunned it coming out, and she got confused and just gunned it. Like, that's wild. And then the other person was like, "Yeah, no, I also passed by shortly afterwards, and I definitely saw the tow truck get off of the median right there. And as they described it, the truck was just ripping pieces of the car off as it was dragging it off of that."
Damn.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty high up there.
Yo, it's pretty high.
Yeah.
The wheels ain't doing nothing but spinning, and not like in a thinking manner either. Like, just idly spinning, yeah. So that was
might need a whole new car.
Yeah. But that's one of those Allstate commercials, Mayhem,
Was Allstate?
Because mayhem can strike anywhere,
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Did you want to make any other comments?
I apologize if.
We're not going backwards. We're going forward. Praise the Lord. I was just saying, did you want to comment on that?
I'm going to be sporadically able to comment right now because I am going door to door out here on the campus right now.
Well, you Jehovah's Witness?
Yes, ma'am. And if you would like some literature on that topic, I could certainly give it to you. It's a two-way thing.
Hey, bro, stop going.
My bad. So
it's a two-way street. I'm actually. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, Cass. What do you want to talk about? We were talking about court packing. We were talking about other reforms. I mean, for me, I'm a much bigger fan. This might be personally of reforming the House. The House makes no sense that it's at those numbers. But
hey, shit, when you say reform the House, what do you mean?
Was it 4 through 5? It should probably at minimum be 657.
Okay, so
it's way too small. I think that goes back to the 1920s.
Yo, G, you should stop going to people's houses and disturbing them. All right, man.
Well, we did have a major issue occur in the state, so we're kind of raising awareness. No, I'm not Jehovah's Witness.
It's not just, and this is obviously not from Matt, but Matt knows where I'm going with this. It's just difficult for me to listen to people online who want to do these sorts of things and then say, and again, it's not Matt, because Matt and I were laughing this other day, why didn't they codify the Voting Rights Act? Huh? Well, if Biden had just codified and turned it into law, then it'd be fine. He should have codified it in law. Then they couldn't have struck it down. But at a certain point, Democrats are going to have to lie and have people in their coalition who they disagree with. That's it. I don't know why they don't do it. What is a woman? A dominant female. Next. It's be in sports. Nope. In fact, I don't like sports at all. Next. Donald Trump has done nothing on any of those issues, but he gets political wins out of them time and time and time and time again. Just lie. Now, I don't know if I like D.I. Maybe it went too far. Get in office, put it back in ball. Well, what we did was actually different. Lied. Just Trump does. Lied. Why did Democrats stop lying? Lie. 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 You know what's better than changing the name? Lying. What do you think about so-and-so? I could have swore I saw Mike Johnson I think I saw Mike Johnson from Congress. He was with Epstein. Lie.
But Dan, I think it's not that I disagree, but I don't think the people would buy into that because the Dems are the party that is expected to always tell the truth. So us becoming habitual liars, the people now they think we faking it. That's.
Yeah, I literally love reform. We're talking about structural reforms. Can I be honest with you? I thought you were bright. You're just not bright enough to keep up. I apologize. I've come up with many solutions. Instead of Supreme Court reform, I said House reform. Literally just 2 minutes ago. I didn't just say win the presidency and law. I said a lot more than lie. The idea that of all people doesn't come up with possible solutions is cat. I can be honest with you, it's kind of dumb. I'm not the court. I thought you were one of the smart people. I got to do the basket of dumbs. That's it.
Can I ask early?
Just somebody else I won't talk to. That's my new thing. When people are really dumb, unless they provide content, I don't talk to them. I just can't put the out anymore. I literally just said House reform and gave the number. And G asked me what it meant, literally, 5 minutes ago. Look, not getting my fellow 6 minutes ago. See what I'm saying? Dumb. Who here heard me just talk about going to 650, 700 seats? How do I know? When you scroll up, y'all said, damn, that's a lot of seats. I said, the country is big. Pause. Literally. Jeff, did you not say that?
I did say that in the chat.
Yeah, big country, Jeff. Yeah, so, just done. So I'm not going to be disrespectful, I'll just ignore you. So I respectfully ask you not to speak on me going forward. Otherwise, I'll have to be a retarded, and we'll get the CC treatment. That's just how it's going on. Let me just continue. It's really that simple. Just, I don't think that there's any expectation in this moment. We're in a negative partisanship moment. I think Democrats operate from that assumption to their own detriment. People want blood. They want to be lied to. It's like many of y'all's partners, who actually aren't your partners, but they lie to you and tell you they are. That's where I think we are as a country. So I don't think there's much expectation. I think what happens is Democrats play into that expectation, and then when they don't follow through with every single thing they said they were going to do, they get for it. Or it's all simple. I saw black people arguing about a Juneteenth holiday. That was fake. It was online. It was a fuck about a free holiday. So that's I don't think there's much expectation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm off a line. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I do think there needs to be very clear policy positions going into the next election cycle, because I don't think we had some stuff, but I just don't think they were strong. Like, we need very strong policy positions going into the next thing. I've still been waiting on the Dems to have something on education. I don't think, clearing student loan debt and universal pre-Ks, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's really going to stick enough. I think we need to do something a little bit more revolutionary than that, but that's my...
I think there are an issue or two that Republicans have done with immigration where Democrats need to the territory and make it their own. But generally, I think that Democrats over-index, to use a fake business school, fake political strategist word that doesn't actually mean anything, but I'll use it because now it means something. Over-index on policy. I think they do too much on policy. And then what it does is it leaves them open to disingenuous, ridiculous attacks. Trump never said how he would bring prices down. She said how she would bring prices down through price caps. She got groceries. She hammered for that. Trump just said, I'll bring it down. Boy, Sam's gonna bring it down. They're gonna bring that motherfucker down. They're gonna bring that motherfucker down. They're gonna bring all the way down. And that's what people went with. Sometimes I think that the egghead thing actually works against them. We need more houses. I'm Kamala Harris, and I'm going to give people $25,000. How dare you give Americans money to buy homes? You should be taking money from Ukraine to give money to Americans to buy a home. That's literally what people were saying. The lady gave you a very specific set of policies on home ownership. People critique the policies. But they've been complaining for the last 4 years that
home buying is unaffordable.
And we're sending money to Ukraine.
Yeah.
She said, I'm not going to send some money to Ukraine. I'm going to use the $25,000 for home buying. Where's Doug? He's putting the greens in the tub. How dare you try to give us $25,000 for homes? Democrats, Hillary Clinton went to West Virginia. I'm going to tell you that we're not going to be able to have coal anymore. We're going to need green computer jobs. We want black lung. In that election, that was Trump's biggest victory. Black lung. West Virginia. Do you know that when the Biden administration passed legislation with inflation reduction and shit, all the kinds of Clinton would help spur their economy and bring jobs, they got that shit, then Trump cut it?
And people are like, well, we want those jobs back. Specific. Stop talking to people. Talk at them. Did y'all see the articles when Trump repealed that shit? There's all these jobs in West Virginia they lost. They came from Biden's policy. I think we need to stop talking to people and start talking at them and around them. Donald Trump provides a lot. We don't want the clean, high-paying jobs. My grandpapa had black lung, so I want black lung. That's what they were saying. Okay. Fuck it. Now I agree with you on education and a couple of other things. They should, like I said, stake out territory. But generally,
Kiana, I don't know if you're too comfortable disclosing, but are you? I think we're in the same age range. Are you late 90s, early 2000s? Like how old are you? If you don't mind disclosing, you don't have to, but I just wanted kind of like for context.
She was born the year when the Senate minority leaders had more power than the president, majority leader, speaker of the House, and the Supreme Court. Whatever year that was the case, that's the year she was born. She was born the year a man who has 47 votes in a 100-body chamber has more power than the president and the Supreme Court. That's the year she was born. It was called 1990 Airhead. That was the year. 1990 Airhead. That's the
Whenever you need me, I'll be there. I'll be around. What happened? Burn? Okay, guess they're not having a conversation anymore. Hey, James. See you down there. Hey, Misha. Hope all is well. Good to see you. Glad you could join us today. Happy Saturday. If someone is speaking and we cannot hear you. Hey, y'all, I just want to say one quick thing, and then I'm just take my ass back to the goo. But I came on here originally saying that the Dems have no plan, they're not organized, they're not on the same page on their Project 2028. This man said that's a lie, they are organized or whatever. They do have a plan. Then, literally an hour later, somebody else brought up the Project 2029 and how there's multiple versions of it. And then he said, it's not backed from a foundation, so it's not real. You literally agree with me, and I'll be in the goo.
Right. So you never heard me say the Dems were organized. What I said was, it was very clear, all you can do as a minority party is act like one and block it. Democrats won't get an agenda until they get a nominee. They're
hear other intelligent people, you think you are as intelligent or informed or nearly informed, but you don't. What was the Republicans' agenda in 2010? What was the Democrats' agenda in 2006? What was the Republicans' agenda in 1998? Minority parties have to run like minority parties. No one's moving the goalposts. When someone accuses you of moving the goalposts, I mean, I don't think Keon just likes me to talk to her clearly, but now we're here. You just don't know what the fuck you're talking about, respectfully. You just don't know. So it's fine, just so you don't know. Chuck Schumer would not be the one you would look to for an agenda. And if Nearest Handon is involved in something, Matt, you know that's DOA on a rock. Project 2025 has been it was a decades-long affair. Like, I don't want to go there. That's a whole different thing. But if Nearest Handon's involved, you need to stay the fuck away. That lady is insane. You talk about a loser. You talk about a grifter. And she's not trying to misrepresent what you're saying, Matt. She can't properly represent what you're saying. She doesn't have the cognitive ability. Some people have to understand that a lot of times people aren't lying on you or mangling what you say. They just lack the ability to repeat coherent thoughts coherently. That's the problem. You're talking about a woman. You're talking about a woman who wondered why Chuck Schumer did not stop the Supreme Court from blocking the Voting Rights Act decision 2 days ago. Can we just remember who we're talking? This is a woman that blamed Chuck Schumer for what the Supreme Court did and why he didn't block it. I just want people to understand that's the participant in this conversation.
Schumer to do was to go to the Supreme Court and tie up 3 conservative justices and hold them hostage, like in Silence of the Lambs. I think that's what she wanted. These people, what happens is that people use ignorance. They cover up their ignorance with a fake indignation. Many people are indignant because they're ignorant to what's going on. And so people think if you're indignant, indignance usually comes from a place of being informed. But we're in a moment now where political indignance is largely born of ignorance, not being informed. That's the issue. Look, she thinks we're saying the same thing. She's so dumb. That's what I'm saying. She's so dumb. Her whole point was that Chuck Schumer has to go because he didn't block X, Y, and Z. But she thinks we agree. Yeah. You said you wanted to be rude, we're going to be rude. You started with the rude. I was dead nice, calling you Peter. I was dead nice. Said you want to be rude and be rude back. You're a feminist. Equality. Good.
Oh, I only came up because I want to get back to when you were talking about the Dems need to get back to lying. There's a part of me that agrees, and then there's another part of me that's on the fence, if only because I feel like the Democratic side of the electorate is like the type of smart dumb where I don't know how much lying is going to work on. I just don't know. But I do agree that the Dems got to stop talking and explaining and doing all this protracted. It's not working anymore. And it's not working because the girls think that they're too smart. Whether they are or not is another question. But all this extra lip service, at this point, the people deserve crumbs. If that.
Well, when I say lie, I use that as a larger category, but it can be mendacity, it can be prevarication, it can be duplicity, it can be disingenuousness, it could be any of those things with plausible deniability. Let me give you an example. None of us actually know Donald Trump's involved ins and outs of it with the Epstein files and Epstein. Remember how Democrats wanted to stay away from the Epstein file? Oh, we're kind of...
You're in the Matrix.
You're in the Matrix because you saying lying.
That shit came out, all those Dems started dropping themselves. I don't care.
You're in the Mayday.
Ben, were you basically saying that you were saying we don't know Trump, the extent to which Trump is in the Epstein files, and that as things were released, all of the Dems, I'm not even thinking about just the elected officials, but I remember y'all talked about the people who worked at all the different schools, how they immediately fell on the sword at of their name, where Trump has been largely able to skate free and clear of it for the most part. Is that what you're talking about?
No, what I was saying is we don't know the extent to his involvement, or really anybody's involvement in the Epstein files. But that didn't stop Democrats from speculating openly. That didn't stop them from calling him a pedophile. Democrats did not do that kind of stuff during the Obama era. That's what I'm talking about. Half-truths, possible truths, to actually play nasty politics. None of us know what crimes, if any crimes, any of these people committed. To be fair, none of us can prove what we know. But that didn't stop them. No, we can't. I'm talking about the court of law. We can't. And so my point is that didn't stop them from doing what, Kaz, you know what statute they violated? I don't know any statutes.
This is a sensitive topic, and we just have to let it.
Okay, all right, cool. So anyway, that's what I'm saying.
To that point, I could definitely agree. And I would just also say that then they would also just need to stand in it and ignore all of the moralizing from particular persons on the internet and just do the thing.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. So you're saying you don't know the extent of people's involvement? Like,
I said I don't know the statutes that they violated. I don't know the statutes, the laws, the actual criminal statutes. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Do you know the statutes? I don't know criminal law well enough. Do you know?
I mean, I look at it through a common sense.
Do you know the statutes?
I can look them up if you want me to, right? But I'm pretty sure a lot of people are violated. You know, but I can't say.
No. Which statute?
Statutes of crimes. Let me see what specific statutes exist. So I'm pretty sure murder was committed.
That's not what I'm saying.
So what are you saying?
I wasn't talking exactly. You know that Donald Trump murdered somebody? That's literally what I'm talking about. Are you paying attention?
Well, we could read the files and you could get a sense of what was going on.
I literally said we don't know if Donald Trump did anything.
Oh, no, he didn't.
He might not have done anything illegal, but that didn't stop them from pretending like he didn't. That's literally my point.
I mean, I can't argue with that, right? Sure. But, you know, I could tell you Donald Trump didn't do anything.
We don't know what anybody did. None of us.
We do know what some people did. We do, actually.
Are they running for office?
You're in the Matrix, bro.
Are they running for office?
Who?
The people you're talking about.
They're not running for office, but they're...
That's what we're talking about. People running for office. Yeah, yo. This is insane.
In the Matrix. But we do know what these people did. For example, the COVID vaccine, you know, that was Bill Gates and Epstein working together to make the COVID happen. And everybody that got injected with it.
They're not running for office. You're changing the convo, bro.
Okay, let me not change it.
But you know what? I'm the only one talking, so I'm done. Go ahead. No. You can change the convo. I'm the only one talking. So
I don't even want to change the convo.
Go ahead.
We could just broaden it. I was saying that the Epstein files did reveal some context to what was going on. For example, Bill Gates and Epstein preparing for a pandemic, and we're seeing how they can get the World Health Organization involved in it and all types of stuff, right? I've seen the emails. I could show you the emails. But yes, basically the context is Bill Gates and Epstein's are the people behind COVID, right? And whoever else. And everybody that got the vaccine is just playing their little game. That's what it is. So that's context for you in terms of we do know what some of these people were doing, though. To the people that says I'm lying, check my PTR. That's an email from. That's an email. Hold on, Crisis. Hold on, brother. That's an email from Bill Gates to Epstein talking about preparing for pandemics and says, I hope we can pull this off. And in 2019, Bill Gates and friends with everybody on how to prepare prepare for pandemics and what people will do and stuff like that. How to deal with misinformation. Misinformation is basically how to deal with the truth being told. They had that in 2019 and boom, 2020, COVID happens.
So Kaz,
if you're gonna say I'm lying, please don't. Do we have to engage this? You don't have to. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Hold on real quick. Kaz, is anybody willing to engage you to say that what you just said is inaccurate?
So here's the thing, right? Crisis. We're past the accuracy, right? Because I can give you multiple, right?
No, I understand what you're saying. What I'm asking is, is anybody going to try to say that what you said is inaccurate?
Why does that matter if anybody says it's accurate, right? We're sitting here on a silent stage, right? I stayed on mute for a good amount of time, right? Now I'm speaking. Now, if you have a problem with that, just let me know and we can stay in silence.
Right. I'm asking Kaz. I'm saying, is anybody willing to say that what you said is inaccurate? Is what I'm saying.
How would I know what anybody else is willing to do when I'm only Kaz?
I'm not asking you when I ask that question. I'm not asking you. I'm asking the rest of the stage. Is anybody willing to say that what Kaz just said is inaccurate?
Well, most people can't prove what I say is inaccurate because, I don't just say random things, right? Even if they might sound random.
All right. What's next?
First lady, there was nothing next. This is it.
No, excuse me. No, this is not it. This is not where we're landing, sir. Thank you. If you'd like to comment on his picture, do so by hitting the back channel. Thank you. Somebody just came up on stage?
Sit in silence, First Lady.
Yeah.
I guess.
Silence is good, especially on a Saturday.
Let's talk about something. Let's talk about what I'm talking about, man.
No, it's okay.
Why? It's important.
Sir, it's important
to everybody.
To you, sir.
This is COVID vaccines.
Yes. Guess what?
What?
It's not 11:30 p.m. like it was yesterday. I'll just place you in a goal. I'm not going to have a goal back and forth with you. This is not up for debate.
So you want to send
This is not a democracy.
It should be, right? That's what you believe in.
No. You want to be a dictatorship.
I'm being a dictatorship.
Okay. I told you I'm not going to do this shit with you today. That's what I'm doing. I don't understand why y'all like to play with these. I don't. I'm saying the silence. Hey, Dr. Mitch, how you doing? Whenever you call me, I'll be there. I can see a few different things today. I'm on the way out the door. I don't know, wait a minute. It says, Trump says today U.S. could be better off without Iran deal. What that mean? All right, Trump's war with Iran. Adults that have voted, 61% says it's a mistake, and 36% says it's the right decision. This is ABC News and WAPO poll. 61% say war with Iran is definitely a mistake. The Pentagon said on Friday the U.S. will be withdrawing roughly about 5,000 troops from Germany over the next year. The move, which comes after President Donald Trump's lash out. German chancellor over his criticism of the U.S. war with Iran. Okay. Will still leave about 30,000 U.S. troops in the country. Oh, I didn't know that. So we're going to withdraw some troops out of Germany because of the conversation that they had, and he didn't like that. Wow, I didn't know that. Did we talk about that? About the withdrawing troops out of Germany? Maybe I did. Today, the administration would increase auto tariffs on European unions, okay, to 25% next week. Oh my God. Based on the fact the European Union is not complying with our fully agreed trade deal. Where's Trent? Trent ain't said nothing about us. Did he say something about that? Cars from the EU have been facing a 15% tariff as part of a trade agreement reached over the summer. Let's see. Also, federal appeals court temporarily reinstated a nationwide requirement that abortion pills be obtained in person, undermining access to the method of abortion that has only grown more widespread since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. All right, well, those are some late updates. Trump cast doubts on Iran's latest proposal, says he's not satisfied with what they've come back with. So, there you have that. Anything? Anybody want to have a conversation? Otherwise, we can let Kaz back on stage and you guys can listen to him. Which one will it be? Hey, who did that? Rohan, don't be putting no thumbs down on these. You crazy? Like, what the hell? I know you may not want that, but don't thumbs me down. Not unless you want to see the whole bit. Stop silencing him. Hey, listen, I'm not silencing him. This is a free act. He can go and create his own space. What's going on? What are you talking about? I'm not silencing anybody. Everybody has the freedom to speak wherever they wish to speak. Just not in this space. That's all. Thought that was clear. Whenever you call me, I'll be there. Crisis, Dr. Mitch, y'all came on stage. Y'all didn't say hi. I didn't hear a word. Crisis, you came right out and started talking to Kaz, asking him if other people want to talk to him. That was crazy.
I'm trying, beautiful lady.
Well, you ain't trying hard enough. You didn't even say hello to me. What's going on?
I'm saying, I just want to interrupt you.
Sorry, you want to say?
Why you don't want to interrupt me? I just gave you stuff to talk about.
Firstly, there's a lot of noise in my background.
I
want to say, this Saturday, and to you as well. Thank y'all for creating space. Personally, and this is just me speaking for myself. I do think things that Kaz was speaking on is absolutely beneficial to the conversation that's happening.
I'm glad I didn't hear the last part of what she said. Zoji, wait a minute, where you at? Oh, what's going on? Did I just hear some? Hey, Akshay, how are you?
I was trying to figure out who was calling. I didn't know if that was Tommy or you trying to say somebody's name.
Dave Soji. Thank you very much. But my phone started ringing. I had something ringing. Oh, shut up. Don't start.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings. How are you?
Greetings from His Majesty's Kingdom.
Oh, the Majesty Kingdom. Okay.
Unless you're talking about Zamunda, I don't know that.
Charles is a great and washed.
Is it cold where you from?
It's summer.
Huh?
It's summer here.
Oh, it's summer? That's nice. I didn't get my phone. Wait a minute. Yes. So, Dr. Mitch, did you have anything you want to say? Akshay,
I do. First of all, I love old soul music. I'd rather hear you sing than hear people bicker. I've been on kind of a crusade the last 2 weeks regarding, all this government bickering stuff. And I've come to a conclusion that anybody that doesn't want us to balance the budget in America is not my friend, because they're bankrupting our country. I don't care if it's a Democrat, a Republican, a lunatic, a genius. The bottom line is we're arguing about things that we can't afford to pay for. The interest on the national debt has surpassed our gross domestic product. So, like, anytime somebody says to me, if you think somebody's doing a good job, I'm just going to come back and say, are they balancing the budget? And if the answer is no, then the answer is they're not doing a good job. They're not protecting our future or the future of our children. The country's bankrupt. They got us bickering. Nobody ever talks about this. Nobody ever talks about how expensive all these things are. It's a real problem. I mean, down here, I'm in California. Diesel fuel is selling for $8 a gallon out here, and that means all the shipping costs are going to go up. And when they're trying to raise all this extra money to raise the military budget, have all these additional expenses, that forces inflation. You have to inflate the cost of everything to make up for that. So it's not over. The rising costs in this country are not over. We're not getting shit. Citizens aren't getting shit. They're sending the money overseas. They're building weapons. Yeah, Trump said that he doesn't like the ceasefire because he's not done inflating the military budget and spending our money on stupid shit. So I don't, to me, poverty is a form of violence.
Did you cut out? Did he cut out there?
I think he did.
Oh, okay. All right. So poverty is a form of violence. That's the last I heard.
Tell me.
That was the last I heard. You said something else. Oh, you said it doesn't agree with it. What was the doesn't agree with?
If anyone agreed to balancing the budgets,
the balancing of the budget. Yeah, I mean that was something that the Republicans definitely brought to the table during the campaign, and how we need to balance the budget. 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 My kids, they're not going to be able to survive. We need to balance the budget. We need to balance the budget. We're spending $1 billion a day. Is that what somebody told me? What's the number again?
It was $1 billion a day with regards to Iran. Yes, that was the case.
Wow, not $1 million, $1 billion.
Yeah, giant B, capital B.
$1 billion. $1 billion a day.
I ain't complaining when your money was being used to do testing on animals and stuff like that, but y'all care now.
Was it $1 billion a day?
Y'all didn't speak about it.
I'm asking you a question. Is $1 billion a day?
So what?
And those funds. Wait a minute. But see, you cannot take potatoes and put them in the pot with your socks and your drawers. You have to compartmentalize lies. You just adding stuff into the pot saying, well, those funds have already been appropriated. They are put in place for research and things of that nature. We did not actually budget for $1 billion a day war. Nowhere.
Correct. But
nowhere.
You budgeted for frogs being tested on?
We budgeted for science and for research purposes.
So you rather test the frogs
I don't listen, sir.
Other than the water.
No, that's something that you want to place your minuscule mind to, and thinking something so small and saying, oh, well, you guys got money for research. How much was the research? How much was it? If we're going to talk about it, talk about it. How much was the research? No. Tell me, how much? Well, how much $1 million? $100 million? $200 million? $300 million?
I don't care if it's $1.
Yeah, but oh my God, this guy is impossible.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to have a conversation with Arthur. Are you doing it again? Are you doing that thing again, Arthur?
No, I'm just gonna say. I'm just gonna say.
Tell me you're doing it again, and you can lead the conversation. Go ahead, Arthur. Lead the conversation.
No, I was just gonna say what happened last night. That's what I was gonna ask you.
It's like, my point is, you never knew where your money was going anyway. So you never cared. But now that Trump is using it, and y'all know where it's going. Y'all care now. But y'all, where is it going? Yeah, if I break down to where all if I break down to how much money was being
at the rate of $1 billion a day.
Yeah, so what? That's the only number you know. Do you know where the rest of your money goes? No, you don't.
It used to go to health care.
It's also
it used to go to kids on education. It used to go to what do you call it? Head Start. Like, what are we talking about? Yes, we do know where our money goes, sir. What are you saying? You just say these things, you just make them up.
Now your money is being used for good use, and you're mad. For a good cause.
What are you talking about? Do I sound mad? I'm mad at you because of the fact that you constantly just say any old thing. So I get frustrated with you. But I'm asking simple questions, sir, in regards to how much we are spending a day. If that doesn't bother you, then that's fine. Then you don't need to be a part of the conversation. But to the people who do want to make sure that we are focusing on budgeting. Hello?
So how much money was spent to go to the moon? And how does that help us?
Ask Trump.
But they're not complaining about all that money being used to go around the moon to say hello. But y'all
complaining, no. But did we kind of kiki about it and say, oh, okay, well, how can we find the positive in this? The positive in that was, maybe, it will ignite some kids to want to join STEM projects and want to get back into, learning and be creative, innovating in the science world, space and things of that nature. Get back to those things. So, we kind of, no, it's not. For me, it wasn't, something necessary, but it was done. I think it shows force to other countries that America still has some great technology, and we are still innovative, and we are out in the front, and we're forward thinking. So it has a lot of different types of, benefits from it. But is this something that would have been on the top of my list? No. Not at all. But when you're talking about spending $1 billion a day, when you don't know when gas prices are going to possibly come down, people are trying to plan for their summer vacations and looking at the daggone airline prices and saying, oh my God, like, how am I supposed to budget this in my vacation with, fertilizer continuously going up, with inflation continuously rising, and this war is at the center of it, yeah, it becomes a problem. because now it's actually taking away and depleting from us going in a positive direction. So if there's funds that are out there that have already been, placed and stipulated for research and cancer research and things of that nature, that my money's already going to, then fine, that's good. But it's a whole nother thing when you're saying, oh, well, now we need more money from you because you're going to have to pay more money because we got tariffs going on. So that price is going up. We got gas and oil prices going up. It's a lot of different things that come back.
NASA spends a year, you know how much NASA spends?
About $25 billion, dude.
45 billion.
25. The defense budget is the defense budget is about $2.8 billion a day.
You know how much spent from medical research?
And about $50 billion on NIH funded.
Now, do you know exactly what that $50 billion is doing? Can you tell me exactly where each billion?
There's like 30,000 grants, sir, and it's readily available online. You can look at each grant.
Oh, he's just going to continuously do this whataboutism and try to say.
Did you know that he found the cure, right? Something.
You're doing this whataboutism versus dealing with what we're dealing with today. What are we dealing with today? Why are you running from it? Why can't you stick with conversation in regards to spending $1 billion a day? Why can't you deal with that? Versus continuously sitting there talking about some, well, do you know how much you spend here? Do you know how much you spend that? That's a whataboutism. What about it?
$1 billion is good use. We know what it's being used for. It's transparent.
Good use for what? To what ends?
Yeah, in your opinion, it's good use. In my opinion, spending $2.8 billion a day for defense is not good. It's not the right use of money. Instead,
so how much have we spent so far?
Wait. Instead, we should be helping people get health care instead of taking that funding away. We can reduce the defense budget by 10%, and we can then substantially help people get health care.
So how much have we spent so far?
The budget is
on the war over $25 billion.
25 billion, right?
That's an understatement. You can multiply the defense budget, as I said, is $2.8 billion.
Well, let's just go with the safe number, $25 billion in 60 days. In 60 days, $25 billion in 60 days.
It's larger than that. They've already proposed.
I know. I'm just saying.
Next year is $1.5 trillion because they have to replenish all the stock. So it's easily $2 billion a day for this war.
I get it, but I'm just saying for the sake of argument. Just sometimes you gotta negotiate. You gotta give them something. So I'm just saying, even still, looking at $25 billion in 60 days is insane. Without knowing when it's supposed to end.
Well, plus, what's the economic benefit from it, right? If you think, what is it that these are questions we can't have right now because there's too many people suffering in America and inflation is insane. There's too many domestic problems that we need to deal with. Like, if you want to spend money, make money first. Don't just put it on a credit.
I'm just going off of what this administration ran off of. We were having a conversation before we took a left, and the conversation was, hey, listen, if the Dems have to spice the truth, I don't like to call it a lie, because if you plan on doing the thing that you saying that you aren't going to do, then it's not really lying. It's just spicing it for the moment, right? So that was the conversation. In some kind of way, we kind of turned and went down a detour lane. But yeah, I'm just focused on the fact that this is what the administration ran off of. And now instead of the people who actually voted for it, who actually came in, argued, this is why they're voting for a thing. And now, instead of saying, yeah, that is what I voted for and I'm not getting that, they're now pivoting and some kind of way flipping it back on the other people who's bringing it up to them. Hey, listen, this is what you said you wanted. You said that there was a problem with inflation and that you couldn't afford your groceries at the grocery store. And that this person was going to bring gas prices down. That's the conversation. But instead, people want to go back to 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and have a conversation about then versus right now. How are we having a conversation what happened 7, 8, 10 years ago when we're looking at what's going on in Cali right now? But the only way that we can have the conversation is if, in fact, we allow the whataboutisms. And nobody wants to have it. I don't think that's productive. I don't see it as being productive in comparing, well, you spent this amount of money here. Like, I don't get it. If you voted for something and you said that this is why you were voting for this thing, and then the person's not giving you the thing that you said you voted for, you're okay with that. And you're okay with that because you think that people dislike the person. That's insane.
Hey, First Lady, if I could comment, I'd like to ask people who think this is a good idea if it's okay for us to take out credit cards on their grandchildren and use those to spend on this, right? Can I take out a line of credit, have your grandchildren be responsible for those credit cards so I can pay for this shit? Yes or no?
No. Yes.
Yeah, obviously no, but people don't think like that. They think this money is like, the government has unlimited funds, so it's not my. It is your grandchildren's credit card.
I say yes.
That's exactly what they're doing, man. That's what they're doing.
Why would you compare a single individual to the ability of a government? Like, that's. I can't.
Well, you didn't know your grandchildren, brother, could raise taxes on their neighbors? You didn't know that they could go to central banks? You didn't know your grandchildren had that ability? Yeah, just wait.
Yeah, my bad. I'll be quiet for a minute.
How is it reasonable for the boomers to push the cost onto the future generation? They should have to pay for what the services that they got. They've already got a bonus. I don't think it's fair. Granted, I'm not going to dispute that they'll find a budget correction or some way to increase the budget in the future, but I didn't vote for it.
Well, that's what the American people voted for. I'm not being flippant. That's you asked what.
Actually, that's not what they voted for, but that's what the GOP does. They say one thing. They said they were going to reduce the deficit. They said they were going to limit spending, and lo and behold, they get in office and they changed the strategy.
It's quite literally what they voted for. When you vote for something and it happens, it's what you voted for. Anything to keep Republican voters and GOP voters off the. Oh, we've got to understand them. We have to be nice to them at Thanksgiving. Do people make outreaches to poor black farmers? Like, we got to do profiles on them. No, they don't care. Same thing. It's what you voted for. Who's next? I went into a diner and there were these Trump voters. One of them voted for Obama once and wanted to know why they changed. And they just felt like the country was leaving them behind. Trump leaves them behind. Well, that's not what they voted for. They wanted something else. So what do? They'll vote for Republicans in 2028.
I mean, is it possible people start acting like they hate our wonderful president, that the people would then be able to see, will the wool be removed from their eyes if we start to love the president?
They already love him.
Would that happen?
People already love him.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm talking about the people who say bad things about him. Like, if they were to start to find a different way and spoke positive, do you think that the people would then begin to be able to see? Or no? It still be difficult for them to see? I mean, because I feel as though the reason why they can't see is because they are blinded by the hate that people have for the president. That's what I think.
They're the same voters. They're conservative Republicans. It's the same people. It's not a new group.
Well, no, first thing I was eating, but I want to say, right? You're complaining about the $1 billion a day. So the numbers are.
Sir, please do not put words in my mouth. I'm not complaining about
cool.
it.
You mentioned $1 billion a day. So Trump spent about what? Let's say 25 to 30 billion on this war, right? The U.S. spends about 6.5 to 7.5 trillion a year. So that's only 0.33% of the U.S.'s budget. Meaning, if you had $100, that's equivalent to spending 33 cents. There's nothing to fucking complain about. Nothing at all. So you guys complain about $1 billion a day, you're just framing it different. It's $1 billion a day out of 7.5.
Well, I'm complaining. I'm complaining. How about that?
So stop complaining, y'all.
Okay.
That is, so you guys are complaining about basically 33 cents. And y'all.
This nigga don't pay for nothing.
That's
He
the
don't buy
correct
anything.
math, right? So
He must be.
I know you guys.
You live with your parents, sir?
No, I don't. I live by myself. You guys aren't mad at the math.
So nothing around you has gone up? The price of nothing around you.
I know the gas went up, but I don't give a fuck.
Are you living off some young lady?
Why would I live off a young lady?
It's not only gas that's gone up, bro. If the gas has gone up,
I haven't noticed anything go up, actually. Not bad.
So you don't ever buy groceries?
I don't.
You don't buy shit. He doesn't buy anything else. The only thing that has gone up for him has been gas. He doesn't realize that fucking trucks that deliver the fucking goods that's in the stores, their gas prices have gone up.
It's not life changing.
He doesn't realize a lot of this shit. He doesn't realize anything because he doesn't pay for anything.
It's not life changing.
Except for
I pay for everything, right? You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing: it's not life changing. It's not a life changing increase. Where I'm like, damn, bro, what the hell? I got no more money left. Like, it's not like that. Like what you guys are making it to be. Like, we're some type of, like, you know what I'm saying, like money issues going on, whatever, recession. Like, it's not like, what the fuck? I put 93 gas in my vehicle. Like, yeah, it might increase, but like, I still put the gas and I keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't hinder me. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we are complaining about 0.33%
we're
of the
complaining
U.S.
about a problem that didn't have
budget.
that would not have existed. This would not have existed if we never went to war.
Right.
Okay,
Let's figure out where the
this would not have existed if we did not go to war.
Other 99% is going to. Let's figure.
Hey, Cass, how much do you think the inflation is costing Americans now because of the war?
So I did the math with gas prices, right? For example, for gas, your people are not paying even more than $1,000 per year now, right? So it's about 70 to, let's say on average, $70 extra a month on gas monthly, right? I've done the math before. I could look at the notes that I took, but it wasn't that significant to where everybody's panicking. It's just more of a false exaggeration. People just complaining because they have the right to complain, free speech. But it's not nothing life changing. Oh my God, like, bro, cancel that Netflix, cancel your Netflix subscription, cancel your Paramount, watch some Tubi for free. It's not that hard. Y'all acting like y'all can't budget and save that extra money, man. Just take a little fun out.
Everything has gone
fun
up.
out of our lives sometimes, you know.
Everything has gone up, bro.
Everything is going up, but how much? Can you give me the numbers?
You crunch
Just
the
talk about how much. Because look, something could be $1. Something could be $1 today and be $1.02 tomorrow. It went up, but bro, we're not gonna complain about that 2-cent increase. So how much? Let's talk about. Let's put it in context. How much are
somebody
they
just
going?
talk about their chocolate almonds that they usually get from Sam's. Just an example. Somebody brought up their some chocolate almonds they get from Sam's yesterday. What was it? I think it was somebody, I don't know. Somebody in here said that they used to pay $7, then now they're paying like $12.
No, not 20.
No, they're paying $12.
Okay, let's take what they're saying as truth, right? Because even I don't believe it, but let's take it as truth because it doesn't matter, right?
Shit, I bought check this out.
If it's a $4
grocery bag, just a grocery bag. I was in the grocery store one day while I was on this app. I had 3 bags. It was like $200 and something. I'm not talking about the big brown paper bags back in the day that these old school people. I'm talking about the little plastic bags they give you now.
Yeah,
I didn't have no meat in there.
Yeah, but listen, if you're spending $7 before, that's -7. If you're spending $12, that's a $4 difference. So within that $4 difference, what can you do to negate that $4 difference? Just buy a different snack, or cut the snack out, or just don't buy the chocolate almonds. Why the fuck you gonna stuff your face?
Okay, all right. So let me see if I understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is
0.33%. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me. I get you, but I'm just gonna try to understand it as from a different angle. So what you're saying is you have the money. So if it went up $5 extra, okay, fine. I got $5 extra. I'm gonna keep it moving. If I can't afford the $5 extra, then I'm not gonna buy it. That's pretty much what you're saying, right?
Yeah, because what happens when you can't buy your chocolate almonds?
Can I ask Kaz?
Nothing happens.
Can I ask?
Literally nothing.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I want to ask Kaz. You got like pay rent?
Yeah.
Are your utilities included in your rent?
No.
Okay, so like energy costs on average have gone up 11%.
Turn your lights off. Turn your lights off.
And that's all you need to hear to know that we should move on from that.
So I was gonna ask you, how much do you usually pay your
on electricity, I just pay. I don't even look at you.
This man is paying.
I can tell you. I could pull up my electric bill. I don't think honestly, I get the electric bill notice. I don't even think it's more than 100 because it's like I don't have I'm not in the crib.
That's right.
Not only do you not pay, but you don't manage your money.
He lives in a closet, yeah. If he's paying $100.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Nah, bro, you're in the matrix.
He said something about the closet. I don't understand what y'all saying, but
no, we said stagflation.
No, you're right.
Listen, bro. Regardless, right? Those are necessities, right? Those necessities. Everybody here. Y'all can pay your necessities. If y'all can pay them before, y'all can pay them now. That's it. We're not talking about buying snacks at the store. Electricity, utilities, pay that. But snacks at the store, Netflix, cut that shit out. If the time is so hard, why y'all not cutting y'all Netflix subscription? Why y'all still going out to the movies and to the club? It's y'all. Y'all not responsible. I don't want to hear that shit, bro. Be real with yourselves, man. The fuck you telling me all this shit, but how much money have you spent on entertainment this year alone? On shit that you don't need. On shit that you could have skipped over and continued. How much?
Please.
How much, bro? Because I'm pretty sure that would negate the gas that y'all complaining about. Yeah. Stay your ass at home. Like, you feel me? Turn your lights off and cancel.
And that's fine, but here's the thing. That's like me saying, hey, you know what?
I'm just going to, take your car and I'm just going to take the keys to your place and you just go live with your mom because, I want my car back that I sold you. And no, I'm not going to take any more money from you. And that's just going to be it. Just stopping people's lives. No. What I'm saying is, people living their life, and then all of a sudden you just interrupt it and say, "Oh, you just got to stop doing this. You got to stop doing that." For a cause that nobody believes in. That's the problem. The problem, you're saying, "Oh, well, just go and do this." Yes, people know how to get low when it's time to get low. You're not talking to people who are survivors. That's not the problem. The problem is, why? For what reason?
I hear you.
For what reason?
I hear you, but my problem is...
What is the reason?
I hear you. I'm not yelling.
Then give me the reason and to help me understand what the reason is. Why am I making these sacrifices?
Because, right, this is what you signed up for when you live in America. You don't dictate everywhere your tax money gets spent. That's just reality. You guys are acting like you guys ever had control over it. We want the money spent here. Y'all can have y'all say so, but y'all don't make the calls. Y'all never did. So why y'all crying now, right? You know all these numbers about the Iran war, but did you consent to the research on frogs being gay? I don't think y'all did that.
Oh, God, Cass.
I don't think y'all did that too.
Let me have...
But y'all sit here. So, First Lady, when did you give your consent to do research on gay frogs? When did you do that? Because I didn't do that, and you never did. Nobody did that shit.
I'm asking you again. You're doing the whataboutism, sir. Just tell me why I'm asking you to make the claim as into why I need to sacrifice my Netflix and my HBO and my cable and my high-speed internet. Go ahead, sir.
Because you're a citizen of America. I forgot. In the 5th grade, they showed us a word, a social contract. Was it that or something like that? But basically, becoming a citizen, right? You're getting certain rights, but you're giving up certain rights being a citizen. So you're on a social contract. So yes, being a citizen here involves that. If you don't want to do that, move out the country. It's that simple. It's that simple. Just move. Because when you sign up to be a citizen, it's a social contract, meaning the government can do this. Meaning you have to stick it down when it happens, bro. But this is a good cause. This is a good cause. This is helping the country. This is a very great cause.
He didn't know.
And it's transparent. And he's letting us know
He thought the scientists would cue him in.
Niggas okay with gay frogs getting millions of dollars, but complaining
You know what? You're right.
Like what?
Gay frogs getting... Yes, if we're giving gay frogs millions of dollars, I would be upset about that.
I'm just being funny. I'm just being funny, but listen, the research is going to the gay frogs, and it's crazy, bro. Brother, when did you consent? When did you consent to this?
You don't even know. You don't even know about that research, bro. That research was done in UC Berkeley by one independent black researcher. He's a professor, and he didn't even get that.
Funding your government, right?
He didn't. No. UC Berkeley was funding him in some other project with the actual pharma. Look, bro. That came from Alex Jones. Hold on.
Go ahead, brother.
Hold on. First of all, that research came from Alex Jones. That quote came from Alex Jones, but it's incorrect. I want to go back to the annual expense that she was talking about. You know, when you break that down, every year, people are paying $5,000. This is what real kind of... Gasoline being about $1,800, food being about $240, and other housing, interest, and goods being about $3,480. That's $410 per month. A lot of families are heavily impacted by those budgetary increases.
Yeah, this is true, right? But here's the thing: you guys didn't consent to the millions of dollars being spent on rats, dolphins, and frogs. But y'all sit here and complain about what are you talking about? Pest control?
Scientific
Your mind will be bogged that we don't get a say
we're not the final decision maker when it comes to this money.
We see why. You worried about frogs.
We are not. Meaning me or you. So just let it be. And sit your ass down and wait for the storm to end. Just sit your ass down.
Just get a bunker and hunker down.
Buy some cheaper snacks. Stop entertaining yourselves. Yeah, see, I got 2 bottles that cost like $400 in my PTR. I don't even drink no more. So like I put the liquor down.
Why are you guessing about this?
I'm not guessing. I'm just telling you it's easy to cut things out that you don't need.
Me personally, I really think you should focus in on AI and actually make yourself useful rather than complaining.
Focus on AI. I handled that.
Did you?
Yeah.
So do you know about Maestro University?
No, I don't know about everything. I just know what I entertain myself.
Listen.
Into AI.
No.
Out topic.
Okay.
Everybody, you don't want to learn. Everybody get clawed.
No. It's a full-free scholarship. They'll send you a laptop and everything.
I would do that too, because if you take...
you didn't even hear about it.
Well, I just heard about it, so it doesn't matter. Now we know the
No, you don't know anything about it.
All I have to do is Google it, my boy. That's it.
What?
You're AI. You're not that special, my boy. You just give me some sauce, right?
Linda.
I'm trying to help you. It's done. Stop, it doesn't matter, my boy. But we're not talking about AI. But shout out to AI.
Honestly,
you know what I'm saying?
We're not talking about AI, but shout out.
Go get ahead. But like I said,
assholes in control.
That's what I know. Budget and cut things out that y'all don't need.
And you think you do?
Stop eating out. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't really need a budget.
What's your carbs?
And money.
I just want to say something really quick.
Unnecessary
quickly. If you, well, not all of you, because this message is not to all of you, but for the people who have common sense and the ability to deduce proper information, if you see the youth, please pour into them. Regardless if it's a young boy or a young girl, we need to literally pour into the youth because the state that the community is in is sad. And if we allow certain people on the stage, I'm not going to call anybody out by name, but if you make an assumption, you will probably be right about who I'm talking about. If they are leading the youth, we shall all perish.
Right. But nursing homes would be
if you see a child, just give them a hug.
Right.
And tell them you love them and encourage them to go to school and not use Google and any other search engine, because then you are not able to deduce. You have to, in order to talk, you have to have a teacher. Hallelujah. And you see that word right there? You see that word right there? Yeah, hallelujah. So one cannot teach themselves. One cannot teach themselves. You have to have a teacher. You have to have a teacher. You have to, and in order for the learning, in order for the learning to happen, in order for the learning to take place, hallelujah, you first have to be quiet so that you can listen, because there are some things, there's some steps that need to be taken.
Right.
Teaching you. I don't think you're taking it in.
Alex, if you did told me about
AI software engineering.
Cass, do you not hear Dr. Library trying to get in?
You don't hear nobody. Just talking. All right, mute up, please. Thank you. These two. That's what I'm saying, TT. I'm about to agree with you. If you see a child, you should also probably put them in an organized sport. You see how the gentlemen on this
or the military.
You see what I'm saying? You see how they lack discipline? They can't shut up for 10 seconds. They just going. The kids don't have no discipline. So give them a hug and a book and sign them up for soccer.
Soccer is good. Yeah, I played soccer half of my whole life. I played soccer.
You don't teach you discipline. Listen to me for a second.
We having a conversation.
Listen. No, I know you spent a lot of time in the principal's office because you can't talk when she's teaching you. She's teaching you. So we're going to practice that this is the classroom.
This for the children. These men are
just he needs to learn this. What you're saying. What I'm saying is what I actually work on.
This app is rapid.
People that don't know none of these
I have ADHD, but I'm not. I am disciplined.
You need to go get your prescription.
I'm literally in law school, sweetheart.
This app is ate up with mental health issues.
Of course it is. And the black community is run rapid. I totally get it.
This man cannot go on mute for 2 seconds to let someone get out a full sentence.
Of what?
I'm pretty sure that any woman that he's with, that he's done before she even opened her legs. This shit's insane.
God. She come first, I come last.
This shit is insane. It's not, sir, no one believes you. You don't have enough PT according to what I hear.
Your mama, but it's very noble of you to think that these men have human partners.
And honestly, you almost forgot. You forgot people only have a certain amount of attention span. Like, y'all want to be long-winded, but like,
how long is the average adult?
About 3 minutes tops.
You ain't even been on mute for 3.
Right, because I have ADHD.
You need to go get your Vyvanse and stop.
I do have Vyvanse.
You need to tell
It's not working.
No. My bed. It's the weekend. It's the freaking.
It's not working.
No.
No, sir. That's like you can't have fentanyl. It's not. It actually is. No, it's worse than crack. It's not.
The way you're acting, you need something to even it out.
Sir.
I had to drop him again because he's not about to lie
There are strategies
like that.
There are strategies. If you're not wanting to medicate on the weekend, then use a fucking strategy. There's several of them.
He's a lawyer.
The lack of discipline is
you would not say that one, doctor. I know that one stuff.
These are the lawyers of tomorrow, brother.
Look, and it's still stinging.
I'm not talking about you, bitch ass.
I said, I know he hurt you with that one. It's stung. And we can clearly see it's still stinging.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're not paying attention. You have ADHD?
He wants to be.
You have ADHD? Oh, okay. Well, that explains it.
You do too, dumbass. Do you know how you are in the world? You have everything. You have ADHD, ADD. You probably got some other shit going on with your slow ass. Do you know what you have?
This how you were spoken to?
You just use this app.
Is this how you were spoken to?
Your hyperactive mind keeps going from here and chillism back and forth, so you don't pay for your $10 Vyvanse because you got health insurance, contractor. Just go buy the Vyvanse. Stop using chillism as your ADHD drug, nigga. You using Nathan and Manfinity and First Lady as your pills. Go take a pill.
Tell me more of your thoughts. Is this how you were treated when they didn't understand how to deal with you? Let's get into it, Dr. Library, since you know so much. I don't even know what that means. It's called learned behavior. When you are her own by her mission, neurodivergent, maybe her parents or people around her didn't know how to treat her, so they spoke to her in this manner, and they treated her in a particular manner. And now, guess what? When we meet somebody else, Alex, who she identifies with, she's treating and speaking in the same non-compassionate, patient, very demeaning manner. Learned behavior, the cycle continuing itself. What's going on? When do we grow? When do we learn better? And that's to you, brother.
Please, he's great.
Aren't you an educated man? Weren't you telling him how to have coping mechanisms?
Please don't speak to
Aren't you the smart guy in the room?
Please don't.
Aren't you educated? But yet you have this really caveman type of approach. Interesting. Make it make sense. Somebody, please. Getting your dopamine hit now? Shit's crazy, bro. Y'all
suck. And this is the best of the community, everybody. This is the conscious, educated, aware, politically involved portion of the Black community. And
oh my God. He just crashed. Okay. That's wild. Do we have a topic?
Well, I guess this party just came to an end, huh?
No, I ain't come to the end. I don't know what the fuck they was talking about.
Yeah, Kaz, I wanted to answer you, and the answer is yes. The problem is much bigger. The problem is much bigger than just the war funding. My original comment was, if people aren't in Washington aren't balancing the budget, they don't give a shit about you.
Who doesn't give a shit about me?
Washington, your representatives and everybody that says they're representing you, they just on this fucking crazy spending spree. And as far as the cost of this, Trump's already said he wants to increase the military budget next year by $500 billion. We don't have it. We don't have them.
We have it.
Really? By hyperinflation.
So people so when we have tariffs, right? No matter what you say about it, tariffs logically mean there's more money coming into the country. Logically, there's no way around it. No matter what people say, it doesn't go here, it doesn't go there. Regardless of what people say or how they try to circle and discredit it,
they were struck down.
That's still
they were struck.
There's money. They were.
They were.
They're still active. I don't know where. Look, you should download the White House app and get this news directly from them, and not people trying to fabricate information to make you dislike Trump, right? But the thing is, right, we have the money. It's not even a terrorist. That's the point. The point is, we have the money. We always have the money. And people are complaining about this $1 billion a day. That's nothing. According to what we spend yearly, that's really nothing. It doesn't even do anything. And we waste more money on other shit that doesn't matter. This is relevant. This war matters right now, right? And it's gonna get done. People are complaining, oh my God, people are acting like they were paying $1 for a chips and now they're paying $5 for a bag of chips, bro. People are acting like their rent jumped $1,000 or some shit, or they're more, like, you know what I'm saying? People are acting crazy, right? So it's just, your job is not paying you less, right? Your bills did. I do, because you can't rebuttal anything I said. That's why I know you can't, because I can let you take any point I said and rebuttal it. Go ahead. Did everybody did your Netflix get more expensive?
Yes, it actually did increase in price. Netflix increased price to $27 a month.
When did that happen?
That just happened this month. Last month.
I'm gonna talk about. So imagine this person's on and what he references is bag of chips
Yeah, Netflix is $15 a month, bro. You don't need a 4K.
Dismissed y'all. So just things that we can think about, like whether or not to engage with him. He mentioned Netflix and bags of chips.
Yeah, money. Things he dismissed.
He dismissed people's rent. He dismissed. He didn't even talk about healthcare. He dismissed gas and transportation.
How much has your healthcare increased?
How much has your healthcare utilities? Right.
How much has your healthcare?
He talked about these things. And he dismissed all of them out of
You don't even know your own finances.
So things that we know about him, he either is not paying his own stuff, which is very possible, and that's fine. But he can't enter the conversation. We can't have a conversation with him that is going to be logically centered. That's going to be reasonable.
Everything I'm saying is logic.
Because he doesn't have any moorings to reality.
Brother,
he talks about
they didn't believe it.
Chips in Netflix.
So how much has your
know that you are engaging in a conversation?
Let the room know
who has no
how much has to your increase.
Just understand that.
You just made a whole bunch of bullshit. How much has your expenses increased, brother? $1,000? Are you spending $1,000 more a month now? Because if you said yes, that would be a lie. So what are you talking about? Everything is based off of logic.
I thought we saw that the average was like $430 a month for the average family. That's how much more they're spending.
No, we're not spending. Even people are not spending $1,000 more a year because of this. Yeah, I did the math. It's not. And then it's not even $1,000 a year.
We don't believe it.
A year.
I don't think you can show the work, and if you can't show the work, you don't get credit. So we're just going to go with Dr. Library Card said. Okay, thank you.
Wait, did she show the work? She didn't show the work. She didn't show the work.
I didn't say it. What's the name? The man you was arguing with earlier was up here talking to you. He's his source. It was Aleph, right? ALEPH.
I was not here for that.
He was talking to you. He literally said it on stage.
He said something and you believed it.
No, he said what source he got it from. I mean, you want us to believe you when you were wrong about the percentage of the budget. You were just wrong about the percentage of the budget that the war costs a day. But you want me to believe that you want me to believe that you know the amount a family spends per month based off inflation.
Doctor, we spent $25 billion on this war so far. The U.S. spent $7.5 trillion a year. If you do the math, that's only 0.33% of the whole budget. My math is not wrong. Your thinking is wrong.
That's in addition to what they allocated for the Department of Defense. That's another $25 billion.
So
excuse me. It's another $25 billion.
Less than
stop. Kaz, shut up.
You shut up.
Kaz, shut up. I'm talking. Kaz.
I don't care.
It's another $25 billion. Hey, Kaz. Let me finish talking. Kaz, let me talk, and then you can rebut it.
Is it under 1%?
Kaz, let me finish talking, and then Kaz, let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it. Kaz, let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it. Kaz, stop talking. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it.
No, there's no rebuttal.
Kaz, let me finish talking. Kaz,
is it less than 1%?
How much budget was for this year? This war is another $25 billion on top of it. On top of what was already allocated for the Department of Defense.
Are you saying my math is wrong?
Will you stop and just listen?
Are you saying my math is wrong?
Oh my God.
If you're not saying my math is wrong, now I don't gotta listen to you. Tell me my math is wrong, now I'll listen to you. And then give us the proper math. Okay, then I thought so, because my math was right.
Your math is wrong. Yes, your math is wrong.
So what's wrong about the math?
Yes, your math is wrong.
How much is the U.S.
Yes, your math is wrong.
So how much is the
Yes, your math is wrong. Yes, your math is wrong.
So I won the conversation.
Yes, yeah.
I know, yes.
Yes, your math is wrong.
This guy thinks it's his flat earth room. Like, yo, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, yes, your math is wrong.
People who don't have mental illness and who aren't fucking stupid
have to have self-discipline.
The stupid people speak like you, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just giving you straight logic, bro. We could all look up how much the U.S. spends a year, and it's $25 billion. Do the math with that money, that amount, you get a certain percentage. What is it? Less than 1%. What is it exactly? 33%. 0.33, not even 33. Less than 1%. So you're complaining about what? You just trying to rebuttal what? You could call me a bitch, bro. I'm so past shit like that, bro. Go ahead, you know what I'm saying? So good job, Brick. Good advice, you know what I'm saying? You should tell him to go learn how to do some math. But, yeah, man, it's so crazy how people like Arthur just, lost, man. Rebut. My fault. Nikki.
Damn, looks like no one can rebut his math. That shit crazy.
Yeah, he couldn't rebut nothing.
The whole argument is fundamentally wrong, Cass. You're
right here, Dr. Mitch. You could give me the proper math, right? I'm just going off the facts. If the U.S. spends about $7.5 trillion a year, and we have $25 billion on this war so far, what's the percent? What percent of the total budget that we usually spend yearly? Correct the math. I'm standing to be correct.
You're asking the wrong question. You already brought up the problem that the government is spending too much. So we should be attacking everything, but this one's easy, right? I mean, you got to start. So you're just going to say, because we're spending so much money, let's just spend more? That's your.
I didn't say that.
You said it's only $25 billion more.
No. I'm saying, right? The year just started. So this is just $25 billion included in that budget. You can't say it's more because the year is not done yet, right? When the year is done, we'll know exactly if we went over or we stayed within the normal ranges, right? Which is 6.5 to 7.5 trillion, right? So let's talk about it that way, right? Regardless, right? However you want to put it, 25 billion is still a fairly low amount compared to everything else. Now, what am I saying? Well, I said this war is justifiable and we need this shit, right? So everything else that we don't need, like testing gay files and shit.
What about food stamps? Do you think we need food stamps?
Yeah. Do you think we need NASA?
Do you think we need food stamps?
No, I don't.
Wow. Okay. Rich country can't afford to give food to the poorest people and the disabled. It's more important to have a war.
Yeah, because what the fuck? You're acting like Trump's been president for the last 80 years. He's been president not even 8 years, and he skipped a consecutive term. So what are you talking about, man? What was Trump doing before this? What were we doing before this?
You're never going to win this argument with that.
Was everything so great and dandy before?
I don't logic by comparison.
Okay.
People over here crazy.
I can get what you're saying, but there still is a logical fallacy in that statement. But you are correct.
Let me ask concrete, because
people are trying to make a comparison between.
Let me ask concrete.
Other governments with
concrete will tell me if I'm bugging. Yo, concrete, bro. So the U.S. spends $7.5 trillion a year, right? People are complaining about this war.
7.5 on what?
We spent, let's say, $25 billion so far on, right? Now that's 0.33% of the whole expenditure budget that the U.S. usually spends. So it's very minuscule and irrelevant.
It's in addition.
They're saying my math is wrong.
Where to the 7.5. It's in addition to the 7.5. It's in addition. It's in addition to the 7.5.
So I think it's primarily a disagreement with the war, right? I think if you were to try to just look at it as a pure number, of course it's a minuscule number. But what I think the problem is, especially for me, is that we have other things we could have spent this on that would have been more beneficial to the community. Right. So I don't know if they've made the argument.
I made that argument.
I
made that argument. I told them, well, you're saying, well, you guys didn't consent to the testing on gay frogs, on all the testing on animals and shit, right? Yeah. So it's like, why? Okay, if you guys didn't complain about that shit, why are y'all complaining now?
Well, obviously, this one is different in terms of the loss of life, right, and its effects on the global economy. Whereas testing of frogs is going to be the loss of frog life and not human life, and it doesn't have a global impact.
Was the allocation for the research? Was it? Wait, Tom, can you answer your question? Was the funding for the research? Was it funding for the research set aside first?
One at a time.
Just go after them.
So, Kaz, let me ask a concrete question. Kaz, stop. Concrete. Let me ask you.
You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this, Arthur.
Arthur, just shut up.
Let me just ask you a question.
Let me talk to you. I'm asking for a fair assessment. Hold on, Kaz, for a fair assessment. Let me hear what the other side has to say. Please.
So, was the funding for that research, was that allocated initially in that 7.5 trillion or not? And if it was,
I don't know.
Nobody.
Where did they get that number from, that 7.5 trillion, if it wasn't originally allocated for?
You're saying that the budget,
you see how his
hold on, Kaz, hold on. Okay, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. He's basically saying that we know because all the line items were prior allocated. Is that what you're trying to say, Arthur? Okay.
What is this 25 billion that was accounted for in that 7.5 trillion?
Yeah, possibly. It's possible. Wait, hold on. Let's if you have a definitive answer, Kaz, then just post the link. I think that's a
It's logic.
Wait, no, hold on. Here, let's think of it like this, right? You're in a fight right now, and I think the best way to structure your side is as much facts and information that you can provide that they're able to evaluate. So that's why links are gonna trump you having your opinion or just your word. So that's you're in a hostile environment. You should be proceeding with links over opinions or just the stuff that you remember. Anyway, so Arthur, let's just say that it was allocated for, or even for the research. You could. On both ends, on the research end and on the war end, that it was allocated for or not allocated for. What difference does it make?
Wait, hold on. They had to apply for grant research funding, right? They had to apply for the grant. There's funding set aside for the grant to do that research. That's part of that. Would you disagree with that?
We're speaking hypothetically now. We haven't gotten a definitive answer.
Just in general, when you talk about funding.
Hold on, bro. Listen, I agree with you. If it's allocated, it's allocated. If it's not, it's not. Now, where are you going with that point?
Was this war planned for?
We don't know. So next question.
Okay, let me talk to you because this nigga don't know shit.
Go ahead.
Right? Concrete. Think about it this way, right? One, you ever heard of people putting money aside for a rainy day? Right?
Discretionary funds.
The Department of Justice, right? The Department of Justice, they have funds specifically for war. What does it? He really thinks the U.S. goes into each year. This is how stupid these people are. They go into each year.
All right, so just look up how much
money allocated.
Yeah, so just look up how much is allocated to discretionary or emergency funds.
Let me see how much. Because the money comes from the Department of Defense. So let me see how much is allocated to the Department.
It's not true.
Defense.
So the Department of Defense on how much is allocated for it is not including war.
Are you dumb?
No, this is supplemental.
So there's basically $900 billion, right?
It's supplemental. Cass, hold on.
What up, man?
It's supplemental. You guys will have to go back and forth. It's supplemental. and it exceeds, and it's going to be more because they have to restock munitions. That's how much they're spending. They haven't even restocked it. It's going to be way more than what it is. It's going to be about double that what they stocked right now. It's a lot of money. It's on top of the defense budget, obviously. They don't take it. There's not an ATM where they take the money out of the ATM. It wasn't in the budget for an Iran war when they had the appropriations last year. We weren't in the war, remember? Come on. Let's move on. Let's get a little bit back and forth. It's getting a little boring. Come on, bro. I kind of let you do your thing. It's getting a little boring. The half troll, half MAGA is getting a little boring. Let's kind of move it around. You can talk, but like do a different troll. The thing on it's not a lot of money. It's kind of boring.
I've been over there. He just asked me a question, but yes, that's really what it is. But yeah,
it's cool. Y'all keep going, but let's get a different troll. Man, Infinity's here. He can do his. Go ahead, make fun of that.
I don't want to make fun of nobody. I come in peace.
Isn't that what you do? Don't you talk about people taking prep?
No, I only do that when they attack me. I only do that when I only hit back. I never throw.
What's wrong with prep? But I have a question. What's wrong with prep?
Because you're living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. I think that's wrong.
But straight people do that more than gays.
I think they're both wrong.
Absolutely. Do you think straight should take prep?
I don't know nothing about. I thought prep was a gay thing. I didn't know it had anything to do with.
Oh, you think there's a specific? You think there's a medication just for gay people? What is their DNA?
Yeah, because they do it. They have anal sex.
One second. Oh, you don't think straight people have anal sex?
No,
I didn't ask if you do that. I said straight people. You don't think straight people have anal sex?
I guess straight people who have anal sex should probably take PrEP too.
Got you. And so you think that PrEP, which is something to stop HIV, has to do with anal sex. So if I share a needle, you don't think PrEP would stop it?
I never looked into it. Every time I see a commercial for PrEP, I see gay men. So it gave off the impression that it's for gay people. I've never seen a PrEP commercial with like heterosexual.
I got you. But I'm just asking about the mechanism of the HIV. So you think they came up with let me ask the question. Damn. I don't know how y'all do that. So you think they came up with a medication to stop via suppression viral load of HIV, but it would only stop HIV contracted through anal sex? Or you just hadn't thought that part?
I absolutely didn't think that far. The last time I took a sexual, hold on a second. Last time I ever took a sex health class, sex ed or whatever they called it, was in 6th grade. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. What does that have to do with knowing how viruses work? But let me continue. So, straight women contract HIV through vaginal intercourse with infected men. Straight men can also. Do you think PrEP wouldn't work for them because they're not doing it through the ass?
I'm not even thinking that strong. All I know is that when I see.
I'm asking you now. What do you think?
Ask the question again. I'm sorry.
Do you think that a straight woman or a straight man, if one of them was infected, not even through it could be so Arthur Ashe had HIV/AIDS. It wasn't through promiscuity.
He was in tennis grade, correct?
He was. He got it through, I think, blood transfusion. So you can get it in ways that are not promiscuous, just so you know. But do you think if they had PrEP, him and his wife, if he didn't know he was infected and he infected her, you don't think PrEP would stop it because they had vaginal sex?
I'm sure PrEP would be a mitigating agent. Absolutely.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just making sure you didn't think it was just for the butt.
Well, that commercial is very misleading. But I guess it.
But there are commercials with straight people in it.
For PrEP?
Yeah.
Okay, I've never seen it. I don't watch a lot of TV, but the only commercials I've ever seen for PrEP, you got a gay man walking around in the commercials.
Right,
so they gave off the wrong impression.
Well, that's the ones you saw. I've seen some with straight people in it.
I would love to see one.
How about this? I'll give you a PrEP commercial with women in it, not gay men. If I do it, you leave the ad for a year. If I can, within 5 minutes, I leave the ad for a year.
Nah, man, I'm not gonna agree with that. I mean, I'm sure it's not. I'm just saying that's. So I'm not. The only reason I hit Hurricane with that is because he's very vicious with his words, and you know that to be true.
I understand that, but people die.
That's the only reason I take it.
I understand
I try not to
having HIV jokes, even if you disagree with a lifestyle, because like I said, Arthur Ashe didn't get it from a lifestyle. I'm just trying to understand how disease, for someone of your professed moral and religious aims, is not off limits.
It's because I'm a Christian, but I'm not Christ-like. And when somebody attacks me unwarranted out of nowhere, I tend not to think in moral terms. I tend to think in ways to shut them up and hit them where it hurts.
So your Christianity is okay. So your Christianity is you can't control. You just can't control. So you don't have you don't have the discipline yet.
Correct. My spiritual journey is still in progress.
How do you work on it?
I work on it through what's called the silent prayer, and continuing to sacrifice, because discipline comes through all different kinds of sacrifices. And when you sacrifice, whether it's with food or sexual activity or that tends to bring you closer to God and tap more into your spiritual side. So that way, when someone attacks you, you can just swallow your pride and let it go. I'm just not always there. And he comes in with this vicious attack on me every time. So it's something I gotta work on. It's really more revealing of my weakness than his. And I should be able to let it slide.
Maybe the Lord or the Holy Spirit sent Hurricane for you to learn that discipline. There's this thing about tests and temptations that Christ talked about and the disciples. And so maybe that's just a test for you, and you consistently fail the test. What would happen if you just muted up?
I've already done that. I actually told First Lady last night that this is an excellent one who wants to overcome their ego. This app right here, if you want to,
ego.
Well, it's ego that is provoking me to respond to him.
I don't think it's ego. I think it's bigger.
If I assassinated my ego appropriately, this man would be able to say anything about me, and I could just say, "Father, forgive him, for he knows not what he does," and move on.
I don't think it's ego. I think you just hate gay men.
I don't hate nobody.
Not hate, and I think you think that they're morally repugnant and they should be put down.
I don't believe that either. I'm any better than a gay man, because we're all struggling. We all struggle with shit. Or I don't. How are you going to tell me what I think?
Everybody thinks they're better, because that's just how people are. Everybody thinks they're better than somebody else for something. Yeah, I think those men who take care of their children are better than those who don't take care of their children. Now, you can't take care of your children for countries and stuff like that, but people who actively don't take care of their children, I think people who take care of their children, men and women, are better than men and women who don't take care of their children.
But here's the problem, right? So you might have somebody who doesn't take care of their children, which is disobedient to what God wants. But then you have another person who takes care of his children, but he's sexually promiscuous. They're both being disobedient to God's word, and I believe it's the same. I'm just saying it's the same spirit.
You can't say.
I'm trying to say the same spirit that's influencing the one to not be a father is the same spirit that's influencing the one to not be. So.
I don't have conversations in real life. I wasn't talking about the spirit. I'm about whether or not people rank people. These are the others. I gave you an example. I have nothing to do with the spirit. Come on, man.
But the reason why I don't think the father is not better than the other one, because it's the same spirit that's driving them. So I look at them the same. You don't the same. You think one is better than the other, but because it's the same spirit influencing them, they are the same.
Okay. So what was the second example? The father, and what was
one example is of one who's being sexually promiscuous.
So you think someone who's promiscuous is in the same spirit and category as a mass murderer?
From a spiritual sense, yes, but from a physical sense, no. So here on Earth, how we have to judge people.
Where do you get that from?
So because there's a physical plane that we live in, but there's a spiritual reality that we don't know.
Where you get it from?
That's just my spiritual understanding. That's what's been revealed to me.
It's not from a verse or something Jesus said or anything.
I'm sure it is. I just don't have the.
That's what I was at. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I just don't have the scripture to give you. But
so you think Jesus ranked all sin as the same?
Right. There's only one sin. The only
sin. I'm asking.
You
think Jesus ranked one sin as all sins as the same?
Yes, I know there's this thing about I think there's one thing about abomination and manlaying with men, but I don't really know how to interpret that fully. I just put all sin in the same category because it all falls under disobedience.
I'm just talking about the nature of sin. Okay, I'm just asking. It's not a quiz. I'm done. I'm literally just trying to find out how you feel. Yeah. Well, if you think that I don't know. The prep jokes, I never understood the prep joke, but okay.
I know it hits him where it hurts. That's why.
You think?
So
why do you think that?
That's something I should overcome that. I don't need to be.
Why do you think it hurts him?
Because I'm sure he's not secure in his sexuality. Because as a Nigerian man, we know how the Nigerians feel about that. So I'm sure his family puts a lot of pressure. I can't be sure. I can't be sure, but I believe that to be true. Just like you believe it to be true about the things you don't know for sure about me. That's what I believe about him. I believe
but
Nigerian
mine is based off evidence.
And the evidence is that the Nigerians are famously against that kind of behavior. So the odds are that his family...
Which Nigerians?
Nigerians in general have
That's not true.
They're almost like the Jamaicans in terms of how they feel towards the gay lifestyle. That's my opinion.
It's old. Do you think this man is like 60 years old?
Who's old?
Hurricane.
Hurricane is not 60 years old. I don't think he's 60. If he's 60, I stand corrected. I thought he was somewhere in his 30s. He don't seem 60 to me.
Let me tell you.
He don't seem 60 to me.
Thinking a 60-year-old Nigerian gay man who goes to the opera is not secure in his sexual.
I didn't know he was 60. I thought he was a young Nigerian man. I don't know him to be 60. He never told me his age. That's what's up.
Did you say in his 30s? That was over my phone.
I did think he was in his 30s. I do. I think he's in his 30s.
Where's my gun? I have a gun on every floor of my house.
What's the problem? What I do wrong now?
Wait a minute. In his 30s? Are you insane?
Why can't he be in his 30s?
I don't think
What do you think? I'll be honest. People say this app has a bunch of... People always say that this app has people who wouldn't be who they are in real life or mental illness. I disagree. This app has 10% of us who actually have experienced the world, and the other 90% of us have never left the house. There is nothing about Hurricane that feels like pause. Any impression he's in his 30s. You think Hurricane was born in the 1990s?
Okay, maybe 40s. I didn't think 60s.
No, man, I would kill myself.
I give you 40.
I'm going to be honest with you. We listened to Cass talk just now for an hour. You made Cass sound like Play-Doh.
Listen, man, I'm just telling you, he didn't sound 60. He could have been in his 40s.
I agree with you, man. He acts like he's in his 30s. So.
I'm screaming, Monica, because I'm so nonplussed that if I don't let it out screaming-wise, I will have a heart attack. Hurricane hasn't seen 30 since Benjamin Franklin got diagnosed with the gout.
Yeah, but the thing is, we just don't know. This is just our impression. We all experience people in our different ways, right? You experience me in one way.
No. There's objective markers for somebody that you can tell. It's not a belief. Hurricanes talked about shit that he experienced in the 80s and 70s.
But maybe I wasn't part of those discussions.
Oh my God.
To be honest, let's be clear. Hurricane talked about the Amistad trial. Like, we have to be honest. He is old enough
but I might not
to have founded the country.
He was on the boat. He was on the boat.
But I wasn't there for the Amistad trial. You know why I think he was 30? I now remember why. There was a time when he used to put his real picture in his PTR. And when he put his real picture in his PTR, he didn't look nobody 60 years old.
He advised Cinque when they should start the revolt. That's how they
y'all didn't see his PTR from years ago? His PTR showed that he was about...
He's just black.
He didn't look 60, though. Oh, my God. Whatever, man. At the end of the day, I only said that because, he comes punching. He comes kicking.
I agree, man. The way man Finity talking about Hurricane maybe meant I'm be honest with you.
See what I'm saying?
I'm be honest with you. You sound a little gay, bro. You just said to me, I'll be honest with you. You might need to get finger prep. You
Bro,
think that
he
man
don't
was
look
fine,
sick.
young
That
and fine in
is
his
what he
photo?
looks like. He don't look sick.
You said he was young and fine in his photo.
Bro, I don't care if you think he's gay. I'm not gay. I just think I don't think he looks. That's gay, then that's gay. I don't think he's 60. Based on that picture.
Hurricane is a bad bitch.
I didn't say he was attractive. I said he doesn't.
No, somebody put that in the chat. Anyway, did you want to contribute to the conversation?
I thought Kaz was making an interesting point. Is that a lot
what was the point?
No, before we move forward, I just want you to know that the prep, I think you have to take it in a different form. It doesn't go the places that you have to either.
Right, but the fact that I even said that further frustrates him. Those of you are not, I don't care. It's all about frustrating.
That's crazy.
So he doesn't know how to take it. That's why. So, but he just assumed that it's a suppository. Okay.
That boy crazy.
What else are you shoving up your ass?
Hey man, I don't know what prep is. I just see it on these ESPN commercials, and I'm not sure why they put it on ESPN. Why do they have those commercials on ESPN?
Because of the good point that Kaz was making.
I thought Kaz was making an interesting point, but I totally agree with the counterpoint. Because the counterpoint was probably even more compelling, which is that Concrete is talking about how, there's a cost to life and there's a cost to the world economy versus the other, progressive tech projects like Gay Frogs or whatever. It was an interesting point that he was saying, where is
Gay Frogs? What are you guys talking about?
Somebody talking about Gay Frogs. I know I heard that. I didn't make that up.
Gay Frogs? I know Alex Jones. Gay Frogs research?
Research to see that they put some type of water and it supposedly made
it's the fluoride in the water that makes the frogs gay. I don't know.
Oh, no, that's Alex Jones, but I see it here. It is Alex Jones. This is a conspiracy theory. I understood the point he was making. No, I understand the point you're making, but this is kind of strange. So, when one administration does something, as citizens, we're allowed to disagree. It doesn't matter. I don't get it.
So we shouldn't worry about the war because it's infinitesimally it's too small to care about. But the money that we paid for the frogs should be the thing that we worry about, and it's even.
So, for instance, a better example would have been the Ukraine situation. All that money that we were pumping into Ukraine, the Ukraine war.
1 second. Why is that a better?
Wait, why was brother interrupted? That was rude.
No, I was done.
You were not. You were right in the middle of what you were saying. I didn't even get to the end of it.
Yeah, it was because as I was talking about it, I had to remind myself that this is the same person who said that, he talked about food and he talked about potato chips.
Let's not take it there.
And I can't. I just had to stop myself.
Okay, fine. You don't want
I had to remind myself that he's an idiot.
Okay. Let's stay focused.
How's the Ukraine war a better example?
I think it's a better example than the Gay Frogs because the Gay Frogs don't have a life cost to it. It's a waste of money in my view, but it's not a life cost and it doesn't interrupt world economy. But when you look at the war in Iraq, oh shoot, these people are driving crazy. When you look at the war in the Ukraine and Russia war, we were supporting Ukraine to the point where that was having a life cost associated with it, and that was a war that there was a conflict that so many people on the left were gung-ho about. There was the people on the right that seemed to have an issue with putting money into that type of war. But now, the way that Trump reworked it, we're giving money to NATO, and NATO is selling our weaponry.
We don't give money to NATO.
I'm sorry, we're giving our weapons to NATO, right? And then we're selling them to Ukraine. So it's like this is a better use and a better setup for people, for American companies to make money rather than just throwing money at a problem, which is what
you have no idea. Be honest with us. Do you have any idea how any of that works? Just be honest, yes or no.
I remember it being explained at this very moment. I may be flubbing it, but you understand my general point. Now we're being recompensed for our weaponry today, whereas in the past we're just giving our weaponry.
That's all the time. The money, the munitions that were sent to Ukraine were U.S. stockpiles that then were replenished by U.S. companies. That's always the case. Trump did not do anything different. That's the normal way in which things are done.
So weren't we giving cash to
very little cash? They get very little cash. What are they? Watch this. What is Ukraine going to do with? Go and buy some caskets? They're at war. What would cash do?
They were getting the pull at the top like Zelensky and others. They were lining their pockets.
So you think the I got you. So you think the United States government sent cash, wires for Zelensky to line his pockets?
No, that wasn't the intent, but that's what Zelensky was doing.
That's not right. And you think it went directly to, and Zelensky could do it, and he's still in power. Nobody's killed or anything. He just lined his pockets. Watch this. What evidence do you have of that, or that you read of that, or saw that?
Well, I do know that he was going around the world asking governments for money, and America was his
I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for. Well, yeah, Europe gave him a bunch of money too. What evidence do you have that we gave cash?
Just the report that I remember seeing.
What evidence do you have? Just say you don't have any right now. Just say that so we can keep moving.
I don't have any right now.
All right, cool. So let me
the report that I remember reading.
Cool. What percentage of it was cash?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't think we should have given him any kind of cash.
Why?
He doesn't. Why should we give him cash?
Well, the government needs cash to settle up debts and stuff. I don't know if you know, but it's
why can't they settle their own debts? Why do they need our cash?
Let me finish. And so this is not a learning. Why do you do this? You ask me a question, you don't know the issue, you start speaking, I'm 3 words in. I was about to talk about wheat. Do you know about Ukrainian wheat?
No.
So why'd you cut me off?
My apologies.
Okay, cool.
You can answer the question? Why
you
do they need to settle their debts?
Your thing is when people cut me off, they just want to talk. You got it. I'm not going to.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, pay dollars to settle their debts. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
Got it. So when they are owned by Russia, and Russia's on the doorstep of Poland, and we're at World War III, how much do you think we should pay?
I think NATO needs to step in, not America, but NATO.
We are in NATO.
We're a part of NATO. We are not NATO.
No, that's not how that works. NATO, wait, do you mean European countries? That's not what NATO is. NATO is a defensive pact.
Right. NATO was set up.
Hold on! Ukraine is not in NATO.
I know that.
So why would NATO step up? NATO doesn't have money. They don't have banks.
Well,
NATO is just a treaty. Hold on. It's just a treaty. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my God. You think that NATO is a separate entity, don't you?
A separate entity to what?
You think it's like freestanding, like there's a central bank of NATO, they have currency and all that?
No. I know that it's a treaty.
So then how can NATO send the money? Now, the UN could. Do you mean like now, let me give you credit. Do you mean like the IMF or the World Bank?
No, what I'm saying is America should not be funding their debts.
Why?
Because that's not our responsibility.
Why not?
Because whatever debt that Ukraine incurs as a country is their responsibility. It's not our responsibility.
Why not? It's economic assistance.
Because we've got our own economic concerns here in America and otherwise. We don't.
And helping NATO help American concerns?
Helping NATO? What do you mean?
I'm not NATO. Ukraine. Does it help American concerns in any way?
I'm sure. Yeah, because again, Russian aggression is a concern. But
then you just answered your own question.
No, but what I'm saying is that it's one thing to help them
from Russian aggression. It's another thing to handle their debts with cash. To me, that's beyond what we need to be doing.
Why? How much cash was it?
I told you I don't know that.
So what if it was 50 billion?
What if it was 50 billion? I have no way of quantifying because I don't have a frame of reference. All I know is that we shouldn't be paying their debt.
Okay.
That's our responsibility.
Well, I got a question for you. How do you know it's our responsibility?
Because it only
time with Ukraine. Because
if there are agreements that indicate that, I'd like to be made aware of them. But until
so you're not familiar with the Belfast Memorandum after all these years on Ukraine.
I'm not. Neither is 90% of this room.
Cool, and they'll just have to look it up. The thing that's so strange about this conversation is people would be up in arms for World War III, just absolutely up in arms. And people also believe, on the right and the left, which maybe not much anymore, that Russia was or is an American adversary. If you told people 5 years ago that you could spend $40 billion cash, or 30 billion, whatever the cash is, let's say 25 billion. I don't even know that much, but it's 25 billion cash. Let's say 50 billion cash. Not one U.S. soldier has died. I'm sure it's special forces, whatever, but you know that. Not one U.S. soldier has died, and the Russian military would be quite literally decimated. Everybody would have taken it. 50 billion. In a budget in which you're spending $1 trillion to fight them hot. You spend $50 billion for Ukraine. I'm not put that to the side. I'm not trying to be callous. Everybody would have taken that. That would have been pennies on the hundreds of dollars. Now it's a political issue because, as you said, people on the left and people on the right. But if you literally said $50 billion cash, I don't know if you follow the war. The Russians have lost tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Mm-hmm. The munition stockpiles are crazy depleted. Not one American soldier died. Not one deployment. But for you, that's too much. Even though you hit an objective that you wanted to hit in the Cold War, post-Cold War era, without any American soldiers. On top of that, if you ever had to fight them, you know how they move weapon systems. You understand their logistics. You understand their protocols. The kinds of things that you spend hundreds of millions of dollars on to model, they actually did it in real time. On top of that, Ukraine has developed the most sophisticated drone technology system at pennies on the dollar. But to you, it's not worth it because you want the money to stay in America. Cool. Where should the money go? Who do you prefer the money to go to? Give me some programs. Or to the debt.
The research and development and coming up with a healthcare system that is efficient and that keeps the costs down rather than putting that's one concern I have.
So instead of sending money to Ukraine, we should have paid a bunch of researchers to come up with ideas for a healthcare system.
The healthcare system that would keep our costs low and
you think that costs $50 billion?
I have no idea how to quantify what is worth what. All I know is that we should not.
You said to study or to actually do the system?
Research, develop, and implement a plan that keeps the costs low for the American taxpayer for healthcare, but also keeps prescription costs low. What is it? Pre-existing conditions. All of these things. We should come up with the
pre-existing conditions.
So that right now, remember prior to Obamacare, I believe it was Obamacare.
It's already law. We don't need any.
Right, but pre-existing conditions were not a part of it prior to Obamacare. So now that we have
pre-existing, you don't need to spend money on pre-existing. What are you saying? That's about health insurance.
Right.
It's about health insurance. You all over the place, bro. You talking about health insurance?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Health insurance.
Why would you need to spend money for a law that already exists?
I want to improve upon it.
How can you improve upon a law that says they can't be denied? There's nothing to improve. Either they can be denied or not denied.
What I'm saying is in a future iteration of healthcare insurance, I want to make sure the pre-existing conditions remains. I don't want
it already is law. You don't have to
I don't want it to leave. That
But
needs
what would
to
you
stay.
need to pay for? Now I'm confused. What are you paying for? I'm legit confused. I have no idea what
You're paying for researchers and developers to come up with the healthcare plan that maintains the status quo in terms of pre-existing conditions, but also improves upon it to keep the costs low and the healthcare efficient across the board. And we should come up with ways.
Are you talking about an insurance-based system?
An insurance-based system.
And you're talking about okay. All right, cool. So what about the Iran money? What about the money for Iran? Should they use it for that?
Is in the context of a military action to remove a nuclear threat. So
I understand that.
So what's the question?
But that money's worthwhile.
I'm sure that's disputatious. According to me, according to me, yes, because I think that nuclear threat needed to.
And you think the nuclear threat? Did you read the newspaper? Did you read the New York Times wrote about the nuclear stockpiles?
No, I don't read the New York.
Do you know where the nuclear stockpiles are that Iran developed after Trump pulled the United States out of the JPLC? The Iran nuclear deal. Did you read about the breaking news of the week? Did you hear about it?
I've had a very busy work week. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't. So you don't mind the billions of dollars, but your week was busy, and so you don't know about their enriched uranium and their enriched uranium stockpiles. You don't know about it.
Right. There's some things above my pay grade.
Okay. Well, I think New York Times you can get a subscription for like $8.
Yeah, but who got time to sit there and read all them articles when they're all slanted?
All you have to do is read the headline. Let me read the headline to you. Pull the headline to you. He just said it. I wish he would just be honest.
I'm not being honest. Listen, I'm not being honest about it.
You're not being honest about the Ukraine money going to a healthcare system.
That's what I would.
That's not you being honest.
That's what I would.
1 second. Iran. Okay, cool. Iran, uranium. This is what Trump did.
To vote for Trump, who wasn't going to do that anyway.
Where is it? How Iran accumulated 11 tons of enriched uranium. They don't know where it all is. So we spent $1 billion a day, and we don't know where half the stuff is, more than half the stuff is. So how much do you think we as Americans should spend? Do you see the gas price today? You know the average gas price is in Infinity? Y'all be so phony. Y'all just like Donald Trump because he's against gay because you can get chained.
So, Costco in the city is now $4.99 a gallon. I've never seen that. Before the war, it had dropped to $2.69.
So, you guys agree with this? I'm sorry. Hello?
Go ahead, man.
Ben, can you hear me?
Go ahead, man.
My question was, do you agree with Alina Habba when she said that, short-term pain for long-term, short-term pain for long-term gain? No pain, no gain. You never heard of that?
Wait, how do you guys do that? You ask a question in the middle of asking and change the question. You said, do you agree with it? You ever heard of it? So I don't agree with it, and I've heard of it.
So why don't you agree with that principle?
There's no gain. say there's been no gain.
No gain, which is what you're talking about is in the moment. But I'm talking about long term. We're going to have
There's no gain. We don't know where the uranium is.
But what if we
That's what I'm saying. If the thing is to get rid of the uranium, we don't know where it is.
But even if we don't know where the uranium is, we do know that their munitions have been depleted. We know that
that doesn't do with America. I don't care about that.
You don't care that they were funding terroristic activities throughout the region, affecting our servicemen?
That's a different argument. Oh my God. I'm not being honest with you, man. I don't know if you do this on purpose or if it's a mental thing. You asked me about the depletion of the munitions. I said I don't care about that. Oh, you don't care about them funding terrorists? That's a different argument.
Okay, but it's all related. So if you don't care about
but they're different. So I can care for one and not the other one. So you can't.
You're absolutely correct. So if you don't care about
the second one, I don't think. Let me answer the second one. There's nothing that we can do to prevent them from doing that in the future. I'm not an idiot. I know that the United States once funded Saddam Hussein, and then we saw what happened. I know the United States once funded Mujahideen, and then we saw what happened with Al Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. Like these things, those are, wow, if we just stop them funding terrorists, they can pick up. I know where Hezbollah comes from, the invasion of Israel into southern Lebanon. Like, you just simply can't kill a bunch of people and then think, oh, wow, this is going to stop the funding. This is not how these things work.
Well, Ben, I completely understand that it's not going to stop it full stop, but the goal is not to 100% stop it. But the realistic goal is to mitigate their ability to do so. So just because we can...
It's Hezbollah. It's in southern Lebanon. Do you know who Hezbollah is?
Hezbollah, Hamas, these are all terrorist organizations.
I'm asking you know who Hezbollah is.
Do I know who they are?
Yeah.
I know they're a terrorist organization in there.
What else do you know about them?
That they're being funded by Iran's regime.
What else do you know about them?
I know that they're responsible for the road.
Where are they located?
I don't know specifically. I think they were all over. They have a footprint throughout the Middle East.
No, they don't.
Okay. I don't know if that's true.
Do you know what keeps Hezbollah going?
Iran.
No.
Posture.
No. Israel.
Oh, I see. But also America's interventionist posture, correct?
No.
That doesn't have anything to do with it. But America being like a force.
No.
Why doesn't that have anything to do with it? Why doesn't that have anything to do with it?
It's about Israel and the border. Do you know that Lebanon and Israel border each other?
Lebanon and Israel border. No, I don't specifically know how it's made up over there.
Wait a minute. You don't know about Jesus?
Wait a minute. I do know that Lebanon is in the Middle East. I didn't know that it bordered on Israel. No, I didn't know that.
But that's the whole front of the war. There's a war. The war you're supporting, that's where most of the action is.
I don't support the war.
I thought you said it was worth it, long-term gain.
No, I presented that argument.
Okay, cool. I got you. So you don't know that Israel and Lebanon share a border?
I didn't know that. 90% of the room didn't know that either.
Of course they did. That's the war.
Crazy. Lebanon? What do you mean? What's the war? The war is Iran having nuclear weapons.
Hold on 1 second.
What does Lebanon have to do with the war?
Stop. Please be honest. I want you to be 100% honest. You are trolling me right now, aren't you?
He's not.
Yo, I can't. Please. You know what? Just lie. You're trolling me. Just trolling me, right? Just please say yes.
No, don't
please say yes for my own sake.
All right. Okay, I'm trolling.
Thank you very much. Okay, God. All right, y'all got to the room.
No, you got to take that.
I'm trying to understand something.
Yeah.
How did this, let me just ask a hypothetical question. Why is it important to know that? Excuse me. Why is it important to know that?
I'm telling you.
Let me ask the question, please. Why is it important to know that Lebanon borders Israel if the war is attacking Iran for building nuclear weapons?
Because Israel's attacking Lebanon as part of the negotiation with Iran.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. Arthur, I couldn't hear what you said.
Come on, man. Come on, bro, please.
This is for the benefit of those in the audience.
We all know that's the whole thing. What's going on?
I'm sure if you quiz some people, they wouldn't know. But
No. We were talking. No, most of the deaths per capita have been in southern Lebanon. You remember the whole ceasefire? Trump couldn't get the ceasefire because Israel, Hezbollah, and Lebanon didn't want to give it up?
No, I didn't.
That's the main thing.
Okay, but I didn't know Lebanon was that.
That's the main thing. Complicated. I gotta be honest with you, yo. I do think you're trolling.
Okay. In America, my understanding was that Israel and America were attacking Iran. I had no idea.
You don't know about the ambulance, all the killings. You didn't. I remember I was talking. You don't know about the Jesus statue.
No.
You don't know about the Israeli soldiers desecrating Christian symbols?
No, I have a problem with that. I wouldn't have known that, no.
You don't talk about it with me in here.
I did not talk about Israel denigrating Jesus statue.
The soldier with
not with me. You're talking about somebody else. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah. Did you not hear about the nun that got beaten up in Israel this week?
No, the only thing I heard about was a school with girls was killed in Iran, I believe. That's all I know. I didn't hear anything about
wants to argue
Jesus.
with you.
I don't want to argue nobody. I'm just letting you know what I know.
He just wants to talk to you.
But you seriously didn't know that the like soldier on soldier was happening between Israel and Hezbollah in northern Israel and southern Lebanon? You didn't know that?
I did not know that. Absolutely not. I did not.
You haven't heard about any casualties, deaths between Hezbollah in Lebanon and IDF in Israel? You haven't heard about that?
Those headlines did not cross my feed, and I did not know about that. I did not know it was bleeding into Lebanon. I thought this was a war that America and Israel tag-teamed in Iran. I didn't know that Lebanon was involved in it. So I appreciate
you know Trump was talking to the president of Lebanon to try to get Hezbollah under control? Oh, let me back up. Do you know that Hezbollah is in Lebanon, but they're not the Lebanese government? Did you know that?
I did not. I thought Hezbollah was a rogue terrorist regime organization that existed throughout the Middle East. I didn't know that it had its base in Lebanon. I didn't. I appreciate you sharing that.
What about the Houthis? Who are they?
I've heard that term. I don't know much about them.
Where are they located?
The Houthis? I've heard.
Yeah.
That's not the Turkish thing, is it? That's not the Turkish. I don't know. I'm guessing. I know there's something in Turkey. I know Turkey was somehow involved or something. But I don't know about the food. Something about the Turkish people are very much. I don't remember all the in and outs, but I do know that I've heard the Houthis, but I don't know exactly how they're involved.
Okay.
Sorry, my ignorance bothers you.
No. So now that you know, 1 second. Now that you, what's a Shia?
Shia is a type of government that's rooted in like a Muslim fundamentalism. Is that true?
What's a Sunni?
Sunni is a type of Muslim.
What's a Shia?
I thought I'm thinking of Sharia law. Sharia law is something different than Shia. But I believe Shia is a type of Muslim as well. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Which one is Iran?
I think Iran is Sharia law.
Okay. Which one is Hezbollah?
Hezbollah, is a terrorist organization along with Hamas is being funded by the Iran's.
I'm asking you, what type of Muslim are they?
Oh, that I don't know. I just know that they're terrorists.
All right. What about Bahrain?
Bahrain, I believe that's a region in the Middle East, but that's about it. I don't know much else.
All right. Wait, a region? You said?
Region or country, but I'm hesitant to say a country. Okay, I think it's more of a region or a city.
All right,
something like that.
Cool. That's cool. What is
Bahrain though? What is it? Can you tell me what Bahrain is?
It's a country.
It's the country. Okay.
What is OPEC?
OPEC, OPEC. I believe they have something to do with oil and how it's monetized throughout the world or something.
What do you mean how it's monetized?
Like they set the prices or something like that. That has something to do with the pricing.
Who's in OPEC?
I don't know.
How does one become part of OPEC? Like, is it individuals? Is it groups? Countries? Like, what is it?
I'd be guessing, but I want to say countries.
It is countries, okay. Can you name a non-Middle Eastern country in OPEC?
Would it be the UAE?
No, I said non-Middle. What do you think UAE stands for?
The United Arab Emirates.
So why would that not be Middle East?
No, you asked me which Middle Eastern country is not part of OPEC.
I said can you name a non-Middle East country?
That's a part of OPEC?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got
I want to say America, but I think I'd be wrong. I don't know.
Think the United States part of OPEC? Okay, cool.
I don't know.
What is the beef between Iran and Saudi Arabia?
Has nothing to do with Khashoggi, right? Khashoggi was the journalist who was tortured. But I know that Saudi Arabia.
Yes, Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
I know that Saudi Arabia threw in with the American, they threw in with America in the middle of this conflict, which I think has added to the conflict that exists between Saudi and Iran.
What is the conflict?
I don't know the root of it. I'd be guessing. I don't know the root of it. I don't know. They're both. Is it that Iran is Sharia and Saudi is not as much Muslim fundamentalist country? I don't know.
Let's go to the other one because it is one. When did Russia, if ever, control Ukraine?
During the Yugoslavia phase, when it was called Yugoslavia, I believe.
When Ukraine was called Yugoslavia. Okay.
No. That's not what I said. Wasn't there a time, am I wrong in believing, that before Russia was called Russia, it was called Yugoslavia? Correct. That's correct?
Right. That's what.
Right.
Well, I'm not saying what you're saying is correct. But I'm just saying, it's fine. Y'all come on.
So when it was called Yugoslavia, I believe, it was USSR, Soviet Union, right? Something. I believe when it was a massive landmass, I think Ukraine and Croatia and all these other, they eventually broke off, and they both leave. But I think. You think Italy was part of? I don't think Italy was ever part of it.
Was Italy part of the USSR?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Name 3 countries that were part of the USSR or republics. They were called Soviet republics.
Croatia, Ukraine, and because I think it's funny, Georgia. Maybe Georgia.
Okay. Yeah.
Not Atlanta, Georgia, but Georgia in the Middle East.
Okay. All right, cool. And so, when did Ukraine become independent?
Was that around the time of the issue? No, they weren't a part of that. I can't remember, but it can't be more than about 30 years ago. It's got to be in that 30-year range.
What made them independent? Yeah, what made them independent?
I think there was just a group of Russians, they were Russian at the time, but they just really were, they protested the, Putin regime, and not Putin, but like whoever was there before Putin. They didn't really like how the country was being run, so they kind of broke off and they wanted to set up their own government. And I think they did that with the support of, I believe, the United Nations and all these other things, but I don't know for sure. Why am I thinking of Kosovo? What does Kosovo have to do with this?
That's Kosovo as a whole has nothing really to do with Ukraine, but it's fine. What so you don't okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm done. Anybody else can go. Y'all can go, I'm done.
I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Oh, you
helps me.
What's the difference between the USSR and the Soviet Union?
So, how did I score on this exam, Ben? Was I anywhere close to? Did I exceed or not exceed your expectations?
I'm gonna be honest with you. It was a shit show, and It was for somebody that is so into politics and listen to the news and listen to us, whatever. You probably, if that was 20 questions, you probably got a half, probably got a point and a half. You were wrong on virtually everything, and like super wrong. I've never heard anyone in my 31 years of life say that Russia was formerly called Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore, right?
No.
Right. So what was it called before Yugoslavia?
It's called Russia.
Isn't that what I just said?
No. Russia was called Russia.
So then, what's Yugoslavia then? You just said
Yugoslavia was formed in the wake of World War I. It's a relatively new country. It lasted about 100 years.
So you're saying there was Russia, and then it became Yugoslavia, then it went back to Russia?
No.
Yugoslavia has nothing to do with it.
No, it has nothing to do with Russia.
Where did Yugoslavia come from? I don't remember
It was a
Yugoslavia.
country after World War I. You know what Serbia is now?
Yeah, but so Serbia was what? Yugoslavia.
After World War I, there was fallout. They created a bunch of countries. Yugoslavia was one of those countries. It's since been split up into other countries.
And you said Yugoslavia was a part of was the original Ukraine, and that wasn't correct either.
Well, I've never pretended to be an expert on world politics.
You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't suggest that knowing that Yugoslavia was never called Russia means you're an expert. Y'all can't do that. Y'all always do that. Well, since I don't know a damn thing, Yugoslavia?
No, USSR, but for some reason I thought Yugoslavia was the name of the country before it became Russia for some reason. But maybe it's USSR that I'm getting it confused with. Soviet Union. Yeah, Soviet Union is what I'm confusing with Yugoslavia. That's my Yugoslavia.
The Soviet Union is the USSR.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I was confusing the term Soviet Union in my mind, because Soviet Union and Yugoslavia got put in the same pot in my brain. For some reason, I thought Yugoslavia was what the Soviet Union was, but Soviet Union would have done me.
Yugoslavia was never a part of the USSR.
Correct.
It wasn't a part. It wasn't a part of it at all.
Right. But in a weird way, I don't know why those Yugoslavia and Soviet Union sit in the same corner of my brain. So I got them confused. We're all susceptible to.
But Croatia was in the USSR.
So Croatia didn't break off from Russia?
Croatia is within Yugoslavia, but Yugoslavia has nothing to do with the USSR.
Yeah. So who's Gorbachev?
Well, he's dead. I think he died a couple years ago. He was a former leader of the USSR. He was there.
Is he the one that had the purple thing on his head?
Yes.
Yeah. And then who's the other guy? Sharon from
he was the former prime minister of Israel. You're not even incontinent.
So he was there before Netanyahu?
What do you mean before?
Sharon was leader. You said the prime minister of Israel was Sharon, right? So he was there prior to Netanyahu.
Well, Netanyahu is the prime minister now. So answer your own question.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure because there's a difference between prime minister and president, and I don't know if Israel is one of those weird countries that have presidents and prime ministers.
It does have a president and a prime minister.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that Sharon the same line as Netanyahu versus.
Netanyahu, to be fair to you, has been many times, and he. One second, sir. One second. And so he was prime minister before him, and then he became after. He's the current prime minister. You thought Netanyahu was the president?
No, I understand he's actually they're transposed in my mind, so I wasn't sure, but I was going to lean towards prime minister. But my thing is this:
prime minister.
President is more like in the context of other countries. Like in America, it's different. In the context of other countries, the president is more like a figurehead, this goes out and like he's like an ambassador of sorts. The prime minister actually makes decisions that affects the national politics.
I'll let you get away with that. Some prime presidents do have power because it's head of state. So whether or not the president will he pardon? Like they could have pardon power, for example. So I'm gonna give you credit for that one.
Thank you. In England, so the monarchy is considered the king.
Christ,
you must be fascinated because you're sitting here listening to the whole thing. I mean, gosh, if I'm that uninteresting, come on, brother, please.
Ben, can I give him another half a point?
You guys can speak.
Yeah. So man, Finley, I'll give you a little bit of credence. So the Yugoslavia and USSR thing, you were conflating the two because they were both communist nations coexisting around the same time before Yugoslavia split off. So maybe you were confused because they were both communist. No.
So black people have to stop. Let me.
Stop saying the pictures.
I'm trying to help you out. I bet you Yugoslavia and USSR bordered each other. I bet you they were borderless one another. Border. I bet you Yugoslavia and USSR
shared a border with like everybody. It was massive.
That's my point.
But that's why I got confused.
So that also contributed to my confusion between USSR and the Soviet Yugoslavia.
The king.
I was going to ask you in the same way that I wonder what kind of power the king has in the England context, because I know that they're like a ambassador of sorts, but like, do they have? Was all of their power stripped from them, the monarchy, or did they have some?
Like you could read a book. It's like you could read.
I could read. I'm driving, and I'd much prefer this interactive version.
You're not going to remember it. You're not going to remember it.
Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. It's hard to know.
Sure. It's not. It's not. It's not.
So I'm just asking, was the monarch in England, did they lose all of their power, or did they have some power, and if so, what?
So Dan is going to answer your question. I'm sure somebody will, because you treat this app like Open University, not the one that's, where you actually get a degree, but just, you ask questions and you hope somebody's going to. This thing that someone is teaching you about, even though you have no knowledge. To his credit, Dan has stopped himself from doing that, and that's actually.
I'm grown up, so thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I recognize the reason why you would want to. But the reason why you would want to push back on something. Well, the reason why I would want to push back on something, even though I'm learning it for the first time, is because it further makes the point. For instance, if someone presents me with no one heard of, and I ask a question or I poke at it, or that's to fully make sure that it's standing on solid ground. To take information just because you hear it for the first time and say, oh, well, this person's knowledgeable, I'm just going to believe it without questioning it. Let's not be skeptical or ask questions. I think that's foolhardy.
Yeah, but questions should be informed. That's the thing. Your questions are uninformed. So oftentimes when you ask questions, you take away from building. So it's like, okay, we put 2 bricks on. If I ask a question here, then it might, put on another layer of, what's the stuff that you put between the bricks? What's that stuff called? Mortar. Yeah. Instead of you knock off the brick I just put up. And half of the brick underneath. So we went 2 steps forward. Since you like cliched and everybody else here does, we go 1 step forward, you take 2 steps back. That's the problem.
See, but the thing is, I guess I don't have that perception to know when I'm doing that or not, and that's the problem.
Well, I know, but the other thing about asking questions.
That's not my intention. You understand? That's not my intention, right?
The other thing about it is that, and this is respectful, you also don't know how to ask questions, because your questions often aren't about knowledge building; they're about partisanship. None of the stuff we said was just basic facts. We weren't even arguing.
But you understand, my intention is never to take 3 steps.
And I'm doing it again. It's not about intention. I'm not saying what intention is. I'm not making any axiological or value judgments. That's how you take them. So you talk about your intention. I'm saying you're poor at forming questions. That's a skill.
Okay. But what I'm saying is the reason why it's important to know my intention is that you would have more grace.
Great. I just talked to you for the last 30 minutes.
Well, what I'm talking about is having more.
The fuck you talking about having grace? You sitting there, you said that. What did you say? That the Sharia and Sunni will be. I'm not gonna crash. Okay. Grace a couple years ago. I was doing a minstrel show so bad they will be replaying it in IG. You're talking about grace.
Get you to crash.
I gave you grace. No, hey, Darden. No, you talking about grace. I'll be honest with you. If I had a kid in 7th grade, I'm gonna be dead. I mean this. If I had a kid, a child in 7th grade, who answered those questions at all similar to the way you did, I would ground them for 2 weeks. That's how poorly you did. Well, yeah, just 2 weeks. I mean,
it's a month. 3 weeks.
No, that doesn't. Who said that? Much. Who said that? Arthur doesn't have any children. The fact that what you were saying about after talking about the importance or suggesting the importance of getting rid of the nuclear threat. No, that's what it was. You asked me about their munitions program, and I said I disagreed. And then you said, oh, you don't agree with getting rid of their terrorists? Completely different things. That's where it started.
But something
that was nasty work.
It's interesting, man. He just basically said, like, you know, he wants people to be able to understand his intent and see where he's coming from. So you want a fucking label like a DEI or like a special fucking label, but you, Mr. Hate DEI, right? You basically made a comment like you're fucking handicapped and you're handicapped that people should recognize. That's what you pretty much.
Angus, I don't have the perception to know that when a question is.
But you're the same guy that likes to call me retarded and tell me to take my medication, right?
I never throw the first punch.
Oh no, but you see different.
You always attack me, and then I have to hit you when it hurts.
But it doesn't hurt me though. I'm a numb individual, so it doesn't hurt. That's the best.
But I try to. But the thing is, you attack me for no reason. Every time I speak a word, you come at me because you disagree with my perspective. And you
just fell for the trap. You just fell for the trap. But Infinity, man, I just explained to you about it. You just fell for it. You just made it by yourself again. Thank you, my friend.
I'm saying you use every 4-letter word to speak towards me, and then when I hit you back because it doesn't hurt you, that's fine. I don't mean to hurt you, but the thing is, you are very aggressive with the way you attack people, especially me. So I don't like to talk about your psychiatric condition or whatever else because that's not to be discussed. But when you attack me unprovoked because you disagree with me, you leave me no choice but to pull out that hammer, and I don't want to.
If you don't hurt him, then what's the point of doing it?
The point of doing it is to stop him from attacking me.
But to stop him.
Right. Well, then the better response to your point, Arthur, would be to not respond. But I'm still growing spiritually. And where I am right now, you attack me in such an provoked way. On this app, I respond in kind. If you take it to the flow, I take it to the earth's crust.
That's me from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount.
The thing is, BWA, man, I'm not saying I'm saying I don't perceive when the question is actually hurting the question. Because I think when I ask these questions,
you might need to step back and learn what self-awareness is, man.
But the thing is, how do you know when a question? You know how people tell you, "Oh, there's no stupid questions." Oh, you guys.
Oh, there's definitely stupid fucking questions.
You know when you go to a training, they'll tell you, "Ask me any question. Any question is." There's no stupid question.
If you believe that, you really are dumb.
The problem is that we're all learning in different ways and different modalities. So if I'm learning in a certain way and my mind switched to this question because you just said something, that's just how my mind works. I don't know.
It's still called being self-aware. Infinity. Is that question that just came randomly in your mind appropriate for the time, for the moment? That's what you need to ask yourself. That's what a normal person says to themselves.
But when I just had this random thought. But when I ask the question, I actually think it's advancing because it's like clarity. But you guys don't perceive it that way. And I'm telling you, there's people in this room within the sound of our voice that when they hear me ask those questions, those are the same questions in their brain. But they're afraid to ask them because their brains kill them. I just don't care about
it. They didn't ask it. It is interesting though, and I think.
But trust me, since I asked about the same questions that are ringing in the other rooms.
That's an assumption on your part. Like at this point, okay. I don't know. This is not a question to you, but it is a statement. I think it's a very interesting position that you find yourself in, given that you voted for a person who doesn't actually care about people. I mean, the person that you voted for doesn't give a fuck about whether or not you need time to process.
He doesn't care about what? He doesn't care about what process?
He doesn't care about different learning modalities. He doesn't care about diversity, equity, and inclusion. He doesn't care about people and the challenges. He doesn't care about the Department of Education and all the things that they were fighting around, special education, around funding, providing opportunities for students who learn differently, who need extra resources. Doesn't care about any of that. And somehow, as a grown adult person, you're asking grown adults to lower a conversation that we're engaged in so that you have the opportunity to participate. And it is interesting to me that you expect us to give you that grace, but you don't expect that in the politicians you vote for. The policies that you support actually go against the thing that you want individual people to do. And I'm having a hard time. I'm not asking you a question. I'm just, because you're here and I'm here, I'm stating what you expect other people to slow things down for you, to give you grace, and yet you don't show that in the people that you vote for in any sort of meaningful way that might impact other people who may experience things that similar to you. And I don't know why you think that we would honor that for you.
So the sensitivity to different learning modalities, I believe that Trump does have that. He just doesn't believe it should come from on high. From the federal government. So I'm just speaking out loud to anybody that would listen. I'm not asking, I'm not responding, I'm not talking to you. I'm just speaking in general. In general, I find it interesting that someone can't understand that just because they want to get rid of the Department of Education, which is a federal apparatus that wants to, maybe the politician I voted for is for the sensitivities of different learning modalities on the state level and wants the state government to handle it. And the state departments of education. I know, but I'm speaking in general, not to anyone in particular, because this particular person is so juvenile, they're afraid to have some kind of back and forth with me because of whatever reason. All I want to say is out loud for anyone to hear within the sound of my voice is that Donald Trump isn't necessarily against sensitivities of different learning modalities just because he wants to get rid of the Department of Education, because he thinks that the Department of Education at the federal level is a waste of time and redundant. And we know, and I know, that you know how many and positions and roles are tied into inefficiencies, and no one wants to bring efficiency.
There's more efficiency than the federal department.
Right, but what I'm saying is, no one wants to bring it about.
This is another reason why I'm making it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't finish my statement.
Yeah, I know.
If you don't hear what I fully say, if you don't fully hear what I say, how can you call me rambling? I'm just trying to say,
because you're calling you out for rambling in the midst of rambling.
Come on, let me make this very clear. We have jobs and roles that are tied into inefficiencies. So anytime someone wants to bring in efficiency, they get pushed back because jobs and roles are tied into the inefficiencies of jobs. I know that to be true at the state and local government where I live. There are people as soon as
inefficiencies.
I work, for instance, I know of a government.
Do you work for the feds?
No.
So you wants it to go to the states. Let's move on. This is a ramble. This is what we're saying. It's kind of dumb.
I'm trying to make a point that he was trying to say that just because Donald Trump.
You don't even have self-control. We said let's move on, and you have to stay on your bullshit.
I mean, yeah, just keep it going. Like, you're not really saying anything.
I had to say something.
Yeah, but we get your point. Donald, we get your point. Donald Trump was at the state level. We got it.
And this is the example of infinity. As crazy as I may be on paper, right? As crazy as fucked up things that a lot of us or myself have been through, I don't wear that as my motherfucking as my badge of honor, who the fuck I am every day. You legit, bro, are a fucking retard. Who you had plenty of time and opportunity on this app to actually listen to grown people, actually grown black men as well, right? That can actually put you on the game. You can actually ask questions and try to better yourself as a man. Because I know I personally have taken you to the back channel before and try to talk to you as a man and give you guidance. Now, yeah, I'm a nasty motherfucker that will curse anybody the fuck out in a heartbeat that's a dumbass nigga like you. Why? Because that's who I am, bro. I don't give a fuck. You're not a godly man. You know nothing about God. I will open up the Bible and teach you if you really want a class, Infinity. But you are not a man of God. And I don't come here trying to preach to nobody because I know I'm a nasty motherfucker that will fuck a nigga up in a heartbeat because I have a low tolerance for bullshit. But you are not a good man. You're not a good person. You're a piece of shit, bro. In reality, I'm one of the nicest fucking people in the world that will give up the shirt on my back for somebody in need. But you are a clown nigga, bro, that stands on your stupidity day in, day out. Ben actually tries to have some fucking patience with you, tries to give you some gems in between of telling you how dumb you are. But you do the same fucking thing. You come back with the same dumb shit. You don't read anything, Infinity. So you can say I stutter and I speak multiple fucking languages, you dumb fuck. And was also paid for speaking multiple languages. I'm gonna say down to you, motherfucker. All my shit on paper. All my shit on paper.
All right. Can we find peace in this conversation? It doesn't sound right. I don't know what's going on.
Infinity is dishonest. When you let an unstable person speak, that's what happens. They're unstable. They bring instability to the conversation.
Oh my God, move on.
This person, there's actually nowhere you can go with it because it isn't about evaluating information. He has the information. He doesn't want to acknowledge it. That's the point. It's like a personal motivation as opposed to an intellectual motivation. He just wants to align with Trump and all of the bullshit.
Where if I think that
because it's a part of his. One second, brother. He has to defend it because it's a part of his identity. He resonates with Trump. Trump resonates with him. They're simpatico. So he said, whatever Trump is diminished, he's diminished. So he has to elevate Trump in order to elevate himself. That's it. It's a psychological thing.
I think I'm dishonest.
It's unfortunate
what I'm saying
because it's unfortunate because along the way somebody else could have given him another actual tenet and worldview to hold on to, and they didn't give it to him. And this is what filled the void. And there's nothing that's going to remove it from the void because it's been so good to him. So it is what it is. Nothing more, nothing less.
It's dishonest about what I'm saying.
It's how you prosecute these conversations. It's like, bro, you're not even like this. You're not talented. So we see you move and pivot from one point to point. You engage in all kind of fallacious reasoning, and then when you get caught, you just start memeing. That's the typical progression, right? First, it's okay. Let me see if I can defend this point intellectually. Oh no, that's not working. Let me just be willfully obtuse. Oh no, they found that one out. Now let me just try to play the moral high ground. Oh shit, moral high ground's not working, and now I'm just gonna fucking meme and troll, right? That's the last resort. It's just meme and troll, and now right now you're at the play dumb stage. Next we'll go to the moral high ground. You're just woe is me. You're just beating me up because I'm dumb, and then the final attempt will be I'm just fucking around. It's not that serious. You got to trip. I wasn't trying to be nasty to you. I was just trying to really give you an honest. Maybe you would wake up. That doesn't work. Way to wake up. That doesn't work for me. That tactic doesn't work with me. Exactly. This man has look. You know what Trump taught? You have to have a high threshold for pain. He obviously is one of those type of persons. So you're not going to beat him through embarrassment, shame, verbal abuse. None of that's going to work. Nor is appealing to intellect, right? So verbal abuse, intellect, none of that's going to work.
What would work?
The the problem is deeper and more like recessed into his his person. No, it's psychological. It stems from
the best way to get
what his influences. I'm sorry. Brother. One second, brother. It stems from obviously childhood and fucking influences during your formative years and what's important to you, how you were treated, your alignments. The therapy means that you think there's something wrong. He doesn't think there's something wrong. He just chose this as his path. It's just like if you were to choose, Genghis Khan as your spiritual leader, right? Or chose Jesus as your spiritual leader, or chose Trump as your spiritual leader. It's just what you think is right to do in this navigating this world, this landscape. It's not wrong. It's just
all right. My turn. So Ben and First Lady have been able to appeal to me through spiritual conversations, spiritual discussions that talk to. So that's the way you get to me. The
spiritual healer.
The insults that BWA throw at me, like Congressman said. If you can, I'd like to finish. So what I'm saying is that if you can appeal to me on a spiritual plane, okay, that's what makes the most inroads with me. Because the intellectual, I throw that to the side because you've been infected by the universities and the academics who think they know it all. Okay, statisticians, all this, that doesn't work. What works with me is a sincere spiritual appeal to a higher calling, because that's the goal in life. These intellectual discussions don't amount to much.
Yeah, so this is the third level.
Can I ask a question, Concrete? Sure, I'm understanding you right. Someone presenting you with much of inroads with you, but a spiritual idea is the thing that'll kind of get you to say, oh, maybe I should consider this new thought.
Well, like you just said, if it's a fact that I was unaware of, that might alter my perspective. That can't be, like you said, what did you say? That can't be what did you say?
I probably said refuted. I don't really remember.
Refuted. Yes, refuted is what the term that you said. If it can't be refuted, then I would incorporate that fact or piece of data into my analysis of whatever the issue is. But the problem is that people take, I saw this in a poll, and they use a poll result as some way to drive home their and impose their perspective over mine because they have a poll result.
What about multiple studies that say the same thing?
So again, it depends on who's running the studies, the sources and methods, on how they perform the study. So I take studies with a grain of salt. It's not that I throw them out. It's not that I throw them out with the bathwater, but I don't lord multiple studies over my thinking, because my thinking will be enriched.
Your thinking is uninformed?
Well, it depends on the issue, because there's some things that can't be ascertained through studies and polls and what academics sit around and talk about. Some things just can't be grasped. So I have to lean on. So you're telling me
people who devote their life works to things possibly don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but you who knows very little about it is able to better understand it?
Well, not necessarily. The people that have devoted their life for something, you got to be careful with them because they're so impassioned. Their bias may influence their behavior.
But now the people who spend a lot of time studying a thing are also problematic?
It's possible. I'm not going to just because we have yes. It's true. It's true. Because there's bias. There's people. You should go look at Roland Fryer and what he experienced when he came up with the study that went against the conventional wisdom and what he experienced. Just look it up.
What did he experience?
I already discussed this.
Somebody
I don't know. Logic doesn't seem like it's being used in.
That was a Cape Verdean accent. We know it's
like, yo, I'm tired of shit.
It doesn't. It feels like this lacks logic.
Or it lacks honesty.
Well, maybe that as well, but the first tenet for me is it's not logical to me. Like it doesn't. I don't understand why you would just say experts, emotionally charged and therefore likely aren't good sources for the discipline they spent their life looking into. That seems.
Look at the experience of Roland Fryer.
He didn't experience anything. He has an endowed chair at Harvard making $800,000, $700,000 a year. No! He didn't experience anything. Now, he got caught trying to smash students in his lab. That, he was dumb enough to text them in his lab, so people who disagree with him politically use that against him. You can make an argument. But he didn't experience anything based off of those people with their lifelong study. That doesn't even make any sense.
When he came up with the result after he did he was trying to. I don't want to go through it. Maybe
I know exactly what it was.
Wait, which one do you want to do?
I can tell you what it is. I can explain it better than you, please. He came up. He had a working paper where he was working through the paper and others on whether or not black people who were killed at higher rates than white people by police. And because of the field he's in, criminologists and economists, and he's very famous, they went to tear it down. That's how knowledge is built. And so they tore it down because the study was flawed. And he never published the paper.
But you're overlooking a part of what he experienced. He sent out an 800-page report. Let me explain. It's the first time he came up with the result that he didn't expect. He thought he did it wrong. So he hired a new set of researchers, and the second set of data came out the same way. When he published it, or when he sent it out to his round of faculty members to review it, within 2 minutes of sending an 800-page report, he got phone calls. And they can't read it, they can't read 800 pages in 2 minutes. But because they didn't agree with the conclusion, he was contacted, he was ridiculed, he was marginalized.
He knew the conclusion, so you don't know how academia works. One second, he'd already presented. The way it works is you don't just send it out. If I'm working on a project, unless you're Nash from A Beautiful Mind from Princeton. What's his name? John Nash.
John Nash.
Unless you're John Nash and you have people know what you're doing. And people are like, hey man, and they were right. He was wrong in the paper, methodologically. It got tore apart. They were right. They had been tearing it apart in conferences. He went to conferences. He was wrong. But you said, look what happened to him. What happened to him? He sent out a paper. People didn't like it. And he has a lab. 1 second. Roland Fryer, from outside sexual harassment thing, has won the Bates Prize. He has a lab at Harvard. He makes over $600,000, $700,000 a year. He has a chair. Bethany, explain the abuse that he got.
He, according to his own testimony, when he went to the CVS to go get diapers, he couldn't even do that because he had to get security because he couldn't go get diapers for his newborn.
You believe that?
Yes.
You believe that Roland Fryer, this is a big thing, by the way. Roland Fryer is like a real nigga. Like a real nigga. He's like a nigga. You believe that Roland Fryer could not go to the CVS in Cambridge because they were going to be, who was going to beat him up? Skip Gates was going to use his cane and take his knees out. So explain to me who was the constituency in Cambridge, Massachusetts that was going to beat up Roland Fryer? Which gang was it?
He wasn't in Cambridge. Maybe it was Maybe it was in Dayton, Ohio.
Okay, I got you. So in Dayton, Ohio, there are people who are beating up academics. One second. Wherever he was, for this to make sense, I want you to listen to what
your background is just
I'm at a restaurant.
Content. So just so people, for Infinity's story to make sense, an economist writes a paper, and there are random people who to beat up an economist for a white paper. If you believe that, just give me a cash app. I promise there'll be lots of money in it. That. I believe Coach David and his scheme more than that. Just imagine, you can't go to CVS because somebody's going to beat your ass over a white paper, which is full of math that only 0.00001% of the population can even read. Because he said it's like the math was crazy. Okay, maybe 0.0015 because it's not that advanced statistics. So he needed bodyguards because a left-wing academic gang member who not only is in the Bloods but also has an endowed chair at Northwestern University was going to beat his ass. Come on, man, we got to be a little bit. And what's odd about? Let me finish. What's odd about this, man, Infinity, is you always say you're skeptical, right? So you're skeptical of knowledge, you're skeptical of the academics, but you're not skeptical of that story? That story sounds like residual when you tell you love her after you're not trying to get to be fair, man. I've heard Bobo keep saying I mean, what an insane thing. Henry Louis Gates was going to hit him with his cane. He got, one leg. Henry Louis Gates got one leg is higher than the other. By the way,
he didn't trust that Russia wasn't Yugoslavia, but he trusted that.
He left?
Yeah, he left. I just don't know why he would commit to that lie like that, because he said he trusts Van and he trusts First Lady, but Van does this every day, if not every other day with him, but he doesn't believe any of the stuff that Van tells him. So I don't know what's going on. He's gotten the facts. He's gotten this, the whatever spiritual thing that he needs in order to wrestle with the information presented to him. But he does it. I don't know. I just rather just on the premise like that. That was.
Imagine having to get a bodyguard for a white paper in an economics board to go buy nappies, to go buy diapers. Hey man, what you got over there, son? Dad? Well, how you doing, man? You guys want these diapers? You look familiar, man. Girl, where you from? Oh no, I just want to get some baby wipes, and my baby's got colic, I believe, so I'm going to get her a Wendy and some of these colic drops. Nah, I know you from somewhere. Were you at the Chicago meeting of the American Council of Economists in 2023? You gave that paper on psychometrics when you used Say's law, because you really shouldn't use it for the behavioral exit. And your your N was a 25 instead of the 27. It tells me that's wrong fire, and then they go beat his ass. I've heard some stories. I told you, I heard some stories about both. Now he won't believe us when we're talking about whether or not Yugoslavia used to be called Russia. He takes that with a grain of salt, but that story he believes.
I'm glad Igor and Neo weren't here for that.
Did you say that you was over there and you got the last jar of pureed bananas and it was organic? Huh? You got the last pure wipes, huh? Yeah, we're gonna beat your ass. Like, what are we doing here? That's wrong.
And somebody in the chat is gonna say, there is bias that exists in research. I'm like, that's not what anybody's talking about.
Yeah, that's how people are.
I was like, oh goodness, like you're missing. Yeah.
Just wanted to follow. If he did the exact same thing I said he was going to do. Not knowing a thing about a thing. He's going to push back. He's going to learn from you. And then he's going to try and discredit the thing that he just learned that he never knew anything about.
This app is full of people who operate like that, sadly.
First Lady.
Did you hear what he said, First Lady? That a man had to get bodyguards because he published a working paper. And Thomas with a chair at Harvard, he had to get bodyguards to get diapers.
SCBS.
What?
Oh, you missed it.
It's the hard knock life.
First Lady, I got a song to pick when we have time. Oh, okay. Please no phone picking right now. I don't have time. No, well, I can't hear. It's very loud where
Oh, no. Not
it's fine. It's no rush. Okay, thanks. And it's not necessarily you.
Well, I'm here.
Scared of water.
Oh, no.
There you go, I walk. Did the what? I'm not evil. I didn't say that you were.
That's not what I heard about you.
Who's that?
It was Cleo.
Hey, Dr. Library. Yeah,
Miss
Cleo.
It's in the mode where she's crashing out slowly over time. It's been happening more and more across different stages.
What you call it? What is she doing?
She's crashing out slowly. I don't know.
Oh, who is?
DLC.
I think
she's moving from Dr. Library to Dr. Library.
The library about to be permanent in a minute.
Yeah, Dr. Library. Yeah.
I think she's going around staring up stuff. That's what I'm saying.
I don't go into it.
Why you don't call Miss Cleo? She sound like me.
Yeah, like how do I feel like I'm a? Well, Hurricane sounds young.
25.
And he just
we will definitely revisit this conversation definitely at a time when he is around. Because I have to see how he feels about this. I'm sure he's going to be flat.
He's going to giggle for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Send him a message.
Definitely going to giggle.
He's going to say, what? I mean, I don't know about the sound, but I can see somebody thinking he's in his 30s. I wouldn't think that he was in his 50s. Maybe not 30s, but 40s.
If this was someone like, let's say, just pick a random person. If you just picked a random person in the glue whose face is not shown, you've never heard them, you could guess, okay, they may be in their 30s. Hurricane, the person we've all heard on the app, does not say.
It was really the whole characterization that made it, brother, because he said that Hurricane was insecure and young. That was really what made it all happen. He said he was insecure in his sexuality and you're just a young man out here insecure. That was crazy.
First Lady, are you
there? Yeah.
Did I tell you how I figured out Dr. Library Card's beef with me?
Oh, no. Please. Don't take me back there. Don't take me back there. Please. Send it to my son. Nothing too detailed, just high level.
I'll do bullet points. intro in the summer.
Somebody shouted, screaming, you know.
Y'all ran off the content. Kaz, Infinity.
You about to start tap dancing now. You about to start tap dancing now.
Doctor, I'm gonna release my report. Why you so mad? And then
She told you herself.
Everybody gonna see it.
I want to know why you think I'm on Massandra's concrete.
Cause you all are the hell.
No, wait a minute.
Please.
Now, wait.
I want to play the game, Miss Cleo.
Wait,
cool.
game.
Wait, we cool, Miss Cleo.
Wait now. Hold up. Because that did come up last night.
You want the first lady, huh?
My God.
This is my fault. First lady.
Oh my God.
Not with you.
Oh my God.
First lady. You gotta foster the peace, first lady. You can't stir the pot and fall.
Listen, I'm not stirring anything. I just want to say that I came off mic to tell the two of you that this is how it starts. You guys do this friendly, banter kind of thing, and then next thing I know, we got fireworks and grenades. So, if you guys want to do the friendly banter, let's just say there, okay? If not, then let's just, okay.
Because Miss Cleo knows that she's a Massandra's. She hangs out with Massandra's.
You can't, no.
All right, look, here. I'm gonna do it.
Hold
on.
Excuse me, sir. I cannot yell.
I'm gonna lay down my.
You enter into evidence. I'm just saying, because now you have done so. We are going there. We're here now.
All right.
You took us there.
All right.
Okay.
So
I
take a Massandra's to be somebody who has a general temperament towards men. That's going to give you like a 51% of the time, or 51% of men, a generally negative disposition and outlook towards men, right? And I think it's going to be expressed on this here audio app in certain language that is used to discuss men, right? Such words as dusty, such words as, or alluding to illiteracy or lack of educational attainment, alluding to poverty or impoverishment, right? Who systematically engages in such conversations and has a room dedicated to the lulling men into seemingly intellectual conversations, and then one moderator after another insults or compliments, and then insult and compliment or engage and insult.
Speed it up.
I just take it. Who said that? This is the nigga tree that I'm talking about.
That's not a word.
Y'all niggas asked for it.
Do not get involved. One second. Okay, I'm just saying. Can we please keep 20 seconds on a second?
So, I'm laying out the argument for why I believe RPO is the headquarters of Kick Niggas in the Balls Organization of America. And Miss Cleo is a moderator inside of RPO and engages in the shenanigans or the shenanigan nigger thing.
Now, before any rebuttal, I just want to say, did I or did I not ask you yesterday? Doesn't she always show you grace? Because when I witnessed her with you and here, I feel like she's always made space for you. So you saying she switches it up when she's not in here?
Yes, her grace is traditional and bisexual. There you go.
Oh my Jesus!
Wow.
That's her grace goes.
Oh my. Miss Cleo, are you there?
I'm definitely here.
Would you like to respond?
Sure. Out, Miss Cleo.
I don't have to do that.
Hit him in the face to prove that you are not our misdemeanors.
He takes our kindness for weakness.
Who said ours?
Oh my!
Penny get involved in this, First Lady? How did Penny get involved in this, First Lady? First Lady, make it make sense.
She just want to be on the cliff. She want to be on the cliff. She want to be on the cliff. Gotta let it.
I'm talking about.
Hey, why you want to be on the?
Cuss him out like he cut you off and hit his brakes going 10 miles under the speed limit. I want you to give it to him good too. Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
First Lady, can I say something? Can I admit my
just ignore.
No, please, First Lady.
No. You've already closed your mic. I cannot.
I'm gonna introduce it later. It's fine.
Thank you.
This is really biased.
Go ahead. So, Miss Cleo, I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. Yeah, I was just gonna keep going past it. I appreciate the apology though. So, if we actually look at what happens in there, typically I'm actually attacked, and then people get mad about how I respond to being attacked, right? I will sit and walk. I literally, within the last week, helped a man who was 38 and had never scheduled his own doctor's appointment and don't have health insurance find a clinic near him and schedule an appointment. And this man couldn't stay focused. Like, this idea that I just ran into everything to make them look stupid. No, lots of you all make yourselves look stupid very easily and on your own, right? And when given the opportunity to show you actually have intelligence, for some reason, we're told that we're making you look stupid. Mind you, I've been the main person saying I don't like the reading test. I've been the main person. You can ask the person who's come up with all the passages. If you have to pick one person in RPO who actually is not in alignment with the reading test, who would it be? And my name is going to be the name that is said, right? Because that's not actually something I align with. I spend lots of time trying to educate men, to ask people questions about things. I've literally stood on stages to try and make sure, like, hey, let me make sure I'm hearing you correctly. And then I get accused of putting things in their mouth. And I said, no, I'm trying to understand because this is what I got from you. I've been cursed out. My bio is filled with the things that men have said to me. And I continue to give men grace. But for some reason, none of those men who've made these comments in my bio are the ones anyone's attacking. The person that they're attacking is the person who asked them a question, who tried to understand, who slow walked with many of them. Somehow I'm the misandrist. Make that Hello? Would you like to respond, sir?
I mean, I think she just gave us more information that solidifies my point.
Well, I don't know what I heard. Tell me what you heard. Tell me what you heard.
Listen, we know that you're on team Miss Cleo. Please calm down.
No, anyone. I just asked you a question.
Please, no, don't ask me any more questions. Please, let me just give my submission uninterrupted. Is that okay? Is that okay? Because you let her give her submission uninterrupted. I'm just asking for the same thing. Is that okay?
You've got that already, technically.
Hello?
Now she's asking.
All right. So the jumping is a clear indication of bias, right? So are we gonna do it fair or no? Because the lack of fairness just says everything. It's like a tacit admission of guilt. First Lady's like, I know she's in trouble because her submission was horrible. I'm going to do everything I can to muddy the waters, obstruct the testimony. I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to get you out of this, girl. Because you just...
No, I just wanted to know what you heard. That was my question.
And that's what I was about to give you.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, please stop interrupting. That's all.
Okay.
We agree to that or no?
Move on?
All right, I'm done. You got it. You're just admitting that you get it. No, you got it.
You just took a
minute. No, you got to learn how to...
Are you going to move forward?
You gotta learn how to stop squeezing so hard.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna show you how hard I'm gonna squeeze. I don't play your game, sir. You play the game that I provide for you to play. If you don't understand that, that's fine. You're out of the game. Here are the rules that I'm setting. And that's the problem. You have a problem with following guidelines. You don't like the color outside the guidelines. I was just simply asking, tell me what you heard her say and trying to keep it whereas a person can understand exactly what you're saying. But you want to speak from this emotional side of things and nobody understands that. It's not clear. So I'm trying to help you so that people would understand you if in fact what you're saying is true. Maybe we all continuously think that you're a troll, but maybe you're this way. But we don't understand that because you don't do a good job articulating it. You don't. So I was trying to help guide you, not sit there and try to control you. But you want to continuously keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. It gets tiresome. Nobody wants to do that, especially if you're not going to try to find progress in it. Doesn't make sense.
Did he leave?
I've never seen people who just want to sit around and be the victim all the time. I want to be victorious, not victimized.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see what
every part of this story is victim. My God. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms.
No, I was just curious. Like, I'm trying to figure out what he got out of my submission because he's like,
exactly. I don't know.
And I was waiting on that answer because I was like, I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing in what he's saying because I'm like, I'm sure I didn't say anything that supported his claim.
And maybe it did. We just don't know. But he doesn't know how to articulate himself because I don't know what he's thinking. A lot of times I've heard him speak, and then when he finally got down to it, he just automatically assumed that somebody thought the way that he thought, and then thinks that people are playing with him. I don't think like you think. Clearly, that's the reason why we constantly have a disconnect. But if you don't know how to communicate and express yourself, it becomes very socially awkward all the time. Hence why we're constantly having, detours about behaviors. It's not productive at all.
Roger did call it isn't-chillism. Well, how's everyone else doing since he ran away?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm fantastic cheering for my Pistons.
I feel you.
I'm all about the home team.
Is game 7 tonight or tomorrow?
Well, my todays and tomorrows are different than yours, so I get confused.
Okay.
So I'll be honest, I have a hard time answering. It's coming up soon.
Yeah, game 7 tonight.
It's my tomorrow, but I think it's the day after tomorrow for you. But I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Philly and Boston are playing, I think an hour, game 7.
All I know is after last night, I never want anybody to compare James Harden to Dwayne Wade.
Wow.
Nigga went 5 for 15. He's like literally a disgrace.
Shave his beard off while you're at it. Shave his beard off while you're at it, though.
He's ass, bro. I was like, they need to stop comparing him to my goat. This is.
Y'all there? Hello? 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 Hello?
I wouldn't hear nobody speak. How you doing? First lady.
Huh?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. Hey. Hey, Paul. Paul told him.
I like your logo. It reminded me of my logo. I was like, oh man.
Oh, really?
Yes. I was like, oh, this is looking good. That looks really good.
Wow. My logo? That's insane. I have a logo? Where?
What's that scene? What's that? What's one scene?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Is that your
That's
logo?
No, that Clubhouse created it.
Look at mine. It's CC. I've got different people say different things about me.
She's talking about her background.
She's talking about. She said it's really loud. I'm driving. Y'all know I'm driving. How y'all doing? Trump is disintegrating before our very eyes.
Oh, please.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, you think that they'll stop it. You gonna take that.
See it. I hate to see it. I ain't latched on to the white man.
You argue and defend that man to him, to me, for months.
If it's good, it's good. If it ain't good, I'll leave it where it stays.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, but you know who I really think is dangerous? Is Pete
Riley?
Pete Hexter. That guy should be nowhere. I know. Unfortunate.
Take it. Totem, will you have
Don't tell me take it.
Do you think your opinion will change after the war is over? Will you go back, or you think you're done? Like you're through?
I'm done. Well, you got to understand that my business right now is connected directly to oil and gas. So I make my income going back and forth across the United States. So last week I probably spent $3,700, $3,800 in fuel. Right now, out of that amount of fuel, I probably did about a total of maybe 9,000 gross. And then when you start doing the deductions, where you think you're taking $3,700 out for fuel. That's a lot of fuel for something that should be more than maybe $2,400. You feel?
You didn't predict this, though? You didn't see this?
I would have been Nostradamus to see oil, gas.
You didn't have to be. You just had to be politically correct because we talked about it.
I don't remember anybody ever talking about fuel prices.
You don't remember us talking about fuel prices and how it jeopardized supply chain and logistics. You don't remember any of these conversations.
When you show me somebody was doing that 6 months ago, and I'll show you somebody that
we were doing it with the tariffs, and then it extended with this.
I'm sorry?
We started these conversations when the tariffs came, and then it extended with the war.
I don't think you guys ever predicted fuel prices.
You're right.
What did you vote for him for? What were the issues?
I like the tax stuff is really good. Some of it I have been.
What part of the tax? There were a lot of things around that.
I'm not a CPA. I can't tell you ins and outs, but some of that stuff that I was able to write off quite a bit this year. I even got a return. So
you should be fine, right? So you didn't get those same write-offs under Biden?
I don't know about Biden. I wasn't set up to do what I did. Well, I guess was it all? It could have been. It could have been under Biden that I. But see, he hadn't passed the big beautiful bill was passed early. So all that tax stuff that was in the big beautiful bill was what we got on this last tax time.
Well, that's what I was asking you. You said I was asking you about what specific tax benefits did you gain? And you said you didn't know.
I couldn't tell you. I honestly couldn't tell you. But I know the stuff in that big beautiful bill. I was able to.
You got money back, basically.
I did. I got money back.
Okay.
I got about 1,900 back. 19, something like that. Back.
So you came out victorious, right? So you got 1,900 back.
This way.
And now with the cost of fuel, you should be good, right?
Well, the cost of fuel is something that is an ongoing thing. It's like credit. So that's going to happen every week anyway. But
you mean volatile?
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Let me put my headset in real
much did the headsets cost?
Exactly, but it's a tax write-off, right? That's
Well, they're not. I mean, depending on if you go to a Love's or Flying J, not that much.
A good set is probably around $1,200.
Well, you got the 1,900. So, use that money to reinvest in the business. And, the rest, oh well. Oh well. I hope you can continue doing business. Oh well.
I didn't know fuel price was like credit. I need that broken down too.
All right, y'all. I can hear y'all now. What were you saying? What was I saying?
I don't know if you're paying, but the $1,900 that you received as a tax refund is enough to offset the rising costs from Trump policies and his administration, right? Like you've been able to use that $1,900 to.
Yeah, but that's like the way that this particular type of business works. You're going to be spending that money every week in regardless. I mean, it's just a part of it's a part of the job. It's a part of it. It's just a part of it. So paying that.
I understand that there's still going to be costs regardless of president.
Right. Regardless of the write-offs.
Yeah, you were speaking of an increase, and so what I was asking was the $1,900 that you got and received, that you assumed that you got because of Trump's policies, the ones that you voted for him for. That's enough to offset the rising costs that you're now incurring because of the policy.
At least close.
Well, I would say you got to remember when you're 1099, you're not paying anything until the end, right? And then if you're able to, let's say you're able to do your write-offs to the point where you get a return, that means you came out on the positive, because that means I didn't pay taxes for the whole $150,000 that I accumulated. I didn't pay any taxes on it, and then I was able to write off all the cost of the fuel and other administrative and other just other operating costs.
Write off your meals and your
all of that stuff.
Mileage, right?
It's not mileage. It's money. We're talking money. We're talking about working with taxes. I'm not talking about miles. I'm just saying.
You get so much per mile, like by 30, right?
No, not a per diem. You need to. No, that's not how that works.
So the reason if I can answer that, I don't know where this conversation is going. The reason why I asked is because you said you were done with him.
I am.
So then I said, well, why did you vote for him? And he said the taxes. The reason
that was one reason,
right? Is the taxes. So I was just wondering if
there was another reason.
Money that you got back, and that was helpful. I was just trying to understand.
Say that some of it was offset by it. Yeah, you could say yes.
No, I was asking. I wasn't. I don't know. I have no idea. Just wondering how much more. Like, are you saying that money isn't enough to cover what you believe to be the increase of your? I'm actually not trolling. I'm just trying to. I don't talk.
Understand. You're trying to understand.
Okay.
I got you. You're trying to. Well, look at it this way. That $1,900 that I got back, right? That's the amount that I'm paying over in 1 week. So and it's 52 weeks in a year. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
If it's 52 weeks in a year, And the 1900, if you were to just say, okay, let's see if this offsets. Well, remember, if I told you I paid $3,700, right? Now, out of that $3,700 I played last week, a normal week would be about 22, right? So 22 to 37 that's 1,900.
Yeah. Hey, Totem.
function.
So, Totem, I got a question for you. I wasn't really clear on this. Okay, you were mentioning about how the tax reductions, how you were able to, you were able to deduct your meals and stuff, right? But Trump made a 2017 Tax Cuts for the Job Act, right, that eliminated the ability for company I'm reading this, W-2 drivers to itemize unreimbursed business expenses, including the per diem meal deduction. All right, so, and then with the One Big Beautiful Act it made those cuts permanent. The suspension of miscellaneous itemized deductions. So actually, you can't deduct your meals and incidentals.
Now that I don't know. You have to talk about that with my tax preparer because everything was deducted and returned income.
He's self-employed.
Yeah, I am. I have a C corp.
You do it under W-2, right? Oh, so
no, I'm 1099.
What? Okay,
I'm 1099. Yeah, I'm 1099. I don't know about what you're reading, but I'm 1099.
It looks like you can still deduct that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With businesses, it's different. With corporations, it's even better. So he from a corporate tax perspective, because that would be the way that I would file because I'm a C corp. But it's good. It's benefits in it, but the benefits don't offset the real world costs. Because I just gave you the real world cost. I don't give a damn if you do get $1,900 back on a one-time occasion. This is money that I deal with every week, every 7 days. You feel me? So it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing.
Did you have to pay any more for the tariffs on your equipment?
There was no tariff on the equipment. Unless you were buying something that had broke, let's say a piece broke down and you needed let's say you needed a water pump and the water pump came from Europe and there was some type of tariff on it, that would be the only way you would receive
How about tires?
Tires, I guess Goodyear makes tires here in America. A lot of tires are from the U.S. Now, a lot of them.
That could potentially be something, right?
Yeah, that could be, absolutely. It's a lot of things. Chips for sensors and things like that, computer sensors. A lot of that stuff comes from overseas. And so, the tariffs do affect that, and it does lead to higher costs in repairs. So, absolutely. So, the answer to that is yes. So you're 100% right. What? Insurance, not so much so. That's based on your record. If you're tearing up shit or not, as long as you're driving, you're all right.
So what about these increases would you attribute to Trump? Like, are there things that you now see or you can connect to Trump's policies or
absolutely?
What things are you?
The food cost affects us all. We all eat. The fuel cost affects us all, most of us, because we drive, and so eating and driving, that's something that automatically is affecting. And then when if you're eating out, like I eat out quite a bit. I haven't had a good home cooked meal in a long time. So anything I purchased, somebody had to buy and prepare. And so that is affected. And all of that stuff is affected. When you go right now, I buy, I enjoy, this is a crazy thing. I know y'all want to trip as soon as I say it. But I like dude wipes, right? Dude wipes, pack of those dude wipes, 48 in a pack, right? A large pack of those normally would be about $6. Right now, they're selling for $14. You understand? For one pack, if you get them out of the truck stop. Right? Now, I was able to get 3 packs at Walmart for the same $14. So they're just jacking the price up high on truck drivers, because truck drivers like, I don't know all of them, but, I like to stay clean. And so, you use stuff like that. It could be things like your deodorant and body wash. Things like that are more expensive now. You know what I mean? Those common goods. Anything you're getting out of the grocery store. I just bought maybe some cables or some charging for your phone or things like that. Phone cable C charger is $20, $10. It's double. So we're seeing the effects of it in real time. And so for him, and then the war itself, all of that, we had a surplus. He came in strong. He came in and he hit the ground running, not a 100-yard dash. And so he came out real strong, and we had a surplus. He had actually accumulated almost $1 trillion in surplus from doing all them tariffs. He pulled a lot of money from other countries from doing them tariffs. He spent all that money in 2 days of this war. Just with those bombs dropping in 2 days. We don't make those bombs like that. We might make 200 or 300 of them in a year. He dropped that many of those bombs in 2 days. You know what I mean? And so he's wasted a lot of money. They're saying $6 billion a day has been spent over 60 days, right? And he's been doing this for 60 days. So no one can support this foolishness going on. And so, you can't support. Who would have known all this was to happen? I mean, you guys, I don't think you knew this.
Well, let me ask last question. There's a lot, but I'll just keep it to this last question. So I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, you still wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris, would you? Or am I wrong?
Kamala Harris, I don't know. I think maybe an attorney general. I think she would have been really sound at that. I think from a presidential standpoint, just seeing what Trump is dealing with in the way that, and Xi Jinping have manipulated him along with Benjamin Netanyahu. These are guys that have been running their countries and their nations for 15, 20 years, right? This is where Xi's been. I think he's been in there for at least 15, 20 years. Putin has been there almost 20 years, 25 years.
What's your point?
The point of what I'm saying is these guys have had longevity in the office, and so they can manipulate the American 4-year president very easily. And we see what, bro. Well, I think Kamala would have been manipulated worse than Trump. I think.
Kidding me?
Yeah, I do. I think what they did to Trump, they played him on his greed. What they would have did to her, it would have been played on her greenness. I think he was green and greedy. I think she was greedy and female. So
female. That part.
So these guys would have done her bad. I think they would have did her pretty bad.
You should reevaluate your statement there. I think you should think. Especially about the female part, because Black females are doing the best. They're having the best education. They're doing the best. At that point where you have to have those kinds of skills.
1 second.
All right, well, I mean, she was,
Sir.
very quiet, Vice President.
1 second, Jamal. Elect, do you get like a punch on a pussy punch card? You say stuff like that. Why do y'all say that?
Oh my God!
What do you get like 8 punches? You get a free 20 minutes of pussy for every 9th one. Why would you say that?
I would say that because I do think that black women do well. I think they've achieved a lot, and they continue to excel.
What mic on you got, Jamal? That's one time. So,
Interesting. It's interesting. Interesting you said that. No, but I'll say this. As far as from the standpoint of her doing negotiations, I think she would have not been taken to the level of seriousness that Trump has been taken. I think Trump has been played because he was greedy and he was in bed with Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israelis. And I think that's how he got played. Now, on that point, I don't think they would have been able to play her the same way. And so I don't think we would have been into war. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell. But I don't think we would have been in the war with her. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu would have been able to manipulate her into bombing Iran the way that he manipulated Trump. I don't think that. I give her that. But I'll say this, and I'll say this in landing. We can see the mindset and her abilities just by what's going on right now with Meg Thee Stallion, right? And just looking at how men and women are talking about Meg Thee Stallion, that's a lot about her mindset.
Wait, what?
I'm talking about. See, you want me to? I'm gonna tie it all together. Because she chose Meg. She chose Meg to go and perform on a national Democratic stage, right, at their convention.
That's not true.
She chose her to do that, right? Okay. Well, somebody had her there.
Hold on. It wasn't nothing. It was just 1 second, bro. It was just a rally in Atlanta.
It was a rally? Okay, the rally. Okay, well, she chose her to do something, right? But now we see, as black men, from Clay Thompson, how black men.
You consider him black? Got it.
Well, I mean, his father's black, so I consider him black. But we see how men view her as a whore, right? And so one whore to another whore. In that way to speak, I'll land there.
What? That's wild, man. You're not even going far. Nobody's going to respond to that. Y'all don't stick loaded to respond to that.
So, I think that's interesting. That's a justification for why Kamala shouldn't be president and why, you wouldn't vote for her. And, all the money that you lose every week from your business, God bless. Every cent that you lose.
So brother.
You have earned it.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Brother, because I've been in and out. So is he complaining about the prices of gas?
He has been complaining. He is saying that he's losing about, what was it, every week or, a certain amount of time, I don't know, with some frequency, the money that he gained from his tax returns or that he received back from his tax returns, he's losing like every week. And he said Kamala is a whore. So that's why
he still
would justify his vote for Donald Trump. And I say, God bless you.
He said he still supports his policy.
I've always loved a whore more than an imbecile. So I say I have to say I got love for Kamala.
Why do you have to be so disrespectful?
It was a joke.
No, listen to me. For the sake of this conversation, please. I think that is very highly disrespectful.
I'm sorry.
And her a hoe.
I didn't mean it.
I don't know her to be that. We don't know her personal life.
Well, we've heard things. We've heard rumors. We've heard things.
Of course, okay.
We've heard a lot of
So is she not? So she's not supposed to date anybody. She's just supposed to.
I like her. She's beautiful to me. She's very attractive. I like her.
Okay. Now you go to she's attractive, whatever.
I like her.
I thought you had to change your heart.
I take Kamala over Meg Thee Stallion any day of the week. If I had to choose which one to be with, I would take Kamala any day before Meg. I would. She's beautiful.
That's your problem. You need to be focused on the word. Okay, because with 9 kids and 5 baby mamas, you've looked at enough beautiful women. You old.
Is that? I can't look at my PTS. Is that Penny's voice I just heard? Is that who I think that is? Oh, that was Butter. I thought I heard another voice.
It was Penny too.
I did. I know I'm familiar with certain voices.
I don't know. It is interesting though, the inability and I guess it's an online copium or something. Just the inability to say that they were wrong. They have to believe that Kamala was doing the same thing. I was wrong. Okay. Well, God bless. Even though they voted for Trump because he was different, right? Because of X, Y, Z. But then they say that Kamala would have done the same thing as Trump. But they never considered Kamala because she's not like Trump. But somehow they're the same and they would have done the same thing. I don't know. It's just like a weird, like infected loop. It's like, how the early settlers were like drinking their own shit. Like they don't know how to properly, bury it. It's weird. They just get infected. It's just a continuing going back to brackish water and reoccurring.
you're supposed to turn in the car because the car got a defect. Maybe at 19,000 miles, everybody started to catch it around 20,000. All right, but check it out, right? Something that you had to turn in the car over or report that it's an error with the car. You might could take a coarse crystal, let's take one in your house. You like, fuck that. I'm gonna put this shit in the dashboard of the car and see what happens. So I did my homework on shit. See, crystals are living, right? And they got like computer boards inside of them and they whole little setup, all that. So I say, you know what? I'm gonna take this quartz crystal and put it in the dashboard of the car because these motherfuckers ain't fixed my car yet. I done tuck it to them twice and I'm already dealing with other shit. So anyway, I'm blinking and all of the lights went out. The second time I put it in there, it just started blinking. I kind of slammed it in there, boom, left it right there because I was pissed. And then shit blinked and went out. So I cut off the car, started the car. The lights didn't come back on. So I looked at the crystal with the bubble eyes. I'm like, oh shit. And I picked it up. I cut the car off, started the car. The shit didn't come back on, but it blinked. So I said, oh shit, it's blinking again. It's trying to come back on. Slammed the crystal back in the window, the dashboard, where the speed arm and all that shit is at. Left it there again. Shit went out again. And then I just removed it because I was driving and it didn't come back on. So what is it with crystals? Let's say your phone get hot. You got a coarse crystal. Put it on the top of your phone. Let the crystal do all the, maintenance on it, thinking and all that. That phone will cool down ASAP, Munchie. And whatever it was going through, it calmed that shit down. So,
what's up, Manifold? Welcome to the stage.
What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing today?
Pretty good.
Jerry stumbled upon the secret.
I stumbled over the secret. Hey, yes. You get that for free.
Listen, man, the crystals are trying to tell us something, man. Reality is projected by a big crystal. You know what I'm saying? And crystals is just geometry. All the sides, all the different sides of the crystal. The geometry, it makes it easy for information to transfer from point to point. You know what I'm saying? So crystals is basically little living memory sticks. So, you order something, and then remember, water has memory. Water can crystallize. So, the implications are phenomenal.
Yeah, and even then, it's like our blood themselves has these type of, our blood actually has its own form of natural, like, nanotech that's expressed through, like, these tiny blood crystals. And to my understanding, these blood crystals, they serve as, like, basically what they do is that they pull in and express the light of your spirit through your blood in your body. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the purity and the health of your blood is very important because that's how you're able to anchor in, the spiritual awareness of self. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like crystals, like, yeah, even the sun is a crystal. The sun is a crystal. Your brain is a crystal. You, yourself, your body is a crystal. Like your Merkaba.
I was just about to say the Merkaba.
Exactly. It's a crystal. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But, Manifold, what you think is, because I know that you a little more in the know in comparison to most of us.